You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. We're having our own special Veterans Day episode for ourselves. And let's see. And what we're basically going to do is we're going to go through our various ways of ingestions. We are basically trying to use this as an educational tour to kind of, give you an understanding about each one of us have become patients in one way, shape, or form. And as patients, there's really no guide for congratulations, you now have to use medical cannabis. So each one of us has found our own way and our own methods. And we kind of wanted to go through with you as an educational what it is that we use and how we use it. We've had to go through our own learning experiences, myself, 30 plus years of this. And I've also been fortunate to work inside of a head shop, one of the largest head shops in the United States. It was the Galaxy Gallery in Los Angeles, California, back in the 90s. So I've had an understanding of the different ways of ingestion and the different modalities for the basic realities that I had to understand what people were buying and using, etc. So this is gonna kind of, hopefully, if you're a new user, this will give you a guide of some of the different ways and save you a little bit of time in the learning process. Needless to say, it's its own set of challenges, but we've navigated these waters. So we kind of wanted to start off with, we'll start off very simply. We're going to start off with George Armstrong, and he's going to give us an understanding of, he's going to do a joint, and he's going to do a pre-roll joint out of a cone for us. So he's going to explain the process as he goes through it, and I'm going to switch to speaker view at this time. And hey, George, how you doing there in Pennsylvania? Happy Veterans Day to you and all of our members here today. And I would like to start off with George. So let's see that joint and get it going. Show us your grinder, sir.
Yeah. So let's, first of all, exactly what I wanted to start with is to thank all the council members, the ones that are here and the ones that aren't able to join us, for their sacrifices that they made. It's not always an easy day, and I definitely appreciate you guys. So I am going to do a cone. I want to start off actually by saying I'm not going to keep it simple. I never do. So I'm going to start off by saying that I found that different ways of using cannabis. I use it almost every way throughout the day for different purposes. So I eat a small bit of cannabis in the morning. That helps me with a bunch of stuff, but I eat a small dose at the start of my day. I generally use a pain cream on hard days. Also really good for skin conditions, which I have psoriasis. So cannabis creams have been better than anything I've gotten from a doctor for my psoriasis. So I also use that. I dab mostly when I just need to release. So really, honestly, when I just need to get really high really quickly, when I'm in a bad spot, kind of like something to put out a fire, is generally the way I use that. But my favorite way to consume cannabis is by far the way I've always consumed it is combustion. So that could be out of a bowl or out of a joint, or in this case, out of a pre-made cone. So to get us started, I already packed up my grinder here with some very nice apple cobbler from the Pennsylvania program. You need to break it up so it fits in your grinder. Then you want to grind it. Obviously, you don't want to just break it up with your fingers to roll a joint or make a cone. It's going to be chunky. It's not going to burn consistently. And if I can say one thing about the importance of a joint or a cone, it needs to have the consistent amount throughout the whole cone. Can't be really tight at the end or really loose down on the end where the filter is. And really, that's about it. It's the most basic way to use your cannabis. So I think it's by far the most popular way that people use. So what I do is I grind out my cannabis.
Now that's a raw cone is what he has. So this is a company that makes these. They're pre-rolled cones, and they have a filter, which is a folded cardboard, which keeps your mouth from the cannabis. So it acts as a filter in a certain resolve.
Right. So I'm going to put my camera down here so you can see. I've ground up my cannabis and I've put it in a folded card. That's just going to make the process easier. When you get your raw cones, they all come with a stuffer. I have a wooden one here, but this one comes with one stuffer for each of the three. And all natural hemp papers also Raw has, by the way, so I would suggest going that way. So now we're just going to start filling the cone. What you want to do is just put it in there loosely. Fill it up maybe halfway, just really loose like that. Then you're going to do your first one. You don't want to pack it down in there. You just want it to be tight up against the thing. That's really important. Then you'll kind of get the feel. You don't want it to be really hard or have any air bubbles. And then you repeat that process. And as you'll see, it'll probably take 3 or 4 times. Each time you can put some in there very loosely. Like I said, just let it fall with gravity. One quick stuff to make sure it's a consistent through that level of it. Back to your pile of cannabis. You'll notice that I'm not grabbing the paper and really pushing it down. If you make it too tight, the joint will keep going out. So it needs to be a steady amount up through the whole thing, and you'll get a nice consistent burn throughout your cone. So I can feel I'm a little soft towards the bottom, so I'm going to do a little better of a pack. And then when I get towards the top, I want to make sure that I'm consistent all the way through. One more at the top, the last one. Then the way I like to tighten up to get the right consistency, make sure I have the right consistency, twist the top, when you feel that all the cannabis has moved down to the bottom, you're just about right. And that's my 1/2 gram joint that I roll in that amount of time. So, like I said, this is probably the most common way that people use it, cannabis, is by combustion. So I'm not a great roller. I don't have any papers now, so that's why I always choose the cones. I think, and plus there's no waste. I can smoke these almost down to that cardboard filter and then put them out. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you roll, how I roll cone. And then the only thing then to do is to smoke it. So I'll send it back to you, ATN.
Job. Well, that's a joint, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, George, for providing that. I'm going to try and check in with our brother Al Byrne. Can you hear us, Al?
I can.
Yeah.
My computer. Yeah, thank you for being patient.
Okay, so let me start.
It's all my fault.
It's okay. We got you here. We were going to open with Al. Al is, of course, one of our senior members and one of our greatest guides, and also one of the leaders who has been out doing medical cannabis for 40 plus years. Thank you for your work and your guidance. So Al has a lot of experience and he wants to share that with you. And one of them is about his pipe and how he smokes. And then he wants to also talk about Donald Tashkin and his study, because this is a great deal of knowledge that we all need. So thank you very much, Al Byrne, for being the leader that you are. Happy Veterans Day. And show us what you got.
Thanks, Etienne. Well, I'm not leaving. I'm getting my props. Before we get to the pipe, we got to get to the can. You see, this is a one of them little cans, got pineapple juice in it. When I travel overseas, I used to take V8 juice in a 6-pack because it looks harmless, and I like V8 juice. Right now I got a pineapple can. So here's the deal. When you go overseas or you're stuck somewhere in a motel and you don't have a pipe but you got a bud, all you need is a can and a sharp instrument like a knife. So the first thing you do, of course, with the can is you remove the pop top thing, right? You get rid of this thing. Get that out of your way. And then I'm going to use a bigger prop because it's easier to show you. This is a soda can, but it's all the same. You get rid of the little thing. And now the only clue here is you've got an up and a down here. You've got an open hole and up here is solid. So what you want to do here is you want to make sure the holes on. Just put a little indentation on the top of the can, just a little one. Doesn't take much. Just a little one. Whoops, I'm losing something here. And then you get something sharp like a knife, and you just put a couple of little holes in the thing. Don't overdo it. Just a few holes. Then you take your bud and you put your bud here, right at the top of the holes. And you take your
you have to bring it up to the camera. Bring it up to the camera, Al.
Yeah, where's the camera? There's a friggin' camera here. All right. So you got the bud on the top of the can. See, it's just a little indentation. It's got some holes on it. And then you light it. Okay. Then you light the bud. You inhale through the can, and you've got yourself a ready-made pipe. So that's how you do it when you got nothing. Now, what we do have here, though, and what Etienne has asked me to talk about is a regular pipe. See, it's got a bud in it. And while people call this glass, it's really Pyrex. And here's the story. Back in the year 2000, Patients at a Time held its first medical cannabis conference in the history of the world. And one of the attendees was a medical doctor, Donald Tashkin, Tashkin, and he at the time was the head of the pulmonary department of the University of California in Los Angeles, and he was also a professor of medicine at the same school. And the United States government, namely NIDA, the National Institute for Drug Abuse hired him to do a pulmonary study of thousands and thousands of patients over a long period of time, because they were convinced that he would find that smoking cannabis over a long period of time would be, a bad thing, cancer-inducing or some sort of bad anyway. So they started him on this project, gosh, I don't know, but it way before 2000, maybe 15 years, maybe in the 80s. I really don't know. But anyway, he showed up. I asked him to come. He came to the conference, and he really intrigued the people there, including me. He said, listen, I'm doing this study, and it's not going to be done for 8 years, but it's really interesting. It's really interesting, or something like that. It's kind of intriguing. So when it was over in 2008, I invited him back to the conference we had in California, and he made the announcement. And here's the announcement: that after studying some 30,000 people, that's a lot of people, for about 20-some years, almost 30 years, he had divided up these people into these subjects, if you will, into 4 categories. People that smoked absolutely nothing at all for this period of time, people that smoked cigarettes, cigars, people that smoked cigarettes, cigars, and cannabis, and people that smoked only cannabis. Now, smoked, we're not talking ingestion here, smoke, just like George had that joint, mainly that kind of intake at that time in history. Here's what he found out, what he announced to us in 2008. 2008. He said that if you smoked cigarettes and cigars, et cetera, you were going to get cancer or COPD, about what the federal government says you were going to get. He agreed with them. He said that if you smoked cigarettes, cigars, and cannabis, didn't make any difference. You were going to get COPD or cancer just like the government said you would. However, this was the biggie: if you smoked cannabis, you were going to get nothing bad. He did not have one single research client come down with any sort of lung cancer or COPD in all those years. And in fact, they did better than people that smoked nothing at all. So this whole nonsense about smoking is bad for you is nonsense. Dr. Tashkin proved it. Of course, NIDA didn't wasn't happy, so you don't hear about it much. That's why you need guys like me. So then I had a private conversation, a lot of them actually, with Dr. Tashkin, a really nice man. And right away, he asked me, he said, how do you use your cannabis? How do you smoke it? And I said, well, I generally use a joint. And he said, I wish you wouldn't. Because you're smoking paper, you're smoking all kinds of things you don't need to smoke. I said, what do you want me to use? He said, I want you to use a pipe. And what I want you to do with that pipe is use it all day long, Friday, today. And then tomorrow morning, when I start my cannabis in the morning wake and bake, I get a fresh one, a clean one. And the one I use tonight will go in a cleaning solution, and it will sit there for 24 hours. And then the one I use on Saturday will be replaced by another one on Sunday. And there'll be a routine where 3 pipes will go through my life every week, every day. And they'll all be clean when I get up in the morning to use my wake and bake. And Dr. Tashkin assured me that this is not folly, that even if you're inhaling your own bacteria, it can cause you pulmonary distress. Now, this guy's the head of the pulmonary department. I pay attention to him, and he was in that capacity for decades. So what he said to do, let me repeat: use a pipe and clean it every day, and start every day with a new pipe. Dry one out, put it in reserve, start again in the morning. And another bit of wisdom, another one of the guys that we worked with a long time is a doctor from Canada, works at McGill University. His name is Mark Ware, W-A-R-E. And Mark is excellent guitarist, by the way. But he did a study for Canada, for Health Canada, about how do you smoke it and what do you get out of it? I don't know. So what he looked at, he looked at 3 different ways to smoke cannabis: as a joint, as a bong, or as a bowl. So if basically what he came down with is, if you smoke cannabis as a joint, you're going to get about 10, maybe 12% of the usable cannabis will actually be used as a medicine. If you use a bong, the number rises significantly. It gets up to about 55 or 60%. Although Dr. Tashkin would tell you, if you're going to use a bong, you've got to clean that every day. And Dr. Ware went on to say, however, if you use one of these pipes, like I just showed you, the usage level is above 80%. So when you take these 2 studies these 2 doctors have done, and you put them together, what you want to do is you want to smoke using a pipe. You definitely want to smoke it. You want to use it as a pipe, but you want it to be a clean pipe. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Al. Great job. And yes, yours truly has used that can situation in a pinch. Now, of course, we have come to learn that we shouldn't smoke through aluminum. And of course, most of the cans are aluminum. So again, it's an emergency in a pinch. You shouldn't be using this on a regular. You want to use something such as, early on, when I was on the streets, I would use this. And so this is a small pipe that looks just like a cigarette. I learned to hold it just like a cigarette, smoke it like a cigarette, and treat it like a cigarette. But of course, I don't use these anymore because I also come to learn these are made from aluminum, even though it's coated with ceramic on the outside. Not good. You want to smoke through stainless steel, or preferably something like this. This is titanium. And I got this from Etsy. So there are manufacturers all over that can make custom pipes. The key thing about titanium, especially grade 1, grade 2, is that it is a metal. I.e. on it, you will not cause off-gassing or chemical breakdowns. So again, just want to make people aware of that. And another thing I wanted to point out is, for your smoking, and if you're traveling, there are these filters. They're called Smoke Buddies. This is one particular brand. This is a large one. This is a smaller, more handheld for using a vaporizer pens, like 510 cartridges that screw together, etc. The one I like the best is this new one I found. It's called a Smoke Trap. And just to give you an idea, so this is, you're supposed to wrap your mouth around this thing. A little bit of a challenge after a inhale. Like this has a rubberized cap. But it has the filter is on the inside. And the cool thing about this is, when I'm done, this filter is recyclable. So it's a filter and a filter. The other thing is to use a spray like Ozium. Ozium is available at any trucks and every truck stop. We were taught this by people when we're on rock and roll tours. If they were in the back of the bus smoking and they got pulled over, basically they would spray this one spray of Ozium, which is basically a glycol spray, which it grabs everything in the air, attaches to it, so your room doesn't smell like smoke or pot. And so by the time the police would enter the bus and come to the back of the bus wouldn't smell like weed. So again, you shouldn't use Ozium with people. You should not be inhaling it. It's something that you do and walk away from the room. Another thing I will make people aware of is this thing, if you're going to go to events, this is a thing called a mouthpiece, PEACE. And this has a little lanyard hookup. And what this is it's made specifically for you to butt up right up against the bong, which is the water pipe here, so that your mouth is against this. This inserts in. So it's just very simple for you to use, and then inhale so that you can go around without spreading germs. Because as we know, people like to smoke on work sites, and if they smoke all together, they get sick and you lose your whole crew that way. So if everybody has their own mouthpiece and are keeping, people and separation of church and state, again, these are just ways and little things that I have learned as tricks. So that's just my little abutment as I take it over to Michael Crowitz, who's going to carry on with Al's story and then also talk to us about the challenges of accessing your cannabis in an area where you have inconsistent supply. He's also talk about Jack Herrera's 10-point scale and some other stories. Councilmember Michael Crowitz, regale us with your story, sir.
It is amazing how much I've come to want to say in this segment of our roundtable. I really wasn't anticipating that. This is something that sort of crept up on me, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff embedded in the background. And Al has inspired me to tell you a little bit more about Dr. Tashkin. Not only do I love telling a story, but I think this is a really important point, especially Dr. Tashkin's early assumptions and how they were used by the government. But anyway, let me go ahead and tell you the story. I actually met up with Dr. Tashkin, the renowned pulmonary expert, at one of Dr. Nahas's conference, actually Dr. Nahas's big cannabis conference that he did at New York University. He was doing that.
Gabriel Nahas, just so people are aware.
Yeah, Professor Emeritus, New York University, the go-to guy for cannabis prohibition for several very mean-spirited presidential administrations, mean-spirited to cannabis, that is. And Dr. Tashkin, he was very interesting to me. I found his research very interesting and him personally very interesting. But anyway, he said to me that he was comparing unfiltered marijuana cigarettes with this taken with the style of how he saw people ingesting marijuana at the time. He even imitated this little professor imitating a pot smoker, taking a big hit, holding, going. He's like, oh, it's so terrible, and that forcing it in your lungs like that, and an unfiltered cigarette. So he came up with just a hypothesis, and again, this is a 30-year study, as I was talking about, and this is 30 years ago. He came up with this hypothesis that if you did smoke pot that way, compared to a cigarette, which was filtered and regulated and all that, he opined that it could be as much as 3 times worse to your lungs as smoking a cigarette. And police ran with this number. I mean, you've seen that number 100 times in 100 different ways. I think the most exaggerated I ever saw was the RCMP in Canada. I think they said 86 times worse on your lungs or something. But anyway, what he found, as Al talked about, was almost the exact opposite of his hypothesis. In fact, from his research findings, if someone smoked pot and tobacco, they did slightly better than if they just smoked tobacco by itself. So it really didn't work out quite the way he had anticipated. But the other thing I wanted to say that was really interesting was when he came to the conference, he spoke, and the first time he showed up, he was very trepidatious. He was even like notably nervous to get in front of this crowd because the federal government had been, championing ostensibly his research as the reasoning why they would keep marijuana illegal. I mean, it was this whole 3-to-1 thing was really run with. I mean, the government got a lot of mileage out of that. And being sort of the darling of the government and the government's prohibition, he was actually concerned about coming and speaking at our event. And I have to say, being there witnessing right next to him, he was very surprised at the warm reception that he was given. He laid out his research and what their findings were. And he just answered some questions, based on what he knew at the time, and went on. And when he came back, after he had released his research, then it was different because he had already felt welcome with us, even when he thought, we were mad at him. But the government really turned its back on him when he came out with his research. So he came back as an old friend and somebody that the government had screwed. Well, anyway, join the club. But I thought I would tell you guys that background story, the behind the scenes story. But I feel like before I even talk about.
If I may interrupt, Mike, let me interrupt. You brought up a good point on the inhaling and holding your breath point. I'm glad you brought that up. Tashkent also told me that to hold your breath with an intake of cannabis like Mike is taking on right now, more than 2 or 3 seconds is not a good thing to do. He said, take your inhalation, accept it into your lungs, and exhale. He thought that holding your breath more than 3 seconds with that cannabis smoke in there was actually a negative.
Yes, they found that it was approximately, you get 90% of your ingestion on the initial inhale. So that holding in that other 10% is a waste. It's just like smoking a cigarette, inhale, exhale. A lot of old heads inhale and hold it, and what you're getting more of is oxygen deprivation than you're actually getting. I mean, yeah, you're maybe getting another 2% more, but it's not negligible to what the initial inhale is, just for continuing the science. Michael Krawitz, continue. Thank you as well, Al.
Yeah, so before I go on, I wanted to take a sort of a science break, actually, and just kind of review a little bit of the science that I know of. There may be other science that I haven't read or been caught up on, but a couple of the key findings that we base our work on in the cannabis movement. One of them is what we'll call the bong study. And that was put on by California Normal, Daryl Geringer and those guys. And they called it the bong study, kind of shorthand, but they called it the bong study for good reason, because they honestly thought that the bong was going to fare better than the joint or the bowl or whatever. And the findings of that were quite interesting and counterintuitive to what we hypothesized ourselves in the movement about what the study would show. And I think it turned out that the joint was the most efficient, and a pipe was very, very close behind, and then the bong was the worst. Bong actually came up the worst in the comparison study as far as transferring the cannabinoids from the bowl into your lungs without excess materials that you don't need. It seemed to fare the worst. So that's an interesting note. And then I know there's other studies that did vaporization studies where they found much more effective transfer of cannabinoids, again, into the lungs, into the bloodstream from vaporization over smoking. But I'll have to just throw a caveat in there that when you smoke, when you light cannabis on fire, you create a chemical equation. I mean, that's what fire really is, a pyrolysis, I think they call it. And that actually has its own outcomes and its own good and, well, mostly bad, I'd say probably, but good as well. And makes making the comparisons a little bit difficult. So you can't not count that. You have to take that into consideration. But history, to throw history in, the vast number of cannabis products that were in the pharmacy shelves back in the like 1930 were not to be smoked. There was actually cigarettes. There were asthma cigarettes, ironically enough, that you would smoke maybe with a pinch of belladonna, take a couple of drags, and it would like completely eliminate your asthma attack. I think like 1890s, 1920 inhaler in the form of a joint. But the vast majority of the ways that people use, especially recreationally, so-called recreationally or culturally, was through edibles. I'm a bad case for that. I really have never been able to tolerate edibles very well, so I smoke. And that gets me to what Etienne introduced. My topic for tonight is, how do you take a variable supply and get a stable dose? And the reason why that came up, the Institute of Medicine, National Academies of Science Institute of Medicine, back in 1999, did a big review of patient information and studies came to a determination that cannabis was a medicine, that it should be made available to patients. They felt like there was a lot of promise for pharmaceuticals, and they leaned heavily on that. That's what the drug warriors quoted mostly, but they also said that cannabis was an effective medicine. And I thought, a lot of discussion and angst from the opposition, especially of cannabis, has always been around dose. So I would speak to that. And it really is kind of something that, if you extrapolate it from other substances, from other medicines, where dose is so incredibly important. If you take too much fentanyl, you'll die, on the spot. Taking too much cannabis, taking too much, an overdose of cannabis. First of all, the cannabis itself it doesn't have a very good chance of killing you. I think Dr. Grinspoon estimated that you'd have to take about 15,000 doses within a very few minutes to actually be a candidate for an LD, a death situation from cannabis. But besides that, it just produces like an anxiety reaction. You definitely can be scared shitless, but nonetheless, you'll survive. But the thing is that dose is very difficult to reach. And if you are smoking it, it's incredibly difficult to reach. If you take a drag or two off of a pipe and don't feel the desired effects, you do it again. And it's not really any more difficult than that. And that's really how they dosed it back in the 1890s to 1920s as well. They said, take the basic dose, whatever they gave you as your basic dose, which I'm saying is a drag or two off the pipe with the stuff that we have today. And you give it a little bit of time, and if necessary, repeat until desired effect is reached. Honestly, the same exact language they used 100 plus years ago. So that's, I think, kind of debunking really the whole dose idea. But it's also true. It's also very important, that you can actually receive a consistent supply of cannabis, and that actually works. The question the IOM asked me, which I thought was fascinating, they said, well, you talked about how you didn't really feel you needed to use these antidepressants that the VA had prescribed you all those years ago. Does that still have the same effect today? And I thought about it for a second, and I said, thank goodness, yes. A lot of people that were suffering from psychiatric medical conditions thanked me for that answer later, but it's very true. Cannabis works effectively. There seems to be a dose sort of cliff, where if the cannabis is not good enough quality that you can't get sufficient, you can get maybe enough by ingestion, by smoking, to get an initial dose, but the second dose later in the day, you can't reach that. It's just, that's, I come to call hemp, unfortunately. We don't really get that quality of cannabis in dispensaries usually, but people that are out in the real world that are buying brick weed still somewhere know what I'm talking about. And it's unfortunate that you're having to smoke hemp these days. But anything that I would put at a kind of medicinal quality. And that brings me to Jack Herer. Jack Herer, he came up with a book back in the 1970s, the kind of stoner's guide, the 10-point scale of marijuana. I definitely encourage people to check it out and pull it out of the mothballs online, look at it, maybe consider buying a copy. But it's a fun 1970s book where he tried to give a 10-point scale, 1 through 10 of the best bud. And I did sort of the same thing when I was a kid, coming up in the 70s, looking at the fantastic cannabis. I had a lot of trouble with hemp, and finally threw hemp away by moving 0 to 1 on the 10-point scale. And 0 to 1 was hemp, and then 1 and on was not hemp. And that line, the determination for that was, if you smoke a joint, you're hanging out with your friends, and everybody's using that cannabis, and everybody's asking the same question, like to each other, did you feel anything? No, it didn't exceed 1. 1, you don't have to ask yourself or anyone else if it was effective to be 1. 4, you start getting very distinct, very repeatable, responses of hunger, of pain reduction, stuff like that. I would call that your medicinal line in the sand. And 7 or 8 is an interesting one because most people never cross it. But if you do, you'll consistently have some issues that you'll have to deal with the first or second time that you smoke cannabis of that quality. You're talking Hawaiian bud, some of the best bud that's ever been produced out of Northern California. Really nothing I don't think that could ever be grown indoors. Sorry, Holland, whatever. But you're talking about cannabis that produces what I call the scary bud effect. I personally think maybe now, given the knowledge I have all these years later, that maybe a cannabinoid ratio that has a lot of delta 9 but very little CBD. But there's more to that story, and I'll just leave you with this. Okay, back in the day, the DEA sampled some of that cannabis from Hawaii, and they found it had about 11 or 12% THC. And you know what? I trust them, and I believe that that was actually true, because they didn't look at cannabinoid ratios. They didn't look at the loads of terpenes. Cannabis bud so pretty that you didn't want to break it, to put it in a bag, rainbow colors that looked like you airbrushed it on. Absolutely, some of the most beautiful cannabis on the planet Earth came out of Hawaii back then. And to smoke that is a completely different experience. And until you do, you'll never get from 8, 9, or 10 on my 10-point scale. Maybe Jack's, but not mine.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mike, for that great explanation and breakdown. Just to clarify, that was a piece of history when those studies were done, and there needs to be updated studies. I'm looking at you, researchers, because we're talking about flowers strictly. These studies were not done with concentrates, especially some of the more today's concentrates like that dabbing, rosin, etc., where water is used more to cool the vapor as opposed to filter it out. However, always I agree, clean your pipe and change your water daily. That's the biggest problem. You don't want bacteria to build up, and it can overnight. So, always keep that in mind and clean your bong. But I'll talk more about that when I get to my segment. But now we're going to go over to Council Member Nate Landau, who will work on vaporizing flour. He has a flour vaporizer. He's going to explain how to maintain it along with cleaning it. And then he's going to give us a look into his edible world. So thank you, Council Member, for joining us. Happy Veterans Day, and can't wait to hear this.
So thank you all for having me. This Veteran Day means a lot more now that I'm with you guys. And it's a factor for you, Etienne. The Gulf War veterans this year have surpassed Vietnam veterans as the largest veteran group out of all veterans. So it happened this year, and 11% of veterans are now women. I'm going to start with the vaporizer. So in the beginning of 2017, I went from combusting, and I will say that smoking a joint is still my favorite way, but I'm a long distance runner and I started feeling it affected me. So I got this Mighty, and it's very easy to use. You open it over here, take some bud. You want to pack it in lightly, not too much, so you can let the air come through really easily. You put this back on top, and then all you have to do is turn on this button. What I like about it is it's very controllable. There's different vapor points. So I start at about 140 degrees Celsius, so I can get the terpenes, because terpenes are very volatile. So kind of open it up, and this ball can handle about 3 sessions of it. So I start with low temperature, then I move to 170, where you kind of get a mixture of the terpenes and the cannabinoids, and then I go up to about 185 degrees Celsius to get the actual high. It's once you turn it on, when it gets to this desired vibrate, car or anything, taking care of it is really important. I've had this for over 6 years. Once you do that, but I would say, depending on how much part, and soak it all in alcohol for about half an hour, and then it'll come out. So maintaining it, making sure it's charged, The battery life on it is amazing. You can take it to a concert. It will last me hours. I try to find the most easy to follow and cost effective. Most of these tools you'll already have in your house. So the first thing you want to do is decarb. You can use flour or bee buds. I use trim personally. I do 22 grams per stick of butter, and I put it in a bowl and cover with tinfoil and make holes in it. I decarb it for 45 minutes at 225 degrees Celsius. After that, I grind it up in a standard grinder that you mixer that you have in your house, so it's nice and pulverized. And then I put it in a crock pot. You should have this at home, or you can get this at Target for about $20. I keep it on low, and then I have it in the crock pot for an hour and 15 minutes. I stir it every 15 minutes to keep the consistency. And then after that, I let it cool for 20 minutes, and then I put it in a French press. And so you can filter out all the plant material and just have the oil. And then you have that butter, and you can put it in any recipe. I personally make cookies out of it. The one problem with making it at home is you have no idea how strong they are. It can be 10 milligrams and it can be 100, and you're in for a surprise. I weigh my thing, and I use the same trim of cannabis that I grow. So I have a range, but I always give a disclaimer. It's like 40 to 80. If you're not you don't have a high tolerance, eat at your own risk. I do make them for my girlfriend's grandmother, and I just use a quarter amount of the trim that I usually do. And she has a very low tolerance, and it really, she's never had a paranoid effect of all of that. So that's the simplest way I found out of different trial and errors of how to make edibles, but there are many different ways, and no way is better than the other. This, I think, is the easiest to follow.
Well, thank you for that very concise breakdown and understanding for people about what they can expect. And that's great. I love the little crock pot. And there's different ways to cook it, as well as you can make anything from the savory to the sweet. So it's all dependent on your creativity, and as well as your dietary restrictions and needs. So you can make your own sugar-free, also gluten-free, etc. That's what a lot of the patients here in California did. The majority of the products on the shelves were made by patients for patients, because they figure if it worked for them, hey, it may work for other people. So share your recipes, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great thing to learn and to do. Next up, we will have.
Hey, and who knew that Nate? Who knew that Nate had his own blender and his own crock pot? No wonder you got a girlfriend.
He's domestic, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why. Learning the tricks of the trade. So thank you again, Tony. Pardon me. Thank you, Nate. And now we're going to go to Tony Landry in Louisiana. He's going to teach us about a water pipe, which is also known as a bong. When I was a kid, yeah, we had to go to I went to Pittsburgh and had to go into a t-shirt shop and wait till everybody was out and asked for a bong, and they would open up a special door, and in that door was a wall full of different water pipes for you to choose from. But that's how hidden it was back in the 80s. So that fortunately that's not the case anymore, and Tony is a legal patient in the state of Louisiana, and so his pipe is legal, and you can say water pipe and bong in his house. So Council Member Tony Landry, teach us what you got, sir.
Hey, happy Veterans Day to everyone. Great to be here with you. Yeah, the bong is, I've seen them made with bamboo, like, about big, and then they'll drill a hole in it and use a little stem, similar like this, but it's metal. It was a metal tube back in the day. But today's bongs are a little different. And just like all the other smoking devices, it's always important to make sure it's clean. You can see this one hasn't been clean. It's been lightly used, but you can see the residue inside, the tars that come off the cannabis as it's burning. The smoke leaves some sometimes some particles of cannabis in there. You can't, I don't know if you can see it, but some raw cannabis, if it happens to go through the process without getting fully burned, will end up in this water. So that's why you hear tonight all the veterans talking about cleanliness of your smoking device. Very important to clean it. And the way I do that, there's plenty of things on the market that are probably way more effective. Citric, they use a citric cleaner for water pipes and bongs. It's very, very popular. It's been around for a decade or so or something. But the poor man Cajun method is isopropyl alcohol, 91%, and then kosher coarse salt. And the way you do that is you don't need a lot of alcohol, just a little bit. And you just pour the salt down the throat of the water pipe and swish it around. And the coarse salt acts as a scrubbing agent. The alcohol dissolves the residue in there, and the salt kind of washes the inside of it out. You can always use a little cleaner, like on this particular pipe. There's some dimples that go inside the glass, so you want to use something to clean through that area, probably for sure. And then
those dimples are actually for ice, so you can put ice, so the ice will actually stay in the top, so it's a way to cool off the smoke.
To cool the smoke, which is another reason why I like a water pipe, because it filters that some of the particles that you might get when you're using just a regular pipe or a joint. You bypassing the paper from the joint, and to me it's a little more cleaner. And so in this little deal here, what happens is, as you're inhaling, you put the product in here. Well, we could say weed or cannabis. I like saying cannabis. This is it's called a glass filter, just a little tiny piece of glass. Because if you don't have what happens when you ground the cannabis up, some of it's going to fall through that hole without getting burnt, and you actually wasting it. Before I got that little filter, I'd see a lot of particles floating in here that were green. So they hadn't even made it through the burning process, so it was wasting a lot of medicine. So you put this little glass bead, drop it down inside there, and then you put it's always best to grind the cannabis, because like Nate said, you want the air to get all around the bud or the particles, so it fully burn. If you have just a piece of a bud, sometimes, which I do it sometime in a pinch, if I don't feel like grinding, I'll break a piece of this off, this bud, just a small piece, and then I'll drop it in the pipe, and then you use and I'm not going to do it in here because I'm renting my house, and I have a non-smoking policy in the house, so not a good thing to do when you live Facebook. But that's the water pipe, and what I do here is just take it over to the sink after I swish it around, and just rinse it out with water. Rinse the alcohol out with water, and it's good to go. And like Al mentioned, I always start with a clean pipe in the morning. Every time I use it, every day it gets washed and cleaned, because it'll affect the taste of the terpenes, and might make you cough more, because this piece, once you get a lot of residue, you reburning it. So I love starting with a fresh pipe anytime I consume cannabis. So I think that pretty much covers it. So thank y'all again. Happy Veterans Day to all of you.
Do you also have a vaporizer pen, Noah, or?
I do. It's not handy right now, but a dry herb, as Gilcan makes a little $30 pen that you fill it with product, and it's better for when you smoke it out in public. Louisiana, fortunately, we can smoke out in public. Anywhere you can smoke a cigarette outdoors, you can consume cannabis. Now, when I was living in Arizona, it was different, totally different. You couldn't consume cannabis in the parks or on the sidewalks or anything like that. So, yeah, fortunate to be down here that if I'm out and about hurting or something at a festival or something, I don't have to worry about trying to find a place to medicate. I can just medicate at ease. So.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Tony Landry, and a happy Veterans Day to you too, sir.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Next up, we have Council Member Wade Laughter. Wade will explain how he makes his edibles and tinctures from his own plants, and we'll also talk about the different ratios of THC and CBD, etc., and why they matter to you. So thank you very much for joining us, Council Member Wade. And we look forward to hearing from you tonight, sir. Happy Veterans Day to you, sir.
Thank you. And my apologies for being late. We had a power outage here this afternoon. So yeah, one of the things I've realized is I'm very fortunate to live in California, and here in our local jurisdiction, we have an excellent dispensary where I can access all kinds of product. And many of those products here in Nevada County are available through a donation program for qualified patients like myself. But that's a luxury many people don't have. And so I'll come back to what might be available in a dispensary near you and talk about how to, if you can grow a cannabis plant, how you can make products that you might find in a dispensary, but make them for yourself. And one of the beauties of this for me is if you're using cannabis for some benefit, in addition to its ability to get you stoned, to use a colloquial term for it, I call it psychoactivity. But in my work over the years with cannabis, I've met many people who came to find me because they were interested in cannabis that might help some condition they had, but wouldn't get them stoned. And there is cannabis like that. The most extreme version of it is referred to as hemp. But there's cannabis that has CBD and THC together, and you can find seeds of it. I won't name names. I don't like to endorse commercial products. I just, yeah, there are seeds out there that have CBD and THC together. And to Michael Crowditz's point earlier in the conversation, a lot of the cannabis that was coming into the United States in the 70s, when I was first trying it in the late 60s and early 70s, it had THC and CBD as likely other cannabinoids. And there's so many cannabinoids other than THC and CBD in the cannabis plant. So if you grow your own plant, if you can do that, then you know what's on that plant, there's no contaminants, ideally. And if you can grow tomatoes, you can grow a cannabis plant. Once you've harvested the cannabis plant, there's all kinds of things you can do. And the real trick to me is one of the ways to get the benefit from the cannabis plant has been discussed at length here today, which is to burn or vaporize and inhale the chemistry that the cannabis plant makes. But what's also true is the cannabis plant, most of that chemistry is in glandular trichomes, little crystalline structures on the leaves and flowers of the plant that can be broken off by mechanical separation with ice water or dry sieving. And you can, I'll just say that in all of the extractions that you would want to do, you want to keep your cannabis as cold as possible. And ideally the workspace is cold and your tools are cold, because when cannabis trichomes are cold, they're brittle. They break off easily and they're easy to capture. So if you have the opportunity to grow cannabis and can do extractions of that sort, you can make hash, you can press it into rosin, you can press the flowers into rosin. All of these, we could talk for hours about the details and specifics of different types of extractions, but the key points to me are, if you can grow your own plants, you can make your own medical products. And one of the key points that I want to make, if you make something that you're ingesting, and by that I mean you're putting it in your mouth and swallowing it, start with a very small portion of what you've made and wait for a few hours to see what the effects are on your body. And if you like the effects, you can duplicate that dose going forward. If you didn't get the effects you wanted, you can then consider increasing the dose. But ingestion takes anywhere from an hour to 4 hours for the full effects to come on. And then you can get that situation that Michael was speaking of having too much, which again, won't kill you, but it's not pleasant. Even someone like myself who loves the intoxicating effects of THC, too much is no fun. The other thing I wanted to say, Nate, you did a beautiful presentation on making edibles, so I won't really go into it. You were using butter as your solvent, if you will, to dissolve those crystalline structures off the plant surfaces and into your butter. You can also use a food grade oil like sesame oil or olive oil and make a very lovely preparation, keeping it at low temperatures. And that brings me to one place I wanted to disagree with you. And I will say that you happen to state what virtually every manufacturer of cannabis products does and says: decarboxylate your cannabis before you make a cannabis product. And I say, don't. Try preserving the acid forms of THC and CBD and those other cannabinoids. You'll preserve some of the more volatile terpenes in your preparation that way. And you might find that you can enjoy a larger dose of the product you've made because the THC is not psychoactive when it's still in the acid form. And I personally use cannabis a lot. I initially came to it as a result of glaucoma, a diagnosis I got back in the mid-90s. All the ophthalmological preparations for glaucoma made me ill. At one point, it put me in the hospital. And then we figured out that it was the eye drops. And long story short, cannabis reduces ocular pressure, which allows me to still be able to see today, 20 some years later, without having to use eye drops. And then about a year ago, I discovered that I have a kind of cancer called multiple myeloma, which is a cancer of the bone marrow and is quite unpleasant in the pain category because I have, to quote my doctor's records, innumerable lytic fractures throughout my spine, rib cage, hips, outer extremities, jaw, and skull. So I got a constant sort of buzz going from my body. And what I have found is that a mix of CBD and THC, I inhale my cannabis because I enjoy the psychoactive effects, but I ingest a larger amount of milligrams of cannabinoids every day because it works really well at mitigating my pain. I'm able to function. I continue to have good appetite. The chemo drugs I'm on, they're not great. I don't claim that cancer has facilitated my rapid recovery from what at one point in December appeared life-threatening to my doctors. But I am in good health today. My blood work seems good. And yeah, I'm not using, I've used 5 doses of opioids in the last month, and I'm having good quality of life. And so I'll stop there. That was long-winded, but again, explore the other cannabinoids that are available. And if you can, make your own. Oh no, I got one more thing I want to do, Etienne. You okay with that? Thank you. If you have access to a dispensary, a good friend of mine does these line of products. This is a syringe that a 1 gram syringe. It has 728 milligrams CBD, 55 milligrams THC, decarboxylated. I've argued with him too, Nate. Like I said, everybody decarboxylates except me. And there's a few other folks that are doing acid. You can find acid products out there. It's starting to gain traction. But here's another tincture, another RSO, this would be colloquially referred to. We got 28 milligrams CBD and 760 milligrams THC. And there's 37 milligrams CBG. And I have access to CBG as well, and it's helpful for cancer and inflammation. And what I do is I'll take an empty bottle of a tincture and put some sesame oil or some olive oil in it. I'll put it in a water bath on the stove. The water, once it comes to a boil, you can turn it down really low. Now you're warming the oil, your carrier oil, in your tincture bottle. You drop the syringe into the water. Drop them both into the water, and then you can custom what's in the whole gram. And depending on how many % of each syringe you add, you end up making a custom product that gives you what you want. And by using both of these, I can get, do some quick math here, 1,500 milligrams more or less of each in a 1 ounce bottle. So a dropper full like this would have 30 milligrams CBD, 30 milligrams THC in 1 milliliter, which is a nice dose. And I would say for most users, you might start with a few drops if you were able to make a tincture that strong for yourself. Myself, I would probably take 1 whole dropper full 4 or 5 times a day because it's really great at keeping my appetite going, keeping my energy and focus going, keeping my pain levels at a very manageable level. And again, I have access to time relief morphine and oxycodone and all kinds of crap, and I don't want any of it. I don't like how it works in my body. Cannabis helps me with my quality of life, and I am so fucking grateful. Pardon my language, but I really am grateful. Thank you for the pulpit.
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, you can curse around us. We don't mind. All right. Well, thank you all very much. I'm going to kind of go into, let's see, I want to brighten up my room a little bit here. So
When he's mumbling, just let me remind everybody that's listening that when Wade was talking about ingesting that liquid, it's not psychoactive because it has not been heated. You can only get a psychoactive effect out of the cannabis plant if it's heated. So anything that's eaten before that process will not have any kind of negative effect, whatever you think negative may be. So that's why he can function. It's not a problem. It's a medicine. It's a food. It's everything he needs.
right on. All right. Well,
I
Go ahead,
gotta
Wade.
add to what Al was saying. Thank you, Al. That's a great observation. One of the reasons I'm really enthused about the idea of not decarboxylating your cannabis if you're making a cannabis product is it allows your consumer to start exploring what other benefits cannabis can give in addition to that beautiful effect of psychoactivity. Because there's all kinds of other things it does in our body. It's just psychoactivity is the one that's most obvious and easiest to see, experience, and for many people limits how much of it you can use. Boom, that's all I got. Thank you.
All right. Well, I am going to go into a sort of a master class of some of the more newer products that are available on the market. One specifically, this one's been around for about 20 years in different iterations as a vaporizer. But the Volcano, as it's known and loved around the world, made by Storks and Bickel. It was originally German. Now I think an American company has purchased them. This is a hybrid model. So this is the vaporizer itself. It has a temperature setting. So I use Fahrenheit as opposed to our friend Nate was using Celsius earlier. So I'm using about 330 degrees here. And so this is a device in Europe they have also known as the Medic model. It has a multiple piece system. It has basically this chamber here, which will receive your cannabis, of which I have pre-ground. And if you do have ground and things like that, I recommend things like a Boost from Integra to keep your humidity as well as keep your cannabis and such in a refrigerator. I literally have a small refrigerator in my room here that I keep all of my cannabis and concentrates in. So I'm going to take a nice little pinch, put it into this chamber here, right? That's what it looks like. This now interlocks, and then you twist it, and now it is attached together. So as I will put this away so I don't humanize myself, this is the bag. So the bag has a tip. This tip basically goes in and out. This uses a turkey basting bag, which also does not off-gas anything. So this basically intercedes into here. So that is now set. The older Volcano model used to actually just kind of rest on top of the Volcano itself, whereas this one seats, and then with a slight twist, it's now completely attached to this, right? So from here, since it's at the right temperature, basically you're gonna watch this rise in front of me. So this is basically pumping in hot air at approximately 330 degrees Fahrenheit. It's running it over the flour, and it's taking all that crystalline matter that we were talking about, and it's turning it into a vapor. And the key thing about this is it's much healthier, as Nate was saying, and if you're a runner, etc. The best thing is that you're not igniting the vegetable matter. You're just getting what you need. So as you see, this kind of swells up. You turn it off, then you take this, you disengage, put the volcano aside, and then you take that filter, and from that filter, just insert. And so when I press against, it inhales. And when I do so, as you can see, well, you guys really can't, a little bit of vapor comes out. And so that is basically a volcano vaporizer. The key thing, as he also stated as well, it comes with this little brush, which you need to use to clean. And it is best to clean it while it is warm. Do not wait till it's cold. The more that you handle these products, the more desensitized you get to the fear of the heat, etc. Again, it's just the more you do it, the more you're familiarize yourself with it. And then below, because Nate also showed the same thing, Storks and Bickel makes his Mighty, but they also make this Crafty, which I use on my walks. And so this it has the same componentry, except these uses little pods. And you take these pods and you basically fill them with cannabis. They're basically two-piece setup. They come apart. And this one, as you see, it has cannabis inside of it. And this little pod then goes in, screws, and then I turn it on, and within a minute, it's going to vibrate and let me know that I have that. So this is what I use for vaporizing on my walks when I want to go out if I don't want to smoke a joint. So one of the things that I got turned on to by my patients about a decade ago, 2011, 2012, we started to have this product called wax, which is a concentrate of cannabis, come to us. And I started to watch a lot of my older patients spend a lot of money on that product. And I got very curious about why were they spending that on that as opposed to flour and others. Well, these tended to be higher paying patients. And there's various types of products nowadays, from different types of rosins, which is heat pressing cannabis and extracting it, to BHO's butane hash oil, which is a way of extracting by using the same method that they decaffeinate coffee. They take butane and they run it over it, and it pulls off the essential oils into a pool. And so if you buy coffee concentrate, that's how coffee concentrate is made. So from that's the same method that was again created a decade plus ago. And that method has spawned different types of ingestions modalities around it, because early on the only way to use it was to attempt to drip it onto a joint or dip paper in it and try to get the paper in it and then roll it. We would go to coals where we would buy this particular hot coals, light them until they turned white, then scrape it off and then drop this oil on it. Back in the day, people would use hot knives where they would take their butter knives and insert the tips just into the spiral of the electric stoves and use that to literally heat the knife till it was red hot. And then they would take old school hash like Afghani hash and other hash oil and tap the two together, and then you use the lid or the top part of a bottle to inhale the vapors that came off of such things. A decade ago, people started created what's called electronic nails. And so I'm going to go through a few here with you, which this is, I want to thank D-Nail and Brian and the whole crew there. I've supported them for a decade, and they've been very generous and helpful to us here at the Veterans Action Council. So this may look alien to some people, this may not. So this is basically a solid iteration of what's called an electronic nail. This is basically wired to a box that produces a temperature between 300 to 700 degrees, depending on what you want. And so it uses this in between is the element, right? That's tied to the wire there. So this heating element itself causes the heat. Here is a diffuser that is made out of crystal so that the heat that draws down, it basically goes into this. And these slats also diffuse heat. This top inside here is titanium. And this outside here is silicon carbide, which is a high grade ceramic that will not off gas, the same with titanium. This inside here is titanium. And of course, now this is what it is. So this would usually seat into a bong back in the day. The problem is this still gets hot. It also gets oily and drips. So I recommend using something like this, which is a PTFE adapter. So this is, again, it's a non-off-gassing plastic that allows for goo, which hash oil, when it's the byproduct, when you use it, actually becomes quite gooey and quite not easy to handle. So I'm going to go over cleaning after that. And this is in is what's called a drop down. So a drop down is also a newer piece of equipment, so that this will now seat into your bong. So take this one apart for a second. So this seats in your bong so that over here, so that the heat is caught over here. It doesn't come over here into your pipe, because heat and reuse causes problems, etc. So you want to be aware and be wary of that. So anywhere, if you have the availability to put PTFE, especially where your heat is, the better it is for when it's cooler or when you have to clean it later. The problem is that the resin, as it cools and hardens, will literally turn almost to a sort of stone unless it is heated to the temperature it is used at. So then it is flexible to move, etc. Usually when it's cold, it's fixated in place. So that's why we recommend using PTFE, so you can remove this to clean it. And cleaning it is important. This is one particular cleaner I love. It's called Grunge Off. It's a super soaker. It's what Nate talked about earlier. It's a very concentrated orange cleaner that when you open it, boy, you can smell it is very, very orange. But it's a concentrate. So the key thing about this is when this is cool, you want to put this into a little Tupperware that's glass, and then you put this in and you pour this on top of it. Now, when you're done with it, you take a funnel and a filter, coffee filter, and then you pour that liquid that you used to soak this in back into your bottle. It's reusable, so that's why you use the coffee filter to filter out all the bad stuff, but put the concentrate cleaner back in. This way, this stuff is not cheap. It's like $18 for a bottle, and that's if you look on, again, eBay, they've got it in, it's a lot cheaper than going to your head shop. They'll charge you 20 to 30 bucks at a head shop for this stuff. So I highly recommend again going to eBay or buying in bulker, because I will usually keep a 6-pack on hand for this is great also for traveling, to clean your pipe. As long as it's clean, and it has to be crystal clean. So when Tony talks about using alcohol and salt, after you use the alcohol and salt, then I recommend a little couple of drops of this, then shake it up. It'll remove the alcohol residue and any flavors, all that. This is to soak your bong in. This stuff in concentrate is some of the best stuff on the market. There's different manufacturers. This is just one particular. The key thing is that these components, because they gum up and goo up quite considerably, it is best to soak them. So again, these are considered a manual, pardon me, this is an e-nail setup. Again, this is just a simple pipe in protecting, and the concentrate then goes on to, these are titanium tools. Okay. This is also, the bottom is also a stopper, which is a cap, and it actually has directional holes on it. This is one of the most ingenious little ideas, again, by D-Nail. And of course, this type of spatula top is great for dealing with everything from crumble to rosins to any types of hashes. And then you take this, and then you use this, and then inhale. And then you use this to trap the smoke in, continue to inhale until it's all gone. When it is done, you take a Q-tip, and then you use that Q-tip, and you go in and you clean the inside of that pipe for any residual oil, so that this stays clean at all times. It is very important. If you want to, these concentrates are made with love and care, so you want to treat your pipe with love and care, keep it clean it every day. I actually do so by having 2 of the same pipe in the same setup. So one day one is soaking, the next day the other is available to me. More recently, in the last 5 years, they have come out with what's called an e-banger. This is what's called a banger. This is goes the days of using a torch. This is a butane torch, laser 8000 modified, with a guard that keeps my skin from getting burned, and a one-handed handle, which I also have a weight on the bottom, so everything sets right. This is a refillable, as you see on the bottom. You just take butane, you put it into there. You do that, it's in the upside down mode until it starts spitting out at you. And then again, this is a one-handed control. There it is. That is 1200 degrees. Do not mess around. You will burn your ass and anything else. So this is an e-banger. So they have taken that idea where you would take the torch and burn around here. They now have a coil. And so this heated coil now uses a little rubber piece with a magnet, okay? And then that seats into your pipe. Okay, so now that is a very simplistic, you can put what's called little terp balls, which are small spherical balls that go in here. And then again, the same thing when you apply your hash, because your temperature is already preset to the temperature here, right? So it's ready to use at any time that it's on. You take the hash, you put it into here, it melts and starts to vaporize. And then this has a cap that goes on top that's also made out of glass. Inhale, and done. So these are, this is available again via D-Nail. This is a Puke and Beagle actual glass banger on that, to be specific. And then the more newer manual type of vaporizing, this is a newer nail. This is what's called a hybrid nail. It's a 14 millimeter, goes into the 14 millimeter. This is from Victory Glass Works, and with an inside little piece of crystal glass, which is what's going to happen is I take this torch, I would heat now the outside of this entire piece of this cylinder, okay? And that'll start around 800 degrees Fahrenheit. When it is fully heated, it can turn cherry red. This right here is what's called a dabrite. So this is a temperature controller. So what this does, I have right next to me on my armrest, this sits, and then I have a little cup holder where this sits right next to it. So you basically, you line that blue little light literally at the column that is what you're using that temperature gauge on. And so I'm using this, I heat it up. I'll demonstrate. It's gonna get loud for a second. So it's like a little jet engine. Blazer is a company out of Japan, and they have mastered these little torches. I've had these torches, the smaller ones used for cigars, for over 25 years. I bought it at Arnold Schwarzenegger's cigar shop back in Santa Monica, and I still have it, and it still works. So again, you can go buy cheap stuff all you want, but this is high quality. So again, I'm heating this in a circular motion around. Let me take the lid off. Sorry. That should actually be about it. Okay, and so what's happening is this is heating up on the outside of the glass. Also, that little piece of glass on the inside is going to act as a resistor in the sense that the base of this cylinder has these little notches. And so here I'm going to put it against my temperature, and then it's going to go off at approximately 625 degrees. So that's the great thing about this temperature gauge is you just literally set it and forget it. So I heat up my torch. I now set it right here, and I let it, basically it's cooling off. And when it hits that right temperature, this is going to sound an alarm. And so I already have a preset dab for myself, which is, again, a titanium tool, which gives no off-gassing. This is a Happy Daddy products. I'm not sure if they're still around, but some of these companies have come and gone. But this is a great little fork design. So this is great for types of waxes. And then as we get down here, what's going to happen is, well, temperature goes, you can hear the, oh, missed it. So now I cap it. I will then take the oil and apply it to the outside. And you see it melts and it falls. So what's happening is it's condensing at the bottom now. So when I inhale, that glass piece on the inside is now rotating and pulling up the film of the oil as I inhale, thinning out the oil and pressing it against the heat and causing it to vaporize. So again, there's no off-gassing. It's just straight hash experience without any secondary off-gassing. So yeah, it's a glob. I can handle a glob. Not for the inexperienced. Now that I'm done with that, I remove this. There's an actual cap holder that sits in your little dab right. So you just, put that in there. And now, again, here you are with your Q-tip. You will take that Q-tip, being very careful to keep your fingertips at the bottom, and you will plunge it in and you will spin it around. And you're trying to absorb any secondary oils that were not inhaled. You can also use that and plunge that area too. You can also then dip it again in water and then go back again. I like one dry and then one wet. Best thing to do is also for that little piece, kind of trap it in the hole there and then pick it out. Again, little tricks. See, still a little bit of stuff that was left in there. And so now it's ready to reheat and go again. So here is one that gets dirty. My other one I wanted to show you. So again, even after days use, that type of oil is a residual from that, so it needs to be cleaned. Again, because as you see, just one day, that water goes from clear to cloudy. See, in just one day. So there's a real difference in why you need to, keep your pipes clean. So there's an example. And there I will then take, again, using this Gren Joff, pour out the water. I don't want to water down, right? And I will pour my concentrate in there. They make glass plugs. So there's a glass plug that I put in here that seats. So I pull this out, put in the plug, and I can pour the cleaner all the way up to here in it and let it soak. And then again, pour it back into a filter, a coffee filter, and then back into my bottle and reuse that. So there is a very over explained how to dab from an e-nail perspective, as well as from a manual perspective, which this is considered manual. And of course, you don't have to use butane. You can use propane. You can also use heat guns. Before the volcano, we were using heat guns. And something like the Steinel has a ceramic core. So again, it's safe to inhale as opposed to some of the older models have asbestos. So be careful of what the machinery that you're utilizing. So those are different methods and methodologies. Again, you can use the hot air gun. You're shooting it around here. Down here doesn't matter as much. And then the temperature gauge is shooting directly at here. So it's understanding where the oil is going and how you're applying it. So there's a bit of physics involved there. And there's this has evolved from, it was, it gets rather complicated how the different methods used to be. It used to be a swing arm that was titanium that they would use the swing arm to come up, which is really one of the first ones. And then the nails, and most recently these hybrid nails that are available that are again considered bangers. Most head shops have different iterations and variations of these. Ask them the grade of quartz that they are. The higher grade of quartz, the better and easier it is to clean. And you can actually use the heat of these torches to clean the pipe and use to clean the hash on it, because it will not only burn it off, it'll heat it up and turn red and will cause it to literally disappear. So there is no scarring or scarification or any residual on here. Even the stuff on the bottom, if I applied it, the heat directly to the bottom will all completely disappear and ash off, and is able to be wiped off or blown out. Okay, so that's my breakdown of dabbing and the volcano. And thank you very much for all of your patience. We have one more breakdown. I think Council Member Lenora Valles is going to join us and talk about her edibles and how she makes them. So welcome, Council Member. How are you doing?
Hello. Nice to see you guys.
Right on. Well, it's show and tell time. What you got?
Okay, so I'm gonna walk the camera over here a little bit. Sorry, forgot about that. What I have over here is how to decarboxylate your cannabis. And all I have right here is a cookie sheet and some parchment paper and some cannabis. And a lot of people will ground up their cannabis, but you really don't want that in your cannabis butter or oil, little segments. You want to be able to get it out with a cheesecloth or something. But I make cannabis butter all the time. This is the cheesecloth. God, I hope I'm not making you dizzy. And these are kind of like my edibles right there. Oh, I should have practiced this. I'm so sorry. And I also have my titanium e-nail set up right here. And I think this is easier. I put it on a regular pipe, and it's just, this is the apparatus, this little hot little button there. But I love my titanium email because it automatically keeps it hot, and it will also, let me bring you back here. It'll also shut off if not in use for a period of time. God, I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, it'll shut off too because it has that kind of a fail safe on it, but it's an e-nail. And I just hook it up to, because it comes with a nail, and I just hook it up to my water pipe and use it like that. And yeah, you have to be really careful what kind of water pipe you use because you don't want to overheat that pipe either. But this is, let me show you what cannabis butter looks like for you who haven't used it or messed with it. Let me see. So this is cannabis butter. I make it from regular butter. This is what it ended up looking like. And my father puts this on his toast in the morning. If he's in pain and he has a hard time getting up, he just puts some on some toast, or he'll even just eat it straight. But he loves it. I make it just with regular butter. I make it in my crock pot, or I can use a little double boiler system on my stove. But this is what I make for him every couple of weeks. And he uses it at night on toast and again in the morning at toast if he's not feeling well. And I also make these little cannabis treats. I like making Rice Krispie treats. They're the easiest way to medicate something, and it lasts so long. I can keep these in the refrigerator forever. And I make them fresh and they're so soft. You'd be surprised. We're having a medical conference here in a
So
few
how
days.
much, I have a question. How much butter do you put in your recipe for, say, as how many of those Rice Krispie treats, so people get an understanding about how much butter they need to make something like that?
Well, if you're making a batch of regular Rice Krispie treats, you're just following the regular recipe for Rice Krispie treats. And all Rice Krispie treats require butter. So you're just replacing cannabis butter with the butter. But, one stick of butter is like one cup of butter. And you could make, we're talking 80 pieces of cannabis treats, just little pieces like this, like I do. And this is, I can't tell you the serving of THC in this, but I don't let my cannabis butter boil ever, even in the crock pot. And I decarboxylate it in the oven at a very low temperature for about 35 minutes, about 245. And these are very potent. So we're having a conference coming up soon. So we're gonna have to keep ourselves medicated while we're working, because smoking is frowned upon in that industry while you're doing that kind of education. So I suggest eating it. And I know you don't want to really have it laced in sugar, but again, my dad just puts it on his toast in the morning and it works. It kicks in. I suggest that when you do eat it edible, you eat it on an empty stomach. You don't eat an edible after you've had a full course meal, because you won't feel it for a very long time, if any. You want it to go to your system first before you eat. You want it to have a clear passage. But that's what I have to offer. And just to remind patients that, the medicine in cannabis is not smoking it, it's actually ingesting it. Smoking it is more of a it helps me with my PTSD, and it helps a little bit with pain. But, if you have MS or cancer, you should be ingesting your cannabis. You should be taking your stalk, stems, and leaves and putting them in your smoothies in the morning. Very important. So thank you for this time and moment. But it's good to be here and to see you all.
And as well to see you. And again, you can use coconut oil. You can use different methods. I was told stories how a lot of the farm workers would take tequila and take cannabis, and on full moon to full moon, they'd stuff it with cannabis. And then on the next full moon, they would take that then alcohol, that tequila, and rub it on their knees and on their ankles and on their hips so that they could, work in the fields. So, it's not uncommon. A very common method we haven't talked about is carts. These are available in almost all states. This is a PAX pod. This is a pre-filled pod that goes into this. This is charged to USB-C on the bottom, pardon me, USB. This is one of the most common ones. This is called a 510, and that's because this is called a 510 threading. Okay, so that's why if people are talking 510s, they're talking these cards. So this one on the left is Cold Fire. So this is a flavored distillate, BHO. This is Blue River Terps. So this is actually rosin, which is pressed, and they use the terpenes that they've extracted as the solvent, so it is actually pliable to use, etc., as opposed to this is its old extraction. The older methods used to use unsavory types of solvents, or I can't think of the names of them. And then you've also got things like this, which is magnetic, which actually just snaps into place and you inhale and it vibrates as well. These are become unfortunately, the future roaches of our generation. They are amazing convenience. The problem is, with amazing convenience comes great problems. These are only made in 2 factories in China, these batteries. That's a problem. Yes, they're USB. I recommend, if you have to use these, make sure that you use one. And as you see, this does not have any center hole in it. You do not want to use these that have a hole in the center. If they have a hole in the center, you're inhaling the battery off gas and the amalgam and the solder and all that's inhaled when you actually do these. Not sure if people are aware, but if you tap these things 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they turn off. You tap it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it turns back on. So these are always a 5-point turn on, turn off, and it's always best to turn them off when you're going into your pocket, etc., so they don't actually hit, discharge, or overheat, etc. These are amazingly convenient. People use these all the time to travel. They smell like normal things, so they don't stink like cannabis. But I also, if you are and happen to be around people, this is where I recommend that smaller smoke buddy for see, that's it. Nothing when you burn through one of these. So again, different methods, different modalities, different availabilities. And if you travel with these, put them in your carry-on. Do not check any of these batteries or types of batteries into luggage that's going under the airplane. Period. End of story. Same thing for the packs as well. So that was a method that nobody had touched on, so I wanted to make sure it was covered. Council Member Laughter.
Yes, it occurs to me to mention that one of the other type of products that are available in some dispensaries and can be made at home are topicals, where you can make a cream or a salve that incorporates cannabis oils into that cream. And particularly if you pay attention to the ingredients that are used in the salve, if they're all there to promote absorption into the skin, we have found that that's a very effective way of working with a lot of skin conditions as well as pain, particularly in the periphery, the limbs and whatnot. Just an observation. One of the things that I look for in a topical, if I don't have access to the ones we make here at home, if it has beeswax in it, it's probably not going to absorb very well into your skin, because our skin does not absorb beeswax. It's wonderful for creating structure and holding structure in a cream or a salve, but not very, again, everything in a cream or a salve for cannabis topical use should be about absorption into the skin. There's also patches and sprays, and some of them work quite well. I don't have much experience with them. The other thing that someone pointed out to is suppositories. Yeah, there's a lot of interest, and at least some feedback I've gotten, some good results for vaginal and anal suppositories for certain conditions of the reproductive organs and or the lower colon. I'll just leave it at that, and always work with your doctor for conditions like that. Thank you.
And there you go. Okay, thank you very much, Wade. Council Member Velez, and then Landau.
Sorry, I want to kind of try to redeem myself a little bit. Like I said, I was showing you the email from before. This is kind of what it looks like. And this part is a metal part that goes in your bong.
That's
And
titanium.
I can't get it off right now. It's kind of stuck. But this is just, just this metal part. So you can make any kind of bong your dab rig. And you don't have to torch it because this thing automatically heats up to 518 degrees. You plug it in. It has a fail safe. Let me turn it. Oh, I can't turn it on. I'll have to plug in, but you just push this little green button in the middle, hold it for like 4 seconds, and it turns on. It takes like 2 seconds for it to heat up to 518 degrees. It's incredibly fast. But it's called a mini e-nail. And I love this. We were lobbying for the Nevada legislature for a medical marijuana program back in 2008. And one of the lobbyists, Joe Bresney, came in, and we were showing them how we did dabs. And he brought in, at the time they had these because we were using those, the nurses, we always use these and pack these wherever we went. But he actually brought in a big gas, the stuff they use in automotive places. It was a big fire torch, and he was fire torching the dab rig, and we had the council members, we had Metro Police Department there. And, they just were so turned off with the torch thing. And because we were showing them the different ways that cannabis is consumed by patients. And we didn't think about it. We should have brought our little thing in, but it would have made such a big difference because it was so civilized, and we weren't bringing in this huge torch and, made it look a little cracky, if you will. But yeah, these are super safe, especially for those people who don't want to have torches or use torches. So we recommend these to medical marijuana patients all the time. So I love to see these when they sell these in smoke shops and dispensaries, and push them on people. How are you smoking your cannabis? All the dispensary, bud tenders always ask me, what do you want? You want a peppy high, or you want a downer bud, or no, how about asking me, how am I smoking my pot? Are you getting enough from it, or you find yourself going through a lot of pot? Are you getting a good hit from it? And dabbing is so much better than smoking it because it's less smoke, it's less destruction on your lungs, and it's a more concentrated hit, so it lasts much longer. So if you have a spouse who complains that you're smoking too much, a dab rig is it. It is like the civilized way to do it, if you will. But yeah, I just wanted to add this, and I did buy this little other dab rig. You do use a torch to heat this little piece up, and you can still use your torch and dab like this if you don't want to spring for this. This mini e-nail was about $200, and I bought it at a smoke shop. So, but normally you would buy this from distributors, and places like dispensaries and smoke shops would sell them. Well, I'd love to see them more in smoke shops, because the only thing I see in smoke shops and dispensary is water bongs, and a lot of these things, but very few of these e-nails. And it would be nice to see more of that. But yeah, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Lenora. Nate.
Two just factors I forgot. I love all your things, ATM, but if you are caught with not a lot of without those products, if you want to conceal your smoke, you take the inside of a either paper towel or toilet paper, the cardboard, and you put a dryer sheet in, and that's the cheap way to do it. And when you ingest cannabis through your digestive system and it goes through your liver, it actually chemically alters the cannabis, and it goes from THC9 to THC11.
Electrohydroxy metabolite is actually what it turns into, which is a psychedelic. And so that's why people can go from very uncomfortable to holy shit very quickly. We'll go to Council Member Al Byrne to close this out.
Well, I learned a lot. I'll tell you, I hope everybody else does. But I just want to point out to the audience that while we're talking about the use of cannabis for human beings, that's us, cannabis is also, necessary for all other life on Earth. While we were talking, two things happened. I used a topical on my wrists because they were hurting. And so I grabbed a little of this stuff and I rubbed it on, and the pain has been gone now for an hour or so. It won't come back for 3 or 4. And the other thing I did is I took a break and I let my dogs out. They came back in and I gave each of them a cracker with some cannabis butter on it. Looked exactly like yours, Lenora. Now they are resting comfortably. One has just had an operation, but the butter helps with, doesn't seem to be as, the stitches aren't bothering them as much. And in just a few minutes, they'll go to sleep for about 10 hours. And so again, when you think about your own health, you want to think about not only ingesting psychoactively, but like Wade does, he doesn't use it for psychoactive, he uses it for nourishment and for helping his immune system and his ECS. And so we have this ECS, this endocannabinoid system. And my dog has it, and your cat has it, and the American eagle has it. It's everywhere except in insects. And so this food source that Wade is talking about is also good for your horse and your dog. So when you're thinking about all these things, don't forget them. I know most of you have a pet in your family, right there somewhere in the room with you, probably. And don't forget about them. They can use this stuff too.
And I'll credit my friend Todd McCormick with this one. You can also take your hemp seed oil, put it into capsules with keef, your fresh sifted, cannabis, fresh frozen or ready, and put it in capsule form and can ingest it that way. So there is the plant with the plant. So don't forget about your hemp seed oil, ladies and gentlemen. So I will leave you with that. And I want to thank all of our council members who came out tonight for sharing this experience with us. I want to thank Dale, Al Byrne, Michael Crowitz, Nate Landau, George Armstrong. Thank you, Gage, Lenora Valles, Wade Laughter, Tony Landry, Michael Green, Michael Crowitz, who had to jump off. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. Happy Veterans Day to you all. We hope this has been enlightening to you as it was to us. And enjoy the rest of your Veterans Day. And we'll see you in a couple weeks for round table number 47. But this has been VAC Roundtable number 46. Oh, thanks again, George. It's our forms of cannabis ingestion. So thank you, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.
Happy Veterans Day.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News for June 29th. Geez, Cindy. Next show will be next month.
Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, so how are we doing today?
Oh, I'm tired today,
Yeah.
but good. Yeah. I did 3 concerts in 3 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Who'd you go see?
Friday and Saturday night, I went and saw Classified.
Okay. Yeah.
Great Nova Scotia artist. And he kicks off the summer edition at our beloved Shore Club here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia every year. So that was this past weekend. I had tickets for Saturday night, then I fluked into ticket for Friday night. So I just went both nights.
Oh.
And then last night, I got to go see a legend. Steve Earle played at the Casino Nova Scotia.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
and let me tell you, this man is an entertainer and a storyteller like no other. It was an amazing show. We got to hear way more about Steve Earle. I didn't even know this, that he was a heroin addict, and he tried methadone to get clean. He eventually ended up, he got a drug charge, and the choice was jail or recovery. So instead of going to jail, he picked the recovery house and rolled his eyes at it. I mean, I'm just going to go here, so it's an easier time.
Right.
But he actually found healing when he was there. And he's been sober now for 31 years, thanks to this particular recovery house that he ended up going to through the jail system in the United States. So,
And he's still talking about it today. And it's probably very more important to talk about it today, being what's going on.
Oh, absolutely. To listen to him last night, I sat there when he was telling his stories just like this, leaning on my knee. It was absolutely phenomenal. And the more he told that story, so he told that story as he played the songs from each era. So it was a storytelling concert. And so he would play the songs, he would tell about his life. The man is a father of a 16-year-old autistic boy. He's been living in New York for 20 years, had the son while he was living in New York. The son started in a specific school in New York, and because of his autism, it's pretty severe, so he has to hold on to his patterns. So Steve Earle is refusing to leave New York, and for 9 months of the year, because the mother of the kid lives in Nashville, I believe, for 9 months of the year, he does not travel. He does not do concerts. He writes music or he writes plays at home so he can be there with his son and take him to and from school and keep him in the pattern that he needs to stay level. Freaking amazing dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Big time.
I have a lot more respect than I ever had for this man. I mean, what a great guy.
Yeah, this is type of stuff that you don't hear very often.
No, if you get the chance to see Steve Earle as he's traveling west across Canada, I highly recommend it. He's finishing the tour in Vancouver. What a place to finish the tour telling this story in Vancouver. So, like, I mean, I just got chills, like, as he was talking. And yeah, so go see Steve Earle. What a story. What a life. What amazing music. I highly recommend it.
Super, yes. Yeah, well, if he ever ends up this way, I'll make sure I go. So
he's coming.
He's coming.
He's coming. He's stopping in Ontario.
All right. I'll have to look him up, see what's going on. All righty. Talking about what's going on, we got some news stories for today. 8 of them. It looks like we got like 6 updates or something like that. At least it feels like.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, you're first, so I will get out of the way and let you get started.
Okie dokie. Our first story today is coming to us from Halagonia.ca, a local publication down here in Nova Scotia. This is, although it's kind of new, it's also kind of an update, as Al said. So coming from the Halagonia, the title is Higher Fines and New Offenses Targeting Illegal Cannabis Sales Take Effect Today. And this was on June 25th. So this has got a lot of us here in Nova Scotia pretty flippin' riled, let me tell you. Nova Scotia has officially strengthened its enforcement powers against unauthorized cannabis sales, with new legislation taking effect on June 25th that increases fines and expands the province's ability to crack down on illegal retailers. According to Halagonia, the changes introduce significantly higher penalties for individuals and businesses caught selling cannabis outside the province's legal framework. The legislation also creates new offenses designed to target unlicensed sales and gives enforcement officials additional tools to investigate and prosecute violations. Province says the goal is to protect the public health, support licensed cannabis retailers, that's the real truth, and reduce the size of the illicit market, therefore supporting the licensed retailers that are licensed by the government. Government officials argue that legal stores are required to meet strict standards for product testing, packaging, and age verification, standards that unlicensed sellers are not obligated to follow. Them some fighting words there, I tell you. The timing of the legislation is notable, coming just weeks after several high-profile enforcement actions against Indigenous cannabis retailers in Nova Scotia, including stores operating in those Indigenous communities. These raids sparked protests, I was there for them, and renewed debate over Indigenous jurisdiction, treaty rights, and who has the authority to regulate cannabis on First Nations land. And if you think that these new laws aren't going to re-spark that fight, critics of the new law argue that increased enforcement alone is unlikely to eliminate the illicit market or the Indigenous market or the medicinal market, however you want to look at it, pointing to price differences, consumer demand, and unresolved questions surrounding Indigenous sovereignty. Supporters, meanwhile, say stronger enforcement is necessary to ensure a level playing field for businesses operating within the legal system. As Nova Scotia continues to expand its legal cannabis market, the province is making one thing clear. It intends to pursue unlicensed sales more aggressively than ever before. Like I said, Al, them's fighting words.
Yeah, yeah. The you know what, you get your hands on an empty container from a legal cannabis, and you've got your own buds or buds from somewhere else, and you put them in that package. How are they going to know what buds are legal and what buds aren't legal, other than the packaging?
We're allowed to grow 4 plants each.
Yeah.
And it's not like they're out there selling, legal jars to put our weed in. So we can have our cannabis in friggin' Ziploc bags, straight up. We are allowed to grow 4 plants each if you are 19 or older here in Nova Scotia. So they can't tell me just because it is or is not in a container, if it's legal or not. Because straight up, it could have been something I grew. My friend grew and gifted me, because we can gift 30 grams too.
That's
so
right.
How are they going to prove it? I mean, I know what they're going to end up doing is what they did when all these stores first opened. They sat just on the edge and pulled over everybody coming in. They kept an eye and just pulled people over left, right, and center.
So they punish the people instead of maybe adjusting the laws to what the people would like to see done. And that is to allow the Indigenous community into the system.
Yes, because some of the examples of the laws
have their laws.
Yeah, some of the examples that are of the laws that are changed aren't just for the people selling it. There is a $600 to $5,000 fine for being the person who purchased the cannabis anywhere outside the legal system.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
It's infuriating.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's kind of like when they went
after.
Not
going to change anything.
No, it's kind of like when they went after the landlords to shut down the pharmacists owned by Chris Ann's down here, or that's exactly what they're doing to Ted Smith out there, going after the landlord. And they don't realize that most of the people that are purchasing from the Indigenous stores are Indigenous themselves. So you think that they're not going to be out there loudly buying this weed and going, "I dare you to arrest me," just to, again, perpetuate this. Like, this is just it's gonna make the fight stronger and louder and crazier. I think that's all it's gonna do.
Yeah. It's not gonna make it. It's not gonna improve things for them. That's for sure. All righty. From that story, we're gonna move on to the next one, which is a update to what's going on here in Ontario with psychedelics, as well as with magic mushrooms and stuff. So here we go. This one is coming to me from thewig.com. Kingston researcher weighs in on proposed legislation that would make it easier for patients to access psychedelic treatment. Now, the lead on a major national psilocybin research trial in Kingston is interested to see if a new private member's bill in Parliament, which aims to equip doctors with the ability to prescribe the psychoactive ingredient found in magic mushrooms, will make psychedelics more accessible to patients. Now, Ron Shore, he's an assistant professor in the Department of Psychiatry at Queen's University, is a scientific advisor for the Center of Psychedelics Health and Research at Providence Care. Shore is the co-principal investigator of the Canadian Network for Psychedelic-Assisted Cancer Therapy, a 5-year research project backed by $5 million in funding from the Canadian Cancer Society and Brain Canada to explore the use of psychedelic-assisted cancer therapy and how it can help alleviate anxiety, depression, and hopelessness for people with late-stage cancers. Now, if passed, the private member's bill, tabled by Saskatchewan Conservative MP Corey Tocher on June the 16th, would allow Canadian doctors to prescribe patients psilocybin and would see it regulated as a narcotic. Now, the model, according to Shore, says that the model proposed is a good one. Reclassifying this as a controlled medical access makes complete sense to me. I like what Corey is doing. It raises the public discussion. While Health Canada allows access through clinical trials, Shore says the eligibility criteria for trials is so high that participants are often the Olympians of healthcare. Trials can be demanding, and sometimes they're well sourced, but they aren't there to provide mainstream access to healthcare, he says. Now, right now, Shore is helping to train a network of clinicians across Canada to be able to deliver group psilocybin-assisted therapy for late-stage cancer patients. Now, the 5-year trial, entering its second year now, will eventually train 65 clinicians and offer therapy to up to 500 cancer patients. Shore says what it means is that we have 5 years to develop a whole network. We develop the education, the training, we develop capacity. The idea as we go is not only to have these clinical trials, but to leave the clinical training and education as a legacy piece. We also have a whole policy component engaging with regulators at Health Canada, and we think that that's super important as well. It's a program of research, it's a network, and it's not just a one and done trial, which I think is the coolest thing about it. He goes on to say that most of the research so far has been on individuals. We're hoping that cancer centers can keep up with this, so we're trying to develop a model that has sustainability, but I also really like the group process for the social dynamics of mutual support and witnessing each other. Now, Shore has been involved in psychedelic research for many years and says that enough time and studies have passed to show that psilocybin is safe enough to proceed with as a legitimate treatment option for many disorders. Research is happening around the world examining how psilocybin affects depression, anxiety, end-of-life stress, PTSD, alcohol use disorder, and more. Now, Shore doesn't believe psilocybin is a magic bullet, but he does believe it is an underutilized therapy option for mental health, and he believes cancer patients deserve access to the benefits. There you go, Rev Cindy. I'm sure you'll agree with Ron Shore there on all that.
Oh yeah, let's trash the SAP program 100%.
Yeah.
People should be doctors, psychiatrists should be allowed to prescribe this. Yes, they should have some training to prescribe it, to know what they're prescribing. But I also don't think that they should be the ones administering it. Like, this is a long process to sit in a full dose of psilocybin. It's 4 to 8 hours, and that gets really expensive to have an MD or a psychiatrist sit with you for that long. So having people that are just like myself and many others who are trained to hold space, that should be left to us, while the therapy should be left to the doctors. Straight up. That's the only thing I kind of disagree with. Training doctors, like let's leave them to do their doctoring instead of sitting there watching somebody have their experience for 8 hours. But this is exciting to have to place the onus on the doctor to prescribe, instead of the doctor prescribing and then having to wait for 15 months for an answer, and chances are that's going to be a no.
And that's what cannabis patients have been doing for 20 years. The doctor signs the paperwork, but yet we have to wait for the government to approve it. And that's the same thing with the SAP program. That's what that is. Waiting for approvals from the government, where instead of just allowing the doctor to sign the paperwork, and
which there is a way now for doctors to do that for us. Like I can be given a prescription on that section 56. There's a prescription there that doesn't need to go. Technically it doesn't have to go. It should go, but it doesn't have to go through the government if you're not buying from an LP. But then if you want to turn that into a grow, the hoops that are there for cannabis people are just pathetic.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it can be a slowdown for people that can benefit from psilocybin therapy. So. All righty. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? We still got 2 more stories to go.
We do. We do. These are some good stories.
All right. Yes, as always. Okay. We shall move on.
Okie dokie. Our next story today is actually a study. It's coming to us from Green State, and it says a new study challenges a widely repeated claim about cannabis, which is the fentanyl in cannabis. And we've had Tim Houston here in Nova Scotia claim that there's fentanyl in the indigenous cannabis, and he was proved wrong by the RCMP, which is just really great. But about this story, for years, alarming stories have circulated online warning that cannabis could be contaminated with fentanyl. But a new review of the evidence suggests those fears are not supported by the available science. According to Green State, researchers examined reports of alleged fentanyl contamination in cannabis and found no verified evidence that fentanyl-laced cannabis is a widespread or even documented public health issue. The article explains that while isolated claims occasionally appear in news reports or on social media, investigations have repeatedly failed to confirm that cannabis itself contained fentanyl. In many cases, later toxicity testing pointed to other substance or circumstances that better explain the overdose. Researchers stress that this does not mean the illicit drug supply is safe. Fentanyl remains a devastating driver of overdose deaths throughout North America, but those deaths are overwhelmingly linked to illicit opioids and other street drugs, not cannabis. The authors argue that public health messaging should be based on verified evidence. They warn that spreading unconfirmed claims can create unnecessary fear, damage public trust, and distract from the genuine overdose prevention efforts. For consumers, the takeaway is balanced. Continue purchasing from trusted sources whenever possible, remain informed about the real risks, and be cautious of sensational headlines that are not supported by scientific evidence. And Al, one of those things that we did learn through this particular article is that there have been minute amounts of cocaine or MDMA, like a powder type substance.
Yeah, even LSD. Surprisingly. Yeah. But they say that those are because of, they believe, was due to environmental exposure, not alteration. It wasn't put in there on purpose in order to
Yes, somebody pulled out their cocaine and did a line, and some got into the air and ended up on the cannabis plant.
Being used on the same weigh scale.
Yep, that can do it too.
That transfer over from there.
Yep.
It was another thing that they mentioned. Poorly cleaned preparation areas and equipment to use to weigh and package cannabis products at the same time. So it's not as if it's being laced on purpose.
Nope.
Yeah. So. All righty. Well, it was good to see that.
If they were lacing it with any of these chemicals on purpose, it would be $20 a gram because these chemicals are effing expensive, straight up.
Well, that's the thing too. Exactly. You think they're going to give that away for free?
No.
Yeah, exactly. All righty. Well, from that on to our next story, unless you got something else you want to mention.
I'm good.
All right, you're good. On to our next story, which is a continuing story of a patient in Australia. And we'll talk more about that when we get done. Here we go. This one is coming to me from StratCan. It says, understanding NSW's proposed medicinal cannabis driving protections, which is odd to read an ad line. Now, the New South Wales government in Australia has introduced legislation to ensure medicinal cannabis patients are no longer automatically penalized for THC in their system. The legislation would amend the current drug driving offense framework in the state on the east coast of Australia, provided drivers are not impaired and meet strict conditions. Now, under the proposed legislation, eligible drivers will need to register with Transport for NSW provide evidence of a valid prescription, and complete an online education program about cannabis and driving safety. Now, roadside drug testing will continue, and there will be no changes to the threshold for THC detection used by police during roadside drug tests. Drivers with valid prescriptions for medicinal cannabis would not be penalized for having up to 50 nanograms per milliliter of THC in their saliva. The current legislation has a zero tolerance limit. Now, for a decade, medicinal cannabis has been prescribed by doctors to help patients manage serious health conditions, but the road rules have not kept pace with that reality, says the North South Wales Minister for Roads, Jenny Atkinson. She says that these reforms balance road safety with the need for a more common sense system for patients who take prescribed medication. Now, the message remains clear. Nobody should drive while impaired by cannabis, alcohol, or any other drug, she says. And that's not changing. Drivers will still be tested. They will still be removed from the road for 24 hours after a positive roadside test. And they will still face serious penalties if they are impaired, regardless of the level of THC that is detected. Now, what changes is that eligible medicinal cannabis patients who are not impaired will have a clear system, clear obligations, and a chance to adjust their behavior before facing penalties. This is a cautious reform. Now, Australian activists, patients, and legal reform groups have championed extensively for years to change roadside drug testing laws, which have included penalties for trace amounts of THC, regardless of impairment. For comparison, here in Canada, the allowable legal limit is less than 2 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood. The prohibited levels of THC in a driver's blood are at over 2 nanograms, but under 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood for a straight summary conviction offense. This is a lesser summary conviction. It typically serves as a precautionary limit, punishable by a fine of up to $1,000, although it can also result in further driving bans and criminal records. And now at and over 5 nanograms here in Canada, it says that with just that alone, they said that a conviction carries severe penalties, including a mandatory fine, driving prohibitions, and potential jail time. Now, in a recent decision on April the 19th, 2026, the Ontario Court of Appeal upheld the constitutionality of legal limits on THC under the criminal code. The defense argued these limits were unconstitutional because they were arbitrarily overbroad and did not directly corroborate with active impairment. They argued that the chronic, medical, or frequent cannabis users can retain residue THC in their blood long after the impairing effects have worn off. The Ontario Court of Appeal dismissed the challenge, instead ruling that the THC limit is a valid tool for deterrence and detection. The court accepted that the law will inevitably convict some individuals who are not actively impaired at the time of driving, but determined that this does not violate the charter. So there you go. In Australia, in New South Wales, Cindy, 10 times what a patient here in Canada can have when it comes to THC in the blood system.
It's interesting. We're like 2 nanograms and we're getting in trouble, and the limit is 50.
Yeah, exactly. And as a patient, all of us patients are at risk.
Oh yeah, like if you or I got stopped and tested, like excuse my language, we'd be fucked.
Yeah, literally. Yep.
Even if it had been hours since we used anything, we could wake up in the morning, not used it all night, and go out and get tested, and we'd be fucked.
Yeah. And this is why in New South Wales they have adjusted that. Now I have no clue what my nanogram level would be. We can't. I don't. As far as I know, I can't test that. I might think you might be able to get a test kit at the dollar store or something, but how accurate is that, right? And yeah, we're always at risk. Patients are when they're driving.
Yep.
So, yeah, and this there in Australia, they're recognizing that and making some changes. So, all right.
Good. Love you, Australia. I hope the rest of us follow.
Yes, exactly. Maybe we should send that to a couple of MPs. Just never know. All right. Well, it's time for us to take a break. We got 4 more stories to go when we get back. Breaks takes about 3 minutes, 2 3/4. None of that. You're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bombs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And we're back to bring you some more news stories with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. Well, we have Cindy. What do we got coming up? We got some stuff going on in the U.S. with some government things. Some of them are I think we've repeated these a few times, it seems.
I was going to say that during the commercial break there, when we do the thing, we've got the pace going on and the smoke's going on. We get people coughing in the background. I noticed that you were coughing in perfect unison with the video, and it made me giggle. But yes, we do have 4 more stories, and they're quite interesting.
And we got one that's very disturbing.
Yes.
One that, yeah, very disturbing. So, but you're up first, and let's get at her.
Okie dokie. Well, coming to us from the Marijuana Moment, the article title says a congressman and other media outlets are joining Marijuana Moment's push for the DEA to live stream the rescheduling hearing. Yes. Calls for transparency surrounding the US government's cannabis rescheduling process continued to grow. According to Marijuana Moment, a US congressman and several news organizations have now joined the publication's request for the Drug Enforcement Administration to live stream its upcoming hearings on marijuana cannabis rescheduling. The hearings are expected to play a significant role in determining whether cannabis will move from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under federal law, a change that could dramatically affect medical research, taxation, and the legal cannabis industry throughout the United States. Supporters of live streaming argue that the hearings involve issues of enormous public importance and should be accessible to everyone, not just those able to attend in person. They say patients, healthcare professionals, researchers, industry representatives, and members of the public deserve the opportunity to hear the testimony firsthand. The growing coalition backing the request includes journalists who argue that open proceedings are essential for accurate reporting and public confidence. Advocates also note that previous concerns about the fairness of the hearing process, including questions surrounding witness selection, have made transparency even more important. Whether the DEA ultimately agrees remains to be seen, of course. But the expanding support for live streaming reflects a broader belief that decisions affecting millions of Americans should take place in full view of those millions of Americans. I agree, Al.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. Big time. I agree. The now they've offered to give everybody a transcript, but that's over by then.
Yeah.
This should be transparent. Why not? You know, they say they're the most transparent government ever. Prove it.
Prove it. Yeah.
Prove it. This is something that is 70% of Americans support, and yet that number goes higher when you start talking about medicinal benefit. And that's
Yeah, it went up to what, 84%?
What's that?
It went up to 84% when
Yeah.
everything was brought together. Yeah.
Yeah. So why not? There's obviously a lot of interest in there. I'm
Yep.
sure they can make some money out of it.
Oh my goodness. The Canadian government have, and we don't have as many people as they do. So like
Yeah.
the money
Yeah.
that can be made is, yeah. And like they're just giving up, right? Like, I mean, letting it go. Like, yeah. I mean, just
I'm
freaking
glad
awesome.
I'm glad to see that the people are speaking up. Like the independent media is where this is really coming from. And it's more and more independent media. Like that's what we are. We are independent media that's out there getting the words to people.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really excited that Marijuana Moment brought this up.
Yeah.
Asked for transparency, and even more excited that a congressperson got on board.
Yeah, exactly. So it's we'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully they will allow it because the transcript just doesn't cut it. And as they said before in their earlier sessions that they had, that they thought it was important for it to be live streamed for transparency reasons. So if you thought that in the other ones, why not now? What's the difference?
Yep.
Yeah. So, all righty. From that story, we're going to move on to a story that I guess is a real long situation of something that's happening. So this is ridiculous. But here we go. Next story. This one is coming to us from the Cannabis Business Times. The headline says 8 bipartisan U.S. House lawmakers reintroduce Safe Banking Act. Reintroduce, that's right. A bipartisan coalition of 8 U.S. House members reintroduced cannabis banking legislation on June the 25th that would help ensure state licensed businesses have access to federally regulated banking and financial services. Rep. Dave Joyce filed the Secure and Fair Enforcement Banking Act of 2026 one day after 4 bipartisan U.S. senators introduced similar legislation in the upper chamber, coordinating a bicameral approach to bring the much-needed reform to the industry. Joyce was joined by Reps. Jim Hines, Wayne Davidson, Nadia Volquist, Brian Mast, Lou Correa, Guy Riechlander, Dina Titus, and introducing the bill in the lower chamber. They say state licensed cannabis businesses employ thousands of Americans and generate significant tax revenue. Yet, many remain effectively shut out of the traditional banking system, says Joyce, who co-chairs the Congressional Cannabis Caucus alongside Mast, Titus, and Rep. Omar, who wasn't named as a co-sponsor. Now, they say that forcing businesses to operate in cash not only hinders economic growth, but it also opens the doors for illegal activity like money laundering and organized crime, Joyce says. He continues with, this legislation would provide access to capital and the necessary financial services to operate a successful business and keep communities safe. By introducing the Safe Banking Act, Congress is showing its commitment to supporting small businesses and implementing common sense cannabis policies that respect states' rights to regulate the industry. He goes on and continues with, for too long, legal cannabis businesses have been shut out of the traditional banking system and forced into risky alternatives and made targets for crime. These small businesses are creating jobs and stimulating local economies, and they deserve the safe access to banking that every other lawful business already enjoys. And that was added by Volquez. Now, the Safe Banking Act would address the risk and regulatory concerns associated with providing financial and depository services to state legal cannabis companies that partake in federally illegal activity, the trafficking of a Schedule I controlled substance. Now, according to Joyce's office, in 2026, rendition of the bill would prevent federal banking regulations from prohibiting or discouraging a bank from providing financial services to a state legal cannabis business, terminating or limiting a bank's financial or federal deposit insurance, primarily because the bank is providing services to a state legal cannabis business. They're also recommending or incentivizing a bank to halt or downgrade providing any kind of banking services to these businesses and taking any action on a loan to an operator or owner of a state legal cannabis business. Now, after the House passed the Safe Banking Act, okay, they have passed this bill 7 times between 2019 and 2022, all thwarted in the Senate. Time says it's long overdue for the federal government to end its unfair prohibition that prevented cannabis businesses from fully accessing basic banking services. Now, Rob Nichols, president and CEO of the American Bankers Association, urged Congress to pass the legislation not only so banks can serve the cannabis industry, but also so that they can serve the accountants, skilled trades, landlords, law firms, and other service providers that cannabis companies rely on to do business. And Cindy, this is just, as I said, 2019. Going on that long.
7 times in 3 years.
Yes. Yes.
I don't care what the years were. 7 times in 3 years.
Yeah, it passed in the House. Now it looks like the House and the Senate have each come in there with one. Let's get it done. It's not only holding up the U.S., but it's affecting countries around the world. More and more countries are legalizing it, medical or recreational use, in both. And they have these laws that penalize everything.
It's time to catch up to the rest of the world, and not just them, as we'll find out in your next story. But it's time to catch up with the rest of the world. And I think the United States taking that, because of, who they are and the power that they do hold, both, in the past and today, it's time for them to take it. And if they take that step to reschedule or decriminalize, make the Safe Banking Act, it's going to go a long way in leading other countries that may have worse penalties to go, well, maybe we're wrong too,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Maybe we're
right?
wrong. Maybe we shouldn't be killing our citizens over a
Maybe there
plant.
shouldn't be jail time. Maybe there shouldn't be death sentences. Maybe. And so it would, like I keep hoping that this United States will get on board just simply because of their ability to lead people.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah.
co-host joining me.
I see that. Hey, Mabel, how you doing? Yeah, and just changing the banking is a big change, but they need to actually legalize, and Schedule 3 is not the answer as far as I'm concerned. So
No, it's a step, but it's
It's a
definitely not
step.
the answer.
and
If
I
they
hope
at
it's
least
been
take
another
that
100
step,
years before they change it again.
yeah, they need to take that step. For them, they need to take steps. That's the next step for them. Just flipping do it. Again, it's something that you've been, pretending with for a long time now. So just do it. You're going to do it. You know that your constituents want it.
When you have 40 some odd states that have legal medical and a pile that have the legalization.
Yeah, I
People
think
are
what 32 are legal recreationally and 40 whatever are legal medically.
Yeah. Trying to make a change, federal government.
Over half people.
Yeah.
Time to catch up to your constituents, straight
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Time for us to go on to the next story.
Yeah, we could talk about that one forever.
We
But our
could.
next story is
We have that
is-
last one still to come, which will.
Oh, I know, right? We may be going over time. But our next story is coming to us from Medical Daily. Over there, it says psilocybin could become the first FDA-approved psychedelic therapy within the next few months. And here is what patients need to know. This is just really exciting to have this hopefully happen. The race to bring psychedelic medicine into mainstream healthcare may be entering its final stretch. Wouldn't that be amazing? According to Medical Daily, pharmaceutical company Compass Pathways is moving closer to potentially securing U.S. Food and Drug Administration approval for its synthetic psilocybin therapy, known as COMP360. The chemical that psilocin is called 4-ACO-DMT. I just happen to know that. And it's for treatment-resistant depression. The therapy combines a carefully controlled dose of pharmaceutical-grade psilocybin with structured psychological support before, during, and after the treatment session. Unlike traditional antidepressants that are taken daily, COMP360 is designed as a supervised therapeutic intervention intended to produce lasting improvements following one or a small number of sessions. Treatment-resistant depression affects millions of people worldwide and refers to depression that has not improved despite trying multiple modern medications. Clinical trials involving COMP360 have shown promising reductions in depressive symptoms for many participants, giving hope to patients who have exhausted existing treatment options. The article notes that if approved, COMP360 could become the first FDA-approved psilocybin-based medicine in the United States, a landmark moment not only for psychedelic research, but for psychiatry as a whole. Researchers caution that approval is not yet guaranteed. Regulatory review continues, and long-term safety and effectiveness remain important considerations. Still, optimism within the scientific community is growing as more high-quality clinical data becomes available. If the FDA ultimately grants approval, it would represent the culmination of decades of research and advocacy that transforms psilocybin from a prohibited substance and a potential prescription medicine. For many patients living with severe depression, that milestone wouldn't simply mark a policy change. Not at all. It could represent an entirely new path towards healing when every other modern option has failed. It's kind of exciting news, Al.
Yes, it is. There's many patients who will benefit from this. There's no doubt about that. There's millions, as the report says, in the U.S. alone. that could benefit from this because of depression, just depression alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's good that way. I guess in a way, I think it's great, and we're seeing all this stuff. It's just that it's just not the plant. Right? It's always
No, it's like this is in my mind the equivalent to sesame, which is the chemical version of THC. Now, I do know some psychonauts who have sat with the 4-ACO-DMT, which is synthetic psilocin, psilocybin, but made not by government scientists, but by, private vegan scientists. And, they say that it's a very similar effect. The medicine is very similar. But it's so soup. I mean, mushrooms are easy to grow. They're just so easy to grow, like easier than weed, straight up.
Oh yeah,
they're so easy to grow. Like throw some, Well, I mean, it's the people who gather wild amanita, which is another beautiful medicinal mushroom. Like they'll pick some and then they'll kick some, because if they can spread those spores, guess what they're going to come back to in a week? A crap ton more amanita. That's how hard mushrooms are to grow.
Yeah, actually, it's something I haven't grown. Now I have understood that you have to make sure that everything is very sterilized.
Well, if we're outdoors and we're kicking spores around,
correct.
I mean, how sterile is that, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Exactly. All right. Let's just hope, for the patient's sake, that it works. And I prefer the whole plant, but even the cannabis, because there's some people who won't take natural plant medicine. They'll only take something that is synthetic, and those are the people that they get the help. So, all righty. From that, we're going to move on to our last story of the day, and you'll understand when I go through this story why I say what I say at the end of every broadcast for the last many years.
I'm glad I'm going to be in the back room for this story, so now I can yell at the story and I don't have to disturb it. It's great.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. And I gotta see. I have to get it ready to bring out. I thought I already did. That's all right. I probably did and closed it off. So.
Who knows?
Okay, here we go. Who knows?
Here we go.
Who knows? All right, coming to us from the Marijuana Herald. Headlines say countries where cannabis can still carry the death penalty. Death penalty for cannabis. A growing number of countries have legalized or decriminalized cannabis in recent years, but in parts of the world, cannabis-related offenses can still carry the harshest possible punishment. According to the latest global review from Harm Reduction International, 36 countries continue to retain the death penalty for drug offenses. Now it says drug offenses, so it's more than just cannabis. Now this is worldwide, and they say the highest number recorded since the organization began tracking the issue in 2007 is 1,212 people have been executed. The figure does not include confirmed totals from China, North Korea, or Vietnam, where execution data remains largely secret. While most drug-related executions involve substances such as heroin, meth, and synthetic drugs, cannabis remains covered under drug trafficking laws in numerous countries where the death penalty is still legally available. In some jurisdictions, cannabis or hashish trafficking is specifically listed as a capital offense once certain weight thresholds are met. In others, cannabis is included under broader drug trafficking statutes. So here's a review of some of the countries. China has some of the world's harshest drug laws, and cannabis trafficking can be punishable by death under broad provisions covering serious narcotic offenses. Iran. Their law allows the death penalty for high volume trafficking involving cannabis and other drugs, although available execution data does not always specify the substance in each case. Cannabis remains covered under the country's capital drug laws. Saudi Arabia. They executed 240 people for drug offenses in 2025. That's up from 112 or 122 in 2024. That's double in 1 year. The country's courts may impose the death penalty for drug smuggling and trafficking, including cannabis and hashish cases. Singapore. It remains one of the clearest examples of a country where cannabis trafficking can directly lead to execution. Under Singapore law, trafficking more than 500 grams of cannabis can trigger the mandatory death penalty. The country executed 15 people in 2025 for drug offenses. Kuwait. It has resumed and expanded its use of capital punishment for drug crimes. Cannabis trafficking can be covered under Kuwait's severe drug laws. Vietnam. It allows the death penalty for major drug trafficking offenses, including cannabis trafficking at high quantities. Iraq. It continues to sentence people to death for drug offenses. The country has imposed death sentences in drug trafficking cases, and cannabis can fall under the broader category of illicit substances covered by Iraq's severe anti-drug laws. Malaysia. It remains a notable case because it ended the mandatory death penalty for drug trafficking in 2023. However, the death penalty itself was not fully abolished. Judges may still impose death in drug cases, including cannabis trafficking, but now have discretion to choose lengthier imprisonment instead. It doesn't end there, folks. Other countries include Sri Lanka, Egypt, Bahrain, Libya, United Arab Emirates, Yemen, Maldives, Algeria, Brunei, India, Jordan, one here I can't even pronounce, Korea, South Sudan, Taiwan, and Syria. These are places where people can still be put to death for drug offenses, including cannabis. Like, what?
And you jumped over a lot. Like, I mean,
Yes.
there's just
Yes, I did. It's
so
11.
many.
Yeah. As you can see there, I think it probably says there right on the page. It's an 11-minute story to read it all in entirety. And there's no way that I was going to do that. But that just gives the people an idea. The story is posted up on our Facebook page. How many countries in total just can still get a death penalty for cannabis?
Yeah.
We got a lot more work, people. A lot more work. There's people dying needlessly.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
it's just
You know,
it's
we
baffling.
and people say, well, it's legal in Canada. Yeah, it's legal here, but look at how many other countries where it's not, and people are being sentenced to death for it.
Oh, I get asked on the regular, like, how come you're still fighting? It's legal now. I mean, like, even if we just looked at our own country, there's still stuff to fight for. I mean, look at what's happening with Ted right now. There's just there's so much. But the real reason we keep fighting is because there's places in the world that you can be killed. There are some countries that they will test somebody. Like, so if their constituents come to Canada, when they go home, they will get drug tested. And if they have anything in their system, they can end up in jail. You know, they can have their whole life taken from them, if not their whole life taken from them.
Exactly. It's ridiculous.
For going to another country and using it in another country, or even just being around it in another country.
It's a plant that has 50,000 uses. You're killing people for that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see. I'm done. As far as today, I'm just, yeah.
Yep.
Yes, this isn't right.
No.
So, all we can do
So
is
that's
keep
why
doing
we're
what we do.
excited.
Yeah, keep spreading the knowledge, and slowly but surely, hopefully, a change can be done in these countries because no one should be put to death for cannabis.
No.
No. All right, that's it for today. Anything else?
One more thing, of course,
Right.
coming up on Friday, July 3rd, us here at the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society are putting on a documentary movie, Descending the Mountain. It is being held at the Halifax Public Library in the Paul O'Regan Hall. Pretty easy to find, actually. Early bird tickets on Eventbrite are $20, and they're $25 at the door. So come on down Friday, July 3rd, and join us at the Halifax Regional Municipal Library at the Paul O'Regan Hall for this amazing film starting at 7 p.m. We should be opening the doors a little bit early, and we're really excited to see all you guys there.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear how everything goes because getting the word out, you know, I don't know. Do they get hung? Do you get death sentences for mushrooms? Someplace?
Well, that's something that we should research. What are the sentences for some other substances around the world? I'm assuming that a lot of these places that have penalties for quote unquote drugs include things like psilocybin and iboga and ayahuasca and DMT, and I'm assuming, but I'm not sure. These things could be different in these countries. We just don't know. But yeah, that'd be a curious one to research.
We'll look into that and see. We'll update.
But we have an amazing host on the network who likes to do these deep dives. So maybe if we mention it to him in passing, like he might decide to go deep dive for us.
Yeah, all right, good stuff. Sounds good. Yeah, hopefully we'll have an update for that on Thursday. We'll get started on that. So that's for sure. All right, that's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to everybody for tuning in the broadcast. And to our sponsors, Limestone City, hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we will see you Thursday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And as I always say, do not forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate or kill people. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Never used.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast Broadcasts are their own and may not be the all medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh, I was waiting for the song.
Well, I haven't played it yet.
I was like getting ready to sing.
Went live and never played the song. Oh my
I've
god!
never played
Al.
the song.
Where
What the bloody hell is going on here, man?
Well, hurry up before somebody comes in.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
There, that's better.
Yeah, that. I've been doing this for 20 years. I think I'd know what button to push.
Now I feel like I belong.
What's that?
Now I feel like I belong. So I'm gonna wait until we get some people in here, and then I'll put a poll up.
All right.
Ooh, a poll.
How do I
Yeah,
share the link?
You can go to the. Hang on a second.
Facebook.
Oh, I shared
I
it
just
today.
shared it on Facebook.
Okay.
I will send you the links to share. Just hang on. Hold, please.
Freeze.
Oh, wait. We forgot. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the 420 radio show.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just talking amongst ourselves anyway.
Boneheads don't remember when we're doing a show.
Did you say Stonehead?
No, I said boneheads.
Is that like the same boneheads that forget to push the button?
I pushed the button. It was the wrong button. All right, here we are. So, okay, while I'm doing this, we have a guest. Funny that.
We have a special guest tonight.
And
why? Wait. Why is
what's
she
so
special?
What makes her special? Because she's my bestie. That's what makes her special.
I see.
Plus, if you don't already know Alexis, you'll understand after you get to know her what makes her so
Can I just make a point out that everybody she has on the show is her bestie? Just saying.
Oh no, but I'm her real bestie.
Oh.
We worked with a guy. We worked with a guy that everybody in the town of Truro is his friend. He knows everybody, and everybody is his friend.
Nice.
I live in a town of 1,500 people. I probably have seen every face in this town. I just sent you the Facebook live
Perfect.
Oh, the terrible link.
on Bobby.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And now I can say welcome to the 420 radio show. And today we're going to have a conversation with Alexis, who is the founder of Canna Camp. Camp Canna? Or Canna Camp? Camp Canna.
Camp Canna.
I should know this by now. This is your third year or second?
This is our 5th year. Yeah, our
Wow.
5th year.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I only heard about you guys, I think, a year ago or so.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
it's third year Ontario.
Yeah, 5th year Alberta, 3rd year Ontario, 1st year with the national tour,
There
BC,
you go.
Alberta, and Ontario. Yeah.
Why not every province?
Well, I prefer a slow burn. I don't know about you.
Me too. Yep. That's why I switched back to zigzags.
Nice.
Anyways, tell us about you. What started this? What you do? A, B, C, D, and we'll talk about F, G, and elemental.
Yeah, I guess I'm Alexis Dixon. I'm the founder of Camp Canna, Canada's largest legal consumer focused festival. We started in 2022. I was kind of just looking for an event really to go to, like something for stoners, and I couldn't find anything. So I was like, well, fuck it, how hard could it be? It turns out hard. Just because I found out the legislation wasn't really designed for experiential spending. And so now, 5 years into this, I think we've got a pretty good framework that's been inspected and approved by all levels of government.
Really? That's good.
We've built a national brand, and we have international guests with us every year that want to experience Canadian cannabis culture, which is really cool. And we were able to still have a lot of fun, even within the legal framework. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I advocate for dignified consumption and regulatory equity.
So are they being lenient with you? Are they allowing consumption at the event? Are they allowing vendors?
Yeah, so I have full consumption.
My
all throughout.
go-to for the last, I don't know how many Karma Cups have there been now. That's always been my go-to and my staple. And that was a lot of people's in Toronto because they were the first ones to go full out, right? But as you know, things have changed, and it's nice that the legal community is willing to even think about embracing this. I mean, there's some legal producers that started in the legacy market that still go to these events and stuff like that. And it's nice to see that,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's I guess there's a difference between like legacy and legal events. For sure.
Yeah.
I operate in the legal categories just because I'm looking for, I think Canada has an excellent opportunity of being a global thought leader when it comes to cannabis tourism, where we can, have resorts or have it integrated in all of our tourist things. Being able to buy a beverage at a ball game is cool, or being able to go to infused dining or something like that. And as much as like legacy events are amazing, obviously, for the culture and everything like that, I mean, if there are not people operating in a legal capacity, we will never get there. I think that through legalization, the government was kind of just trying to be the cool parent of it. Like, oh yeah, cool, just smoke your weed, but like do it at home. And that's really today still the law. Like in Calgary, you're not able to smoke cannabis anywhere other than at your home. Yeah. And so Ontario, like, is a
I
little
have
bit
to remember that when I go visit my sister.
Absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't matter for you.
Yeah, public consumption is not legal everywhere in the country, and therefore it's like,
but it is for medical patients. That's the difference.
no, not even medical in Calgary. Public consumption of any kind is not available. You can do so at your home residence, and that is all, unfortunately, which is really a downfall for the medical community and the recreational community for sure. But I think that you can't legalize a really heavily regulated product without creating places for people to consume that. But yeah, Camp Canna is all consumption all throughout. We're actually the very first public permitted event in the country. We have on-site sales, so there is a way to purchase cannabis through a legal retail channel right on site. And then we have brands activating in experiential marketing with consumers by playing ball, doing laser shows, fun things.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like that kind of stuff, although my body doesn't, so I can't go anymore. But it's nice.
I mean, we have people from all different ages that are able to do a lot of different things, but there's something for everyone. We do yoga, sound baths, live music. If you can sit in a chair, you can come to Camp Canna.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, just to correct you, and I don't like doing it, but I always do.
He likes to look things up.
Perfect. Did you look it up?
I did. Medical cannabis is exempt from Calgary's strict prohibition on public recreational cannabis consumption. You may smoke or vape medical cannabis in public but only in areas where smoking tobacco is permitted under the City of Calgary's smoking and vaping bylaw.
Right.
So anywhere so that you can use tobacco, you can, as a medical patient, can
Oh,
smoke
that's like
cannabis.
Ontario.
Yeah.
Does Alberta ban smoking in public? Like,
Yeah,
do they have
do in
They
Calgary.
have designated areas,
Yeah.
but they have designated areas for smoking.
Yeah, but so did New Brunswick when I went there, and you know where they were? There was 3 of them in all of the area that I was in. 3, and I would have had to drive 25 minutes to get there, to go outside to stand in a little tiny friggin' area and smoke a joint, which is not practical. Really.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, hang on.
Okay, like I live right beside New Brunswick. I'll smoke a joint anywhere.
Maybe it was Nova Scotia. I can't remember. I hit all
I live
3
in I live in Nova Scotia. I smoke a joint everywhere. I've,
Yeah, but just
I've
because you
sat
do
on my
it doesn't
step
mean it's
talking
legal.
to a cop while smoking a joint. Right?
Yeah, but you're on your property.
I don't care what fucking
I
property
mean,
I'm on.
people push the rules all the time. Like,
I'm not
enforcement
even
is
push.
not
I'm not
legal.
even pushing the rules. I have medical need. I will use my medicine as I see fit.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And then, but if you were to attend like provinces like Manitoba, you know, it's not accessible in every province. It's different per municipality. There's municipalities in this country that still don't even have access to a retail store. Definitely, it's unfortunate that we're seeing 8 years into legalization that it's still in this, but we are seeing a lot of growth, especially in Alberta. I think Alberta is really leading the way when it comes to cannabis tourism, but a lot of provinces are right behind us.
I have a cannabis-friendly Airbnb.
Nice.
Yeah.
So do I. How is that doing for you?
You know what? I didn't put cannabis on it last year, but this year I am, and I'm jacking up the price too because I'm. You know, I get a lot of truckers saying, I've only got 6 hours to sleep. Can I stay there and get a discount? I'm like, yeah, no. Right. But I will say that like I'm at the very north end of Lake Superior in Terrace Bay. And but I'm in town and the highway goes right through, 17 goes right through. But there isn't really a lot of reason to stop here overnight. We've got 2 hotels that are hardly full, but we have a few weekends when, you know, there's a lot of biking tours that go through and that kind of thing. But I thought there'd be more people up here, to be honest.
Fair.
Yeah, maybe marketing it out as a cannabis, like a cannabis-friendly space, might get you some more traction.
I always have. I just added it to the actual description on Airbnb. Yeah. I heard a few years ago that Airbnb had added cannabis-friendly to their list of things, but I've never seen them. So I just put it on my profile.
Whatever happened to what's her name?
Airbnb.
What was it?
Airbnb.
Yeah, Airbnb.
Yeah, she rebranded it and changed the name, everything, moved it down to the U.S. And but I don't think that even that took off for her. She's not really doing much of anything.
No, that's too bad.
Yes, it is, because it was a good concept.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't like about that platform was that you couldn't stay in places with your children.
Well, because of the cannabis.
So you can smoke a joint and have it delivered right in front of your child if you're at home.
Yep.
I mean, if you're not exercising every liberty you have.
In our great province, you can go to the same store and get your liquor, your pot, and your candy, and then bring it home to have with your kid.
Your children can go in the cannabis side of the store in
No,
Nova
but
Scotia?
all of our cannabis stores are inside our liquor stores.
Yeah, I don't really like that about Nova Scotia. I would really not enjoy that. I feel like that's really unfortunate because there's a lot of people that consume cannabis that are recovering from alcoholism, and then they're just kind of got to walk through the alcohol just to get to the medicine. It seems kind of silly to me.
That was kind of our point.
Mhm.
Redundant.
hmm
You know, it's
It's not even redundant. It's dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
Well, here in Ontario, you can take your kids into the liquor store with you or the beer store and
I
pick
used
up
to go with my mom all the time when I was a baby.
and you can fill up a one of those little carts with, you know, as much booze as you want, and there's no limit on how much you can purchase. And you can walk out with all the booze and your kid, but if you want to go pick up a pre-roll or a beverage from the local like dispensary, you gotta leave your kid either in the car or standing outside the store alone. How is that safe?
Yeah, I don't like that.
I think somebody should volunteer to get their kid kidnapped, and I think that would change.
My kids are all grown up now, so I can just walk into the store with them.
I guess I have a 9-year-old we can offer.
Do you take your kids with you into the store? Do they allow it?
No, you're not allowed to take them into the store. No.
You know, a lot of stores even have like the barricade that like you can't get past
Up here
until
as
they
well.
age check you, but you can't even bring in your child to that spot. Like I know because you guys know that I push a stroller around if I don't want to carry things and I'm going for a
I
walk.
remember that. Yeah.
I literally put my tripod in the stroller just so I could watch the Blue Jays game during the World Series. And I went into a weed store and I brought the stroller in and I had the blanket over the top. And I said, don't worry, there's no baby in here. And the lady came over and said, just so you know, like I need to see. Like I have to make sure that there is no child in the store. Like it's not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So that's a rule or regulation I would like to see changed. One of many.
100%. Yeah. Probably the
Yeah,
most important one.
That's another thing I really love. When I said like special guest, Alexis is very knowledgeable when it comes to regulations and throwing events and what is required when it comes to permits and that sort of thing. So I know you've also been doing a little bit of that lately too, right?
Yeah. If you know, the thing is that like I said this at a conference not too long ago, but legalization did not happen off of the effort of 10 people. It was like generations of people, right? So we need, now that we know that we have an inspected and compliant framework, we need more people doing what we're doing at Camp Canna. And so I offer consulting now, and we've been helping a couple people on some projects, which is really great. Just, you know, I found an interesting statistic. 27% of international travelers are looking for something cannabis related to do. And right now, international travelers can attend Camp Canna, and that's about it. So I can fit like 750 of them, but there's 1% of them is 330,000 people. And so times that by 27, that's how many people are coming into this country this year looking for something cannabis related to do. Like I can't service them all, but I can teach people the framework and help them get whatever vision they have off the ground. And it all just helps us because once there's more events, once there's more of these frameworks being executed in the right way, the government's going to have no choice but to listen, just like with legalization. So that's been keeping me busy for sure as we're getting into our busy season. So that's been fun, but I'm excited to see all the new ideas come through and what people want to build because they're all pretty cool.
We need to be able to have events like and be able to serve cannabis and use cannabis just like they do with alcohol everywhere. And now in Ontario, because you know Mr. Doug there decided that it was going to be legal to drink on the beach and in parks.
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
So, you know, I mean, it's just, but yet if I pulled out a joint I've been smoking down at the lakefront watching the air show every year. But if I smoked a joint now, these days, at the air show, sitting there by the water, the police would come over. I mean, it's just inevitable, right?
Well,
But-
what really bothers
But
me
I could
about
sit
that
there and get
specific rule
sloshed with a
change,
six-pack in my bag, right?
that specific rule change just shows how like regulatory unequal, like it's not equal, it's not comparable. We're comparing apples to oranges. Everybody's like, oh, just make cannabis like alcohol. Until we can split up a 28-gram bag and serve it in half-gram formats and leverage that 28-gram bag to be a profit, the tourism and hospitality industry is not going to be sustainable, just like the legal industry is not sustainable with the heavy excise taxes that they have and among everything else. But the one thing that really bothered me with the BYOB at festivals is what they called it, is that you still can't have on-site sales in Ontario. It's still not possible to purchase cannabis if you're at any event, festival, adult only venue. You can do that here, but you can't do it there. We can bring our own alcohol, and if municipalities in Ontario have rules against public consumption of alcohol, the provincial government is mandating them to change them. If the provincial government could mandate the municipalities to follow the provincial ruling, it wouldn't be different every county you move. The rules are different in every single county. You have to look at all three levels of government, and they counteract each other quite often. So you're kind of up to interpretation, you're up to your relationship with your inspector. There are no licenses for events or cannabis tourism. There are no licenses or ways to make an event minors prohibited by law.
Some towns are making Airbnbs and short-term rentals permittable, and you have to go to the town and sign paperwork and let them know what you're doing and stuff like that. When I moved here, I was expressly told that I was not allowed to buy the house and rent it out. I mean, I signed a document that I wouldn't. Seems a little excess, but whatever it is. The townships have a lot of pull, unfortunately. If I wanted to try a cannabis event up here, I don't think it would work at all. We have one legal store here, and the next closest ones are an hour away. We have no reservation weed at all up here, from basically Magnatowan right up to the Manitoba border. I believe that it's because of the addiction issues up here, right?
So do you rely on the Ontario Cannabis Store then?
Yeah, we have. There's a store here, my cannabis here in Terrace.
Yeah, no, I mean the one that comes through the mail, the OCS.
You can order. You can order through OCS. Yes, I don't use OCS. I go right to the store here.
One of my most frustrating things about OCS is when I hear about this really awesome product, like say for example, we got the new Nugs apple drink, the hash apple rosin beverage. I went right to OCS and was like, punched it in, and underneath it said, "See your local store."
There are, you know what? I was just talking with Matt about that yesterday. They are doing that a lot with different products because they want to make them more exclusive.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't know where to get it. And now it's like a mad goose chase trying to find these things. And then when you do find a store that has it, good luck. They only have like 2 because everybody else was looking for them too.
Are you talking about Sheesh making them more exclusive for the happy
No,
drinks?
just
Just
the
OCS?
yeah, because they're like they're the mafia, right? Like they get to choose what strains of cannabis and what products are being held, and they're literally sitting on a massive warehouse in Guelph that has so much cannabis in it that will probably expire before it even has a chance to go out to people because they're not ordering.
Well, this is this is another reason why you're seeing a lot of specials at local stores, because they're buying at special prices and selling it. I saw for the first time they had a special here for 420, 25% off, and I have never seen a discount like that for anything in a legal store, right? Canna Cabana is notorious for dropping their prices way below normal and selling it off real quick, right? But they buy massive amounts. Little stores can't do that. Like the store up here,
They also sell your information so they can get that discount through a data deal. Yeah.
But little stores that are scattered all over Northern Ontario,
they don't have the money.
They don't have that access. I mean, half the time, like winter time, sometimes you're waiting 2-3 weeks to get anything because the trucks can't get up here. We have a lot of accidents up here on Highway 17 because of moose and other animals and stupid idiot drivers. What do you want? Sorry.
Yeah, but even ordering through the OCS is extremely like crazy. I had a store owner explain to me.
OCS's seeds.
Oh no, I mean the stores. So when the stores only get specific days and specific times, like they're like, this is your window to order. So like they go on, even if I'm like, hey, I called the store in Campbellford, I'm like, I really want this product. They're like, well, our order day is Thursday at 9:30. So like, we'll put it in. If it's gone by
then, don't order your quota every time, you'll get fined.
Yeah, I don't. And this whole pay to play that some of the dispensaries have, I'm like, I don't know. There's so many rules and regs that I'm like, I could like talk forever about the things that piss me off in the cannabis space.
So I have to let this little one out for a minute. Do we want to listen to some music, or do we want to have you guys continue the conversation for a little bit? I'll only be a minute.
We can keep talking.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, go do your thing.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have fun.
Okay, I did have a question that I wanted to ask Alexa because I have the pleasure of going to all 3 of your camps this summer. And I noticed that each camp is different, and not just because it's in a different province, but like the activities and the things that are going on in each camp is different. So maybe can you walk us through, like start with BC and tell us what like that's going to look like?
Yeah, I think each province is different, mostly just because the culture is different, depending on where you're going, which is really interesting. Nikki's just dying off a dab in the background. Sorry. But nonetheless, yeah, I guess I'll start in Alberta because Alberta is our grassroots. It's where we started. You know, Alberta is very we're campers, you know, we got our toys, we like to stay in campers and tents and those kinds of things. So Alberta's kind of a grassroots environment. We are all camping, group camping, big bonfires, all the things.
No cabins, right?
No cabins in Alberta. It's just like a camping event. And then you go to BC and it's kind of our middle level experience. So we are in a summer camp. We're in cabins with bunks, shared accommodations. We have a 5-star dining chef. So we have like the best food out of any event. I'd put money on that. And, but nonetheless, bunch of activities, a nice lake, which is really great. And then Ontario is like the Hamptons of summer camps. Our venue in Ontario is world renowned. People send their children there from all over the world. They have so many different activities to do there, like the inflatables on the lake, paddleboarding, kayaking, rock climbing, archery, the whole thing. And so that's definitely our more luxe experience that we host. And it kind of fits the vibe because Ontario, they're cabin campers. They like have cottage country and those kinds of things. So it's kind of nice for that community. Each one kind of matches the vibe that the consumers are looking for. And we have people that travel like Mary Jane, like all over the place. So it's kind of nice because even though you attend in Ontario, like you may come to Alberta at the end of the summer and it's a completely different experience, but the vibe in the program. Like, we don't change any of it. It's always the same program, same framework, different province, different place. And it's such a different vibe, different experience. It's pretty cool, actually, just to see the difference. But yeah, I don't know if I have a favorite. It's probably Alberta, just because I've been here for so long. But yeah, they all have their own little perks. I'm really excited about BC. I haven't actually been to the venue yet, which was similar to Ontario. I didn't attend the venue before we hosted it the first year there. But I'm hoping that it's going to be just like Ontario and better than I'm picturing. It's going to be awesome. The brands we have in BC are like legends. Great Gardener Farms is known around the world, and he's going to be there. He smoked hash with the Prince of Morocco. He was just sharing on Instagram. So like, this is so cool. And we just get to chill with them all weekend and get to know them and their flowers. And yeah, it's going to be so much fun.
Here's a fun fact.
Yep.
Mary Jane got in between Tommy Chong and Cheech's legs.
I love that.
That's not true.
You were on your knees.
There was a table between us.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I do want to point out that as many activities as Camp Canada does have, it is very chill as well. Nothing is mandatory other than probably food, because we don't want you to die. Do you know what I mean? But like, if you don't want to go do the kayaking, you don't have to. Like, Timmy and I brought our own floaties and we just chilled in the water. It was so cool. Yeah, we
Yeah,
love
I
that.
think that's like one of my favorite things to talk about in opening ceremonies, is just kind of like that you don't have to earn rest here. You know, a lot of people think that they have to earn rest in daily life, or like they have to live in such performance mode that they forget to just be present. And I do like that people are able to put their phones away and not worry about it for the weekend, just float if they want to. I think the best last year was Nathan having that nap on top of the igloo, like, or the inflatable iceberg thing, just for so long, just out there sleeping.
Yeah, which was kind of like daredevilish too, because like if he rolled off,
he did end up falling off of it.
Cause splash.
It's a pretty far fall, but he landed in water. He was good. Yeah,
it's funny. Yeah, the one there's so many things that I love. I can't say the one thing I loved about camp, because there's so many things that I loved about it. But like Nathan, for example, just a guy who came with one other person, him and his buddy, had no idea what to expect, and he was the one that started the group chat this year because he's so excited to see his friends again. And honestly, that's what happens. We built this little like family of people that it's so cool to see so many different people from different walks of life and different ages. Like, do you remember those old ladies last year? I can't even say old because they're not that old, but like older ladies. They were like, what did they say? They were like, "We're so glad we came. This was the best time ever." Like,
I'm pretty sure they did mushrooms for the first time out there. They're like grandmas on mushrooms. I thought that was fucking awesome. That
You
they
can
felt
come stay at my
safe
bed
enough.
and breakfast and do market mushrooms in my backyard and hang out with my bears. Like,
Nice. Yeah, I think I like all the different ages that come. You know, that was probably one of our biggest questions in the camp concierge calls this year was, am I too old? A lot of people ask that question, am I too old to come? And it's like, no, you're good. Our average camper's 36. Like, we have a bunch of different age groups, and everybody seems to have their own little niche thing, or they do everything. And last year we had a lady in her 60s that did absolutely every single activity. So
people end up in groups. You know, like when I was at Dungeonistas helping out there, and I noticed that people come in groups and they make their own little party. And then, I mean, the same thing happened at Vapor Central. A lot of the times you'd see groups of people in their own little niche doing their, you know, the geeks are over here, the nerds are over there kind of thing. Right?
I don't think that happens much at camp because everybody does everything together. It's very inclusive. Yeah.
You have things scheduled so that everybody can do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
the
a
whole
huge,
camp.
huge group.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like for example, Al, when we did rock climbing last year and archery, everybody went. Like everybody went. Even if you didn't participate, everybody went because they wanted to go cheer on everybody else. And like when we're sitting around the fire listening to the band, everybody is together. Some people are dancing, some people are just like vibing out, some chatting. But it's like a group community type family feeling. Like okay, family might be a little too far, but
Well, I
maybe
don't
not.
know
'Cause
actually. Like I
love
was
all our family.
I was thinking about it today because I was like, I grew up in a family that hosted family reunions. I don't know if that was something big when maybe you were younger, but that used to be a big thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't think that really happens anymore. And, Camp Canada very much is like a family reunion to me. Like these are campers that I love so much and they become such a big part of it. And because of them, I live my dream. And I'm just so excited to see them year after year. And there's some people that have been to like literally everyone. And so they very much are family like. And I think that that's the cool part is that there's so many different people, so many different backgrounds. We all have different jobs, different lives. But at camp, we've done such a good job of creating, like we break the barrier right fast. Like we get you right into talking to everybody. And, we set the vibe. We make sure that people understand that this is inclusive space. Our team does training to make sure that we can keep it that way. And yeah, it's all been pretty good so far. It's,
Have they
I get excited.
have they sent any sneaky people out to check and see what you're doing during the
Yeah, I have been inspected from every single level of government, and I have passed with flying colors for each level. So the only time that something had come back was there was a fire extinguisher that should have been mounted to the wall, but that was our venue's failure and not ours. So that was really like the only thing that's ever come up. But
They
yeah,
sent
Health
to the fire
Canada.
department, didn't they?
Oh yeah, Fire Marshal, County, Health Canada, AGLC, RCMP, everyone. But when you understand, you need to know. And if you do know, then you can have some confidence in what you're doing. And if you're not confident, then you can always hire someone who is to make sure that you are doing it the right way. And I unfortunately didn't have a single person hire when I started, so I kind of had to figure it out the hard way. And I made some mistakes, some of them expensive, some of them not. And I think the nice part is that, I've got it kind of narrowed down to a formula and that formula works. And so you just stick
What
to
about
it.
sampling? Are they allowing it?
So sampling isn't open to consumers. And I'm one that honestly thinks that we shouldn't be sampling consumers, to be completely honest. I would rather just have a place where consumers can
disagree
purchase.
there.
And
The
that's
whole
fair. We're
focus,
going to
the whole
stay
focus
disagreeing.
is the consumer, and yet they don't put the focus on the computer, or the consumer. They put the focus on the workers.
Yeah, because that's how the legislation is designed. So actually, you're not the customer to the brand. It's
No,
really
I know.
broken. You're
I
not
know.
the customer. The store's the customer, right? And you are that store's customer.
No.
So right now, the legislation is
And
very
yet
much
the
like
store isn't allowed to talk to you about it. You're just, here's your package, goodbye.
in a limited capacity they are, but yeah, it's definitely very governed. I think that sampling consumers would be a disservice to the entire industry. I think people need to be buying weed, not having it for free. I can't even remember a time in the legacy days where I would get free weed from my guy. I would smoke a joint with him. We would have a coffee, but he definitely wasn't giving me free bags of weed. And I never had that affect my relationship or my loyalty to that product. So I think in a legal capacity, it would make more sense to have opportunities for dignified consumption where people can purchase cannabis in experiential marketing basis and consume it with dignity. And if that's the case, then sampling really becomes a moot point. You don't really get to sample liquor at the bar, but you can purchase liquor at the bar and you can go
into the grocery store and somebody's standing out with a tray in the store.
Yeah, you absolutely
like
can
sample.
sample liquor, but in a bar
And you
setting,
should be,
you cannot.
you should be able to do the same with cannabis.
I don't Yeah, that's fair. And we're always going to disagree on that. I'm looking at this from an economic standpoint, and I would like to see the industry thrive like it did pre-legalization. And there's obviously going to be barriers for that. And yes, would it be cool to get free weed all the time? Sure. But I mean, when it comes to actually having a way to pay bills, I think that we need to be selling weed and not giving it away for free, because what we're seeing in our sampling events is that they're bankrupting companies. That's what we're seeing. People are just a trick or treat sampling culture now for bud tenders and retail stores. And unfortunately, that's not really moving the needle for these brands. And we're still losing really, really great products. Or worse, all of our brands that are really good at making good quality bud are switching to exporting because they get quite a lot more when they sell it to the global market than keeping it in the country. And
Well, you have access to global brands in the U.S. that you don't have here, and you have legal brands and that you don't have access to anywhere else in the world. Although Canada does export, I think Jamaica, they're doing stuff there.
Yeah,
but
Canada's the largest exporter right now, which is really great. But they get like, I think it's like up to $1 more a gram if they sell their weed outside of the country versus selling it within the country. So unfortunately, what we're going to see eventually happen is that there is no great quality bud on the shelf in Canada. It's all being exported because they need to just keep their businesses floating.
Well, that's why you need to learn how to grow on your own. I was waiting for Marcel to say something. I knew he would chirp up.
I just want to jump in real quick and go back to the sampling topic, because there is a discussion too around the fact that bud tenders are the ones that are getting the samples. However, they're not the ones that are actually in charge of purchasing for the store. And they're not selling based on what they personally like, or who you know, based on who gave them what. And when you go into the liquor store, or sorry, the grocery store, or even the beer store, and they give you a sample of wine or whatever, they're not giving you a whole bottle either, which is what's happening in the cannabis industry, where they're giving away an entire, like, how about I have a dab bar and you sample one little of my, do you know what I mean? I'm not going to give you a whole gram to take home with you. That seems.
And they have to be excised. So they have to pay the excise tax on every sample that they send out.
Yep.
So that's, and the CRA is cracking down on them. There's a lot of businesses in hot water right now over that. And I think that, it's unfortunately not the best economically for the industry.
So remember when you went to, before this legalization stuff, you'd go to an event, doesn't matter what event, but you'd go to an event and there's Shatterizer standing there. Would you like to sample this? Would you like to sample this? And 50 other vendors are standing there. You want to sample. It attracts customers, right?
Yeah, but that was illegal, and they could sell you a product
This
there.
is before legalization.
Yeah, if Shatterizer was standing there now, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Yes, they can. They can do samples, but they have to be verified that they're bud tenders.
And
they're actually not supposed to be sampling bud tenders. They're sampling retail store licensees, which is the biggest misconception with the sampling program, because it's the people who own the actual license, not the people that shop there. And in provinces like Alberta, you're only allowed to sample 2 per SKU per license per year, which means if I own 420 with, I don't know, 100 stores, and I have like 300 bud tenders that work for me, and they go to a sampling event, I can only give 2 of them a product, and then I can't sample that product to that store chain for the next 12 months. So it's like, that doesn't, even just the tracking system for it all is kind of messed up. And absolutely, sure, in an illicit market, there is definitely better experiential things that you can be doing. It's just not regulated. And so when you operate in a regulated environment with $1 million licenses, unfortunately, you got to follow the rules. We can definitely push back on those rules where we can. That's where we've pushed back. And now we have on-site sales on Camp Canada. And I think that that creates a lot of value because brands before.
The legal producers that you have at this event are allowed to sell to
No,
their
the
age.
So the legal producers on site have their products through a legal retail channel, which would be in Ontario delivery or in Alberta on-site sales, BC delivery. And so that would be the approved retail channel, just depending on what the legislation is in that province. So people can go to the retail store, purchase what they want, and the products available are from the brands that we have on site. So you can purchase, try, get to know the people behind.
But there's no mobile retail store there.
Yeah, there is in Alberta. There's
Oh,
on-site sales.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's different. That's interesting. Having like a bus that's a legal store pull into your event.
Well, we have them behind the bar, but yeah. Yeah.
So, Al, in Ontario, it's like a shop, but it's just like a guy who has his he's like at his cabin. And if you need any assistance, you can go over and see him. Otherwise, you just go right online and you punch in your order and order, you just make sure you put Camp Canada with your name. So that way they know. Then the gentleman leaves and he makes multiple runs, 2 runs a
Are you
day.
allowed to bring your own?
Oh yeah, you can bring your own cannabis.
Does it have to be legal cannabis that you bring?
Well, if it's cannabis you grew,
If it's
still
within your legal limit to carry, you're good. Homegrown is preferred. Lots of people like to share their homegrown at camp. We don't participate with any illicit brands though, within camp.
What I'm curious what you mean by an illicit brand. Are you talking about reservation, res
legacy,
like that?
Well, I call that the sovereign market.
Or buddy
and I'm a pretty
down
big
down the
advocate of
road.
sovereign
You're
market.
talking about buddy down the road.
I'm talking about anybody who's unregulated and unlicensed.
what you would call legacy, Al.
Yeah.
I like the legacy market. Marcel, wake up, buddy.
I think it's not a
I
matter
forgot I
of
was
liking the
muted.
legacy market or not liking the legacy market. It's a matter of owning and operating a business and what legal
I get
ramifications
that.
come to that. Yeah.
As a consumer though,
Yeah.
okay, up until 20 years ago, we were going to the guy down the road. We didn't give a shit where it came from, who grew it, what was in it. We just wanted our weed. Then now, I mean, things have changed a lot. I want product that's safe, that I like, that isn't going to break my balls as far as price goes. And I do grow as well.
Yeah.
So if I get a deal, if I'm down in Sudbury and I go to a store on a reservation, I have no problem supporting Indigenous cannabis. None at all.
Absolutely.
I don't have that option here. So my options here living in the middle of fucking nowhere are mail order from OCS, going to the legal store, ordering from the res in BC or wherever, okay, like doing mail order, or growing my own. Those are my only choices. Or, a buddy down the road. Right? There's always going to be a buddy down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Al, do you find that with legal business, like legal events, that they have a certain sort of feeling to it that's not really
like a car show.
Okay, so here's
An
the
artificial feeling.
This is the thing with Camp. Yeah, this is the thing with Camp Canada. Though. It has more of the legacy style feel as what you're describing as, like, like when you go and you hang out with your friends and it feels like you can.
Here's an example. Before I moved up here, I went down to the last lift. It happened to be the last lift that they did.
I remember that.
And we didn't even go in. I sat outside in booth number 0 with Mary Jane and Timmy all day, and I see all my friends walking by. I hang out with Sarah Sunday, and there was, Neve was there, and lots of other people were there that I've come through the community with. So it's nice to see that. What I do like is the fact that at events that happen down at the MTCC, the Metro Toronto Convention Center, there are a group of OG community members that have taken it to set up a booth across the street to celebrate the life of people that we've lost in the community, like Tracy Curley and other people. And you go over there, and it's like, that's where everybody is. They're not inside. They're not.
Yeah,
they're not.
well, we some of us were inside because we were working in there, but then when we had a chance, we were over there.
Yeah. So I mean, that community feeling has carried through, but as we know more and more, I mean, let's use an example: the GMM, an event that I have been going to in Al's Pocket for 10, 12 years, and I've been myself. How many people do you think were there, MJ?
3, 4?
No, there was probably about 50, maybe
Really?
60.
The usual suspects?
Yeah, pretty much. Except Neve didn't show up until after the march.
No police escort this year?
No. No, and there's construction down there too right now. So
I should say the first GMM I went to was the last Freedom Festival. And my God, there were 40,000 people there probably, and a cloud over Queen's Park. Then they decided to put trees in, so we couldn't put a stage up. And then they kept saying, no. Now we do it our own now. But the community is a younger community. You know, the last big GMM, the trash was spewed everywhere. You know, it was disgusting. But it was the young kids. You know, it was the old farts sitting there with the garbage bags picking everything up.
Okay.
So it's a matter of
on that. We had 2 festivals down here.
Yep.
Every year. One I loved going to.
Was that Harvest Fest?
That was Harvest Fest. Because Harvest Fest was the ideal festival. It had vendors, it had entertainment, it had education. All geared towards medical. The other one had parties. Literally, that's all it was just parties. And it was the younger crowd.
That's funny.
That's my point. You'll see all the old farts over here and the young people over there.
But we didn't have
Now
just
and then
old.
they-
But that was the cool thing about Harvest Fest is we had all ages.
Yeah.
So even for our entertainment, we had to be
And
able
it was
to.
children friendly. You were allowed to bring your children.
Well, yeah, because it's family oriented. It's medicine.
But legalization throws a wrench into everything because fuck the patient. I'm not sure how much legalization. I mean, this is 8 years ago now. I think that it started the issues with things like that, and then
no, it was the demise of medical cannabis.
COVID killed it, dude. Those events, you know, and they're just coming back. They're just starting to come back.
COVID had nothing to do with that.
With canceling of events?
Oh yeah, I mean, for that event, but that's not the issue. Why we don't have the events anymore? It's because of the government. right? They don't want us teaching people about medical benefits of cannabis because people use it as a medicine. They'd stop taking pharmaceuticals. That's the last thing they want.
Well, all of that sounds very similar to what Alexis has built, except it's not for medical. Although I'm sure there's medical people there, but like you said, with legalization, you're kind of bound with what you can tell people information about cannabis, anyways.
Yeah.
We're not really governed on what we can talk about at Camp Canna. Like we have a lot of people talk about the medical benefits. I'm one that believes everybody consumes medicinally, whether they know it or not.
Absolutely.
But that is we've had some pretty cool conversations. Like we've had a lot of people, like even non-consumers, come to Camp Canna just because they're like curious to learn a little bit. And we've had a doctor one time come and sit and ask a bunch of questions about the ECS and learn and really dive into it. And that was a really cool like Q&A to just like be a part of and just like listen to. And I think like even pre-legalization, like there wasn't exactly, unless you like deep dove into Reddit, there wasn't really like free information. There wasn't a lot of information. You had to really research. It was really word of mouth cannabis. So when you gather, we do share that information. And so I can understand what you're saying, Marcel, like, not having those gatherings information, you're not showing the medical benefits. You don't really get to know what ailments it's helped them with. You're just kind of in your own little world. So that's really what I like about campus. It's all different ages, it's all different backgrounds, it's a million different people. We have a vibe, we have a culture, and we're able to operate this within the legal framework. So it is refreshing, to say the least, if you have been disappointed with the event charcuterie board of the legal industry. I think that Camp Canna would surprise you.
Would you like to try some charcuterie?
I've never been to the MTCC.
That'd be a good name. That'd be a good name for a shop. Charcuterie weed.
Yeah, I actually thought about building a charcuterie cart, like one of those things that you have, like, so you can get like a mobile charcuterie thing, but then like having a little Zenko on the end with like a disposable cup, and so call it Charcoots, and then you get your little cheese and meat and cracker and your little hoot in a cup. See, we need tourism for that. I'm telling you.
My cousin has a travel agency and is forever flying here and flying there, and he goes and does resort
reviews.
No, more than reviews. He goes for the company before they start promoting this resort as a place to go or selling tickets to it. He goes and does an inspection. Okay. So he gets to go here and there. I asked him, where's the best place to go for cannabis tourism? Instantly, Jamaica. Not Canada, Jamaica. I thought that was...
I had a lot of people from out of the country messaging our website chat this year, asking if it's legal to consume here.
Just don't bring it with you.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, it's not always safe for tourists, because if they book a hotel that doesn't allow smoking, or an Airbnb, like, they can be evicted in the middle of the night, even if they're smoking outside, or so I think that Canada's done a really huge disservice to this industry by not marketing cannabis around the world.
Hotels that allow smoking tobacco that will ask you to leave if you light up a doobie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all because of the stigma of that smell.
Yeah. Which just speaks to the fact that there needs to be lounges. I'm sorry,
I hate the smell of tobacco. And when I walk by somebody who's smoking a cigarette, I don't turn around and go, ew. But that's what we get. We get the looks. We get the, you shouldn't be doing that.
It's unfair that we don't have lounges already.
No, it's not. I mean, we had them and they were taken away. quite abruptly.
Mhm. I think there's a few legislative changes that need to be done to have lounges, but the first thing would be just like standardizing an HVAC system requirement. I think that's the number one thing. And then we have OH&S here. I don't know if you guys have OH&S there, but that's the problem here. It's not even AGL. It's not even the government.
Smoke-free thing is the issue that we have here in Ontario.
Yeah, where in Alberta, cigar lounges are legal. So
We can have, you can open a cigar lounge, you can open up a hookah lounge here in there are some in Toronto.
Which doesn't make sense because if they can open.
So,
right?
yeah,
most of the hookah places I know have put weed in them. So, you know.
So there is a standard, there's a framework that's approved for indoor consumption of combustibles. So if they would just use that framework and allow it.
You used to be able to go to Shopsies that's in the basement of the Sheraton Hotel in Toronto. It's now the West End Hotel, and I think it's still there. And they have a cigar bar there with a sommelier. What do you with a cigar version of a sommelier, cigarier, whatever you call it. And they have private rooms where you can go and have a thing. But I can't go out for dinner and then go have a joint with my dessert.
Yeah, or even just infused food or beverages, I would be cool with. If it was just a little bit at a time, I would be cool with that. I think the main thing for a business standpoint is just getting proper insurance. Like there's only one insurance policy in the country that covers you for serving cannabis. And so once that becomes more standardized and in more provinces, I think people will have less risk. And then the government will be a little bit more lenient towards it, because if there's no liability risk, then the government shouldn't be worried about public liability.
Well, you know what? It should be, if you open up a restaurant and you serve meat, the vegans don't have to go there. Okay? But the meat people will go there, but you should be able to do the same thing with pot. If, I don't particularly enjoy being around people who are consuming massive amounts of alcohol. I used to bounce for a living. And I
used to consume massive amounts of alcohol, not as a living, but I just did it.
Well, no, but my point, Marcel, is I don't like that atmosphere. I don't like drunk people.
Me either.
I enjoy being around with other stoners because there's a like-mindedness going on there. I don't always get along with other stoners, but I don't always get along with people who don't consume. But there should be a time and a place where, as a consumer of cannabis, I can go and have a tea outside if needed, and consume a joint. Like you can go here to the cafe and sit outside and have a smoke.
Well,
But are you getting the joint?
Luckily, it's legal in Ontario to smoke joint cannabis in wherever you can smoke tobacco. You can smoke. But it's up to
See, I'm a little different though, because I can go and smoke a joint anywhere where people are smoking joint or smoking cigarettes, and they wouldn't know.
Well, you smoke tobacco with hash, dude.
I smoke tobacco with hash and tobacco with oil.
Yeah, so there's
all
no
they smell
cannabis.
is tobacco.
Correct. There's no cannabis smell. It's the smell that shoved us up until 8 years ago in behind by the trash.
But
bin.
that smell is still shoving people, because I see people complain about it all the time.
Sure.
Oh my God.
I get dirty looks here.
Pardon?
I sat and smoked a joint on the beach last year, and I got dirty looks from people. You know,
I'd
Yeah,
love
but
for
it's
one of my fucking neighbors to come and complain about the smell. I'll grow fucking cat piss next year.
one of the ladies that walks her dog past my place every day. I was sitting outside on my front porch smoking a joint, and she walked by going like this. And then she says, "Something smells good." And then her daughter, who was behind her, said, you know, pointed at me, right? And she just looked at me and went, you know.
But it smelled good.
But it
I
smelled.
think that's gonna leave though, because you got to think of like we are the very first generation of legal parents. Like at the end of the day, where cannabis always has been reminiscent of home to me. I was raised by a cannabis consumer, and so like for me, I've never had a problem with the smell. It smells like home. Like that's what it is to me, and to my daughter, it'll probably be similar as that. And this whole generation of children that are being raised by cannabis consumers, it's not the stigma that it once was. Like the average cannabis consumer in Canada is 36 years old and has a master's degree. That's like, you know what I mean? Like that's our average consumer. And so if that's the case, and even our new consumer market, like their grandmas and grandpas, like the stigma is going to disappear as the generations move on. So I think it's actually quite interesting to see that it is still a problem, but I think in 10 years, it's not going to be a smell problem any longer because
You know what? I have to disagree with that because, you know, right off the bat, one of the first battles people had when things went legal was consuming in your living area. My mom lived in a condo. I was staying with her. It was very, very quickly discussed about my cannabis use on the veranda. A veranda that faced Mount Pleasant, nothing in between me and Mount Pleasant. So, I mean, somebody could just literally be walking down the street or down the bridle path smoking a joint, and I would get blamed for it because I was known to consume cannabis in this little area of my mom's condo.
I don't think that's the norm, though. I don't think that is the norm now. I think that the norm is changing.
They've
People are
included
becoming
a
more.
cannabis clause in a lot of condominium agreements when you purchase.
But I mean, condos, you're purchasing drywall in. Like, there's going to be rules no matter what condo you live in. Like at the end of the day, condos are
But
hard
those
to
rules don't extend
compare
to
the
tobacco.
norm. No, of course not, right? So at the end of the day, I think it's just like what I mean is as the generations change, 10, 20 years from now, the stigma is going to dissolve as well.
I won't be
because
here
this
then. I
is
don't
the
care
new
about
normal.
that. I'm kidding.
Yeah. I really care about that because I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I think that that's why I take this role that I have in this industry that I'm blessed with to so seriously, because I'm shaping her world that she experiences when she turns 18, and she doesn't even realize it yet. So when, she's able to turn 18 in Alberta, and instead of the only thing she can do is going to a bar, I really do hope that there is a cannabis alternative or an alternative to alcohol at that point.
We need that. We need
Yeah,
that.
we're seeing
with
it
all
happen.
generations.
Lounges are opening. There's a couple lounges in Vancouver that have been open for a long time. They're opening new ones. There's a new lounge opening in Edmonton right now. We're seeing a lot of shifts. So I'm pretty optimistic on the stigma being dissolved in 20 years. I think that that's pretty fair statement. And
long.
I think the youngest children like that know that their parents consume are being taught that it is a medicine, and they're being taught that it is like a tool in their toolbox. At least I know every single parent that I'm around like speaks like that to their children, and that's how I speak to mine. And Everly will tear you up one down and up down the other if you want to talk about not being able to go into the cannabis store or anything like that. And I think 70% of people under the age of 30 don't drink alcohol anymore. The shift is happening. You can't deny it.
I grew up in the 60s in Toronto, in Yorkville.
Yeah, so very different experiences.
Very different experience. And literally, you had to search for your weed. You had to know somebody who needs somebody who maybe knew somebody.
Yeah.
But it was there, and you knew it was there. It was part of the culture. Walking down Yorkville in the 60s and 70s, where all the hippies were hanging out and all the folk music was being played, and all that yummy food that people opened up in their restaurants. They would just invite people to cook food in your kitchen, come and sit in my living room and eat with us. You know, it was totally different. I enjoyed being able to walk around the city, and it was just packed. Even that's changed. Just, you know, growing up.
I used to, in the 80s, I used to drive down from Barrie every 2 weeks and pick up an ounce of hash in Toronto and then drive back to Barrie.
Yep.
Well, bored.
And isn't it cool that you can shop out of convenience now? You can literally just go to whatever store is closest.
I've never had that issue though, because for me, it would be worth it to go that far.
I like being able to walk to a store and look and see what's there, and walk out of the store and go and consume. What I don't like is the fact that you have to do the squish test. It's really the only test that you can do to see if your buds are going to suit you, because I don't really like dry buds. I like them nice and puffy. My rule is if I can get 2 joints out of 1 nug, then that's a nice, you know, that's okay for me.
That's a terrible.
That seems like a small baby.
They're starting now. Sorry, what?
How about looking at it? Yeah, but how about looking at it from my point of view?
You can't see it. That was my point. You can't see it, touch it.
You can see it now. You can.
Now you can. That was where I was going with that. Is now they're putting windows in, but that just started a few months ago. So I mean, even up here, I have not seen any product that has a window in it. Yes, and yes, I like that. But literally, the only way that I know if I'm going to purchase that bud is the squish test. Can't smell it. And I've had some instances when I've bought stuff on a recommendation and got home and not, you know, it's like 3 nugs for 1 do. You know, I mean,
It could be how you're busting it up though, Al, because different weed requires different method of busting.
Correct. Yes, but also the majority, not so much now, at the beginning, the majority of the weed that you bought through the rec market in Ontario, okay, because I don't know the other market, was dry. And that doesn't even happen when you order from somebody in BC. Okay, you usually get tiny buds and they're fluffy and they puff up and they smoke nice and the taste is there.
When was the last time that's happened to you that you got a really dry rec product though? It's been a while.
This is what I got yesterday.
What'd you buy?
And it's
well, that makes sense.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
if you're going to buy corporate cannabis, you can expect corporate cannabis.
Correct.
You got to buy different.
But I like products that you can get different strains. Like I like the brick that the potluck brick that you can get with 4 different quarters in it. I enjoy the big old bag because I'm an independent and a hybrid. Right.
But you're a legacy consumer, so you should
I
be
am,
searching
but I don't
for
have access
living
to that
soil,
market right
craft products, making sure that you're always finding something that's craft,
Yeah.
because that's the flower that you're used to.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're looking for high THC, low cost, of course you can buy potluck, but at the end of the day, you're not looking for that. You're looking for quality. You're looking for a lower THC, a better balance. You might be looking for a heavy indica. You're not shopping for the distillates. You're not shopping for botanical terpenes.
Nope.
And so when you walk into a store, you can actually have an educated conversation with the bud tender to
That's
figure
right.
out which products are going to be grown in living soil, which products are going to be produced by craft producers, and you'll do much farther, never even touching a bag, by having those standards when you walk into a store. You don't need to do a squish test. I know if I'm
Oh, I
buying
know.
craft cannabis, I'm going to get good quality bud that's not
But
really
it's also
dried out or mass produced or
our
trimmed by a
market is a
machine.
word of mouth market too. So
Yeah,
No,
I
that's
think that, yeah, I think, but there's so many like craft cannabis producers that are two people teams that can't even get out to create that word of mouth marketing. But I know that if you're purchasing with those with that criteria, you're pretty much good. I mean, once you find a product that you like, you can stick to it. I know my friend Nikki, she's got
I
Pink
like
Kush.
change. I don't like smoking the same thing all the time. I usually when I if I purchase bulk,
Mhm.
I'll order a quarter pound because I'll get, you know, several different strains. I have ADHD. I have to be very specific.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not going to have a good day.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's definitely like, you know, I know some stores that carry like 2,500 SKUs. So there's definitely a lot of options.
We don't have that option up here. He's probably got maybe 100,
Yeah.
maybe. If
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of really good quality craft products available.
But the
That
smaller stores, unless you request it, the
Yeah.
smaller stores are buying what sells to their store. Right?
they
or
might
they're
have
buying what they're getting paid to put on the shelf. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
hmm
I mean, where I go, the girls will, can you order this for me? Sure, no problem. And they'll
Yeah.
order it, but they'll charge me their price, not what OCS is charging.
Mm.
Right. And I believe if you order enough through OCS, I've never ordered weed from OCS, only seeds. Right. And that wasn't all that eventful, I'll be honest. Okay. That was earlier in this whole shift. I've had some bud that I didn't like. There are some products that I am religious about, Shatterizer products for one. I like Nugs. I like Vortex hash. It's about as close as you can get to what we got back in the day. You know, there's a few products that are really good. I have an issue paying $7 for a can of pop.
Oh, but the beverages are the best thing that ever happened in legalization. Having a nano emulsified live rosin available, that never happened pre-legalization. That's a new thing.
No,
And
but
I
when
love
you
that
consume,
because you
when you
absorb.
consume 24/7, basically, those don't really affect you at all. They don't do what they need.
Oh, I would have to disagree with you there. If you're looking for an edible
depends on
product,
your
yeah,
right.
like
It
the cool
depends on
part
your
about the
beverage.
nano emulsified live rosin beverages is they absorb through your mucous membrane. So if edibles don't hit you the same way, like because you have a high tolerance, going when it needs to absorb through your digestive system, you may have some issues there. Some people are like that, they can't metabolize in their digestive system. Yeah, there's brands like Smile, like Liz just said there, that have 480 milligrams in a bottle, and you just drop it in a beverage. You can infuse anything, your salad if you want to, and that absorbs in your mouth and your mucous membrane lining to your stomach, which means it's a quicker onset, quicker offset. You don't have the 12 to 24 committal that you would to having like a gummy or traditional edible. And
I
that
have
didn't
to eat a whole
exist.
pack of gummies to get any effect out of it.
You couldn't drink a 480 milligram from Smile and say that you didn't feel it. There's no way. Like
I'm going to
it's
buy
such
one
a
and prove
cool.
you wrong.
Do it.
You can only get them right now. They're only available in BC. I believe. Is that true?
We hosted a party, a corporate party at Dungeonistas, and when I walked in the next day, there was a bag of cookies on the counter, and they were counted at $6.50 per cookie. And I didn't know this before I ate 6 of them. So then I had to work all day.
Yeah.
But there's a big difference between dude down the road that just wants to get stoned and have a couple of edibles and have a drink maybe, and somebody that consumes. I consume from the minute I wake up to the minute I go to bed. And
so how? Wait, I got to go back to this smile.
Somebody like Marcel.
I want to go back to this smile first.
Yep.
How
Let's go
much is a
back.
can of Smile?
I think, well, it's not a can, so it comes in like a 90 milliliter jar, and
Okay.
it is 480 milligrams of
So half a gram of
live
rosin.
rosin. Yeah,
Half a
so
gram
you
of
have like
rosin.
this dosing thing that they give you to measure it out, so that you can dose it properly at home.
I'll have
Or
to see if we have it here.
So
we
it's a
don't have it
tincture.
in Ontario. It's only on the island so far. They're bringing it into Alberta this summer, which is really cool. They're small
Do they
batch.
have it in Nova
Is it
Scotia?
alcohol based or
No, they
oil
don't.
based?
It's a nano emulsification of live rosin, so it's water soluble. It's not alcohol nor oil based.
So
It's
it's
just a
it's
nano
not really
emulsified.
water soluble. It's just suspended.
It's just suspension.
Yeah, nano emulsifications are water soluble, which is why they don't need to
No,
bind to
there's
a fat or
there's
anything to
suspension
drink
that
from.
is in the water, suspended in the water. The
Mhm.
little
Yeah, so
droplet that's encased.
yeah, so you can put it in your beverages, on your food, pretty much anything, and it will you'll be able to metabolize it.
So each one would give half a gram of live rosin. So it's not been decarboxylated.
It's nano emulsified, so
That
you
just
could
nano
cook with it if
emulsified
you
just
wanted
is
to.
just, but nano emulsified is just a suspension of putting it in the liquid.
Mhm.
It's
Is
not
that not done to
decarboxylated, so it's THCA, not delta 9 THC.
So you're
It's
saying
so
the nano emulsification process doesn't have any heat to it?
No, it's more of a sound wave.
Marcel's like a scientist, just
that's
so you
cool.
know.
Yeah.
He knows a lot about like
Yeah, what I know about nano emulsification is that it can take the live rosin and create it so that it doesn't need anything to bind to, and then also it gets absorbed in a different point of your body. That's the extent of my knowledge on it. That's why I
Right.
know like beverages like Sheesh and Smile, the ones that do the nano emulsification of live rosin, they do hit harder than your distillate beverage, like any distillate beverage, just because it's more bioavailable for more people, which is kind of nice to see on the market. And I love that they're getting more beverages with the live rosin. And you're starting to see that same nano emulsification be used in gummies now, which is really cool too.
That I wouldn't understand why they would do that, but other than a marketing thing, it could be a really good marketing idea, kind of like a CBD pillow, where you can put it's nano emulsified onto everything.
I mean,
because when you break down, nano is microscopic. It's small particles, right? That's the whole idea, is break it down into small particles. Well, when cannabis compounds bind with a natural fat, they become nanoparticles, and they're bound to that fat. So that in itself is a nano emulsification. On
yeah,
that
but
level.
what if the gummy doesn't have fat in it?
No, but cannabis will bind to a sugar as well. And here's the cool thing is the
Smile's
uptake of
unflavored.
cannabis, but the difference between cannabis and bound with a fat and cannabis bound with a sugar is sugar uptake happens in the stomach, right? So your stomach absorbs sugar and the cannabinoids that are attached to it. Also buccally in your mouth. Your sugar gets absorbed in your mouth along with alcohol and some oils. But oils the uptake for oils happen in the small intestine. So oil takes a little longer and it takes a little, and it's a different hit.
Yeah.
But if it's bound with the right oils, it's a massive hit.
And so what I'm aware of is for nanoemulsification, it brings the particles so small that it goes into your bloodstream directly in the mouth and the mucous membrane.
Yeah, more or less it would, because it's how small it would. But the advantage, what they come up with for nanoemulsification for cannabis was binding it to water. The problem is eventually it'll separate and it'll go back into its oil state because it is still an oil. It's just been encapsulated microscopically in a little bubble of water.
Interesting.
Marcel is an interesting story. Marcel is here because he has MS, and he had to learn to use cannabis in all its forms or die, and he did. And this is what he does for how long now, Marcel?
My official diagnosis just came up on my timeline of 17 years.
Yeah.
So 18 years.
So when you
But I was supposed to be dead before I was diagnosed was the problem. But I was stubborn and maybe kind of stupid.
Well, you became a student and you learned everything you had to do. And he's done it all on his own. I mean, he has help now, but back then, you know,
what help do I have now?
Back then, we had Rick Simpson with an idea. And people kind of ran with that, taking it their own direction, stuff like that. And now we know how to do different.
I met Rick Simpson. I tried Rick Simpson.
He's been on the show a few times.
Oil, and we had a wonderful chat, and I didn't like his process, so I changed it to make it a medical process.
With the naphtha, a lot of people felt that way. Right?
Yeah, I still feel bad about that. That never should have happened.
That was one thing I was thinking about when Alexis was talking about all the cool products that they have on the market now in the recreational market. I'm like, yeah, so Alexis doesn't know who Marcel is, because Marcel can literally create pretty much any infused. He's done cheesecakes, and he makes these chocolate salty balls and ice cream and all this stuff that like a lot of us can't do.
I
So like
he's having ice cream right now in his coffee.
that's why he grows all his own cannabis. That's why he's like, he would have to go further to the cannabis store to get it. But like, there's like 6 different weed stores in my town, and thankfully I can just I can go anywhere.
But here's the thing that people don't stop and realize. Think about this. Somebody who worked in that industry refuses to buy anything from that industry. People should ask yourselves, why would somebody be like that?
That's not true.
Really?
That's not true.
Because I've worked in that industry and I won't buy anything from that
But you
industry.
have the ability to make your own. Yours.
Oh, yeah, I know. I have the ability to teach anybody that wants to learn it.
That was the premise back then, when this whole cannabis industry was just being thought of, was grow your own. Excuse me.
Yeah, but I mean, it also depends on what company you worked for and what you've seen while you were in the industry too,
I wish
right?
Lenny was here and Darcy was here, because Darcy works at an indigenous store, and Lenny is a pharmacist that owns an LP. So we've got hold on, Marcel. We've got all walks of life here on the show.
Why would you call you
Mary
Marcel?
Jane
That was fucking
is
rude.
a bud tender.
Fuck, what a guy.
What?
Look, a squirrel.
I don't fucking sound like her.
I don't sound like Marcel. What the hell?
Jeez, that was rude.
All right.
Right?
What you're talking about.
Yeah, we derailed his thought now.
I'm drinking an ice cap right now. that
An
would
infused
pretty much
ice cap.
knock anybody on their ass.
Yeah, your tolerance is a lot higher. I love
Right.
Nikki, not me.
But
I heard you, Nikki.
Yeah, she's got it.
I use cannabis from the time I get up
Mhm.
until the time I go to sleep.
Mhm.
And I use it in several different forms in that period of time.
Yeah,
Lately, my favorite is ice caps
nice.
because I can infuse them with medicated chocolate ice cream. Well, actually, it's mocha because I do espresso in it.
That sounds good.
Oh, it's really good. But I can make anything that I want cannabis wise. I make my own hash, I make my own oil, I grow my own plants. So I
Mhm.
don't need anything from that legal market
Mhm.
because I can set the dosages that I need,
Mhm.
not what they're
Yeah.
dictating to me.
Some people don't have
Because you
that
have,
option.
yeah, you have the knowledge. I mean, like, let's be honest. If you knew how to grow, you also need space, time, money. You're going to have to grow it, trim it, and like now you're going to have to process it and turn it into whether you're doing hash
It's a lot
or
of work
butter
for some
or
people.
oil. Yeah, and you know what? When like Alexa said, when you can go to the store that's just down there and pick up something that's already done, it's like you can bake a pie or go buy one from the grocery store. What do you
I
do?
also don't have the ability to take fresh frozen, make it into live rosin. I don't have that ability to do that. And there's really, really great products on the shelf that I would never be able to amount to even myself. So I think that convenience, the ability to do that and
I
know
like
that I'm
being
not
able to
gonna.
walk in and purchase, like I said, what I want.
Yeah.
I wish I had more options here specifically,
Yeah.
but I can order online through OCS
Mhm.
anytime I want.
Yep.
Um,
100%.
it's nice to have that option. Obviously, not having to go and see what Buddy down the road has.
Mhm.
You know, not paying. Excuse me, not paying $80 a quarter because the guy wants to make money. Now,
He's charging $80 a quarter. Holy fuck!
That was the standard. That was the standard price for high bud, for good bud, back in the day.
Yeah,
Everest,
now
Everest
it's now
in
it's like
Alberta?
$60 an ounce.
No, hold on.
Everest
No,
in Alberta, $79.99. Well, that's
$41 for 7 grams.
How much?
$41.
And you wonder why it was dry.
It's not dry. This product is not dry. I like potluck. I won't buy a small one like
I'm
that
judging.
unless I. You what?
I said I'm judging. Everest is $79.99 for an quarter, and I will gladly pay that any day of the week because it is worth it. It is so good. It is legacy quality, and I love it. And I love supporting the little guys. You know what I mean? The ones that are like trying their best to make it in this world, and I think that is fine. You know, in Alberta, they just launched a $500 ounce. And a lot of people make faces at that and that kind of stuff. But I love the idea of having a top shelf of the cannabis industry.
That top shelf has been around for a while now. Yeah.
And if that top shelf continues to develop to be like really, really like amazing quality product, like I think that people have no problem spending $300 on a bottle of Dom Perignon, which tastes like cat pee to me. But like, I think that we need to have that in our cannabis industry
That
as well.
market's been going on in California for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That niche of experience, $1,000 bud. That's been going on down in California since they've been able to do that.
Yeah, 100%. That's why we need it here.
Well, I mean, it's here, but it's just not as visible as down in California because it's a smaller niche. It's a niche market that not many people can afford.
Yeah, it's definitely underdeveloped for sure.
So that's a $500 ounce. It also comes in a beautiful display box.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, I mean, like Al said, it's experiential at that
Yeah,
point.
it is.
It's not
Or
just-
or it could go to the reserve and pick up an ounce for $60.
I was going to say that.
In Alberta, there's no sovereign stores. We don't have a single sovereign store here at all. And so not
You're
even
kind of
everybody-
sandwiched in between two provinces that do have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And when I'm in BC, I definitely do shop at the sovereign places that I have a chance to, but they're not always around.
They're popping up the what you call sovereign store or indigenous stores are popping up in Toronto and Hamilton. In Hamilton, you can it's just down the road from McMaster's. You can go in and get legacy res prices at a what they call a legal entity. Or you can just go down to Grand Bend and go to the reservation, right? Or you can pay full price at the legal store. Legal weed has come down in price, and it will continue to come down in price as we go. But I'm talking about the lower end prices. They are going up, and they're going to continue to go up like a fine wine or a champagne. Sure. I, like Marcel said, I have no problem going to a reservation market. I don't mind smalls. You can get some nice bud on a res.
Absolutely, you can. Yeah, they're the original cultivators and caretakers of this sacred plant. So I do 100% support sovereign market. Unfortunately, the stores in Toronto seem to be stirring up a lot of like racism towards Indigenous culture, just because they're kind of looking at them as illicit. But yeah, I definitely I wish there was more options here in Alberta for sure.
Our problem in Nova Scotia is our government really wants the tax money they're not getting from the Indigenous sales. That's all
They shouldn't be
boils
getting
down
it.
to here.
Same here.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch things here. Jamie has a question. What's the conversation topic tonight? So that gives
everything cannabis.
Right? But the main conversation that we've been having is about Camp Canna. So I want to give Alexis a minute to plug her event and tell people where they can get access to the event and blah 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 blah. Before we're going to listen to what Mary Jane wants to have to say.
No. First, I want to talk about Camp Canna. I wanted to say it before you give the where to find it, because people are going to want to find it after they hear what I have to say. Okay, we didn't mention Can Olympics. Explain what the heck is the Can Olympics and why should people participate? What's at the end for them?
Well, the Can Olympics is a fun head-to-head tournament, basically, where people have been training their whole lives for this. But it is about the skills that you would have as a consumer, not necessarily about consumption or the rate in which you can consume. It's mostly just about, can you light a doobie in a hurricane, or can you fill the bong to the right amount of level without the right tools, or especially with legal cannabis, can you even roll a doobie with a glove on your hand? Are you able to glove up and roll a joint? Because that's what our legal rollers have to do these days, the ones that are rolling by hand. And so it is definitely it's a fun game. At the very end of it, one of our brand partners, Divi Platinum, has provided your choice of a PS5 or a Nintendo Switch 2 to each winner in each province. So that's 3 gaming systems that they're providing, which is absolutely amazing. And so you definitely
now I want to go just to compete.
We should have wanted to go this whole time, but I mean, you want to come.
No, I'm not going to the other side of the country.
No, when we come to your side, I know Marcel will come.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've had a
you
lot
got
of people
you
reach
got a
out
long
for
ways to go.
Yeah, a lot of people have reached out for an East Coast version of Camp Canada. You know, these events operate $250,000 budgets. It's something that we have bootstrapped this entire way, and I've been pretty proud of our success for sure. But I always want to make sure that we are able to be sustainable in our choices. So our rate of growth has been every third year we add a province. So this year we added BC, and I'm really excited to see how that goes off. And the next ad hopefully is somewhere on the East Coast, or we might fill in the middle, just depending on budget and access for sure. Mm-hmm.
What's your URL?
CampCanada.ca is where you can find all the information about the event. You can book a camp concierge call with one of the Vibe Tribe if you have some questions, you want to talk to a real person. We're here to help you. If you don't want to talk to anybody, you can just register online. There's only like a week left to register for Ontario. Our spots are pretty much done in BC. And so, yeah, if you want to get in there quickly. It is all inclusive. We're going to feed you, house you. You're going to have the most fun of your life. And yeah, that's Camp Canada. You can look us up on Instagram for camp.canna. We are rebuilding that page this year, but I'm pretty happy to see us get it back up to, I think we're just under 7,000 for our community now, which is really cool. And yeah, we got people traveling a far way. I think our farthest traveled campers from Australia.
Oh, nice.
So that is something that we really like, because people are coming to Canada to experience our culture, which I love.
You just put that on Marcel's face.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Thanks, Marcel. You
You're
can tattoo that to your forehead. I'd appreciate it.
No.
To your gnome forehead. Oh yeah, and I don't think you mentioned Alberta is not until later in the year.
Yeah,
So if
Alberta is
you
always the third weekend in August. It is our fifth year doing Alberta. So I'm excited to celebrate 5 years. But yeah, that one is my favorite, and it's the week after.
Where
my
in
birthday.
Alberta?
It's in Pine Lake, Alberta, so central.
You need to do something up here.
You need to come down to where I'm already at in Ontario.
I was down in the city last year for a family reunion, and I'm not looking forward to going back. It's not the drive. I mean, it's it's a 12-hour drive. It's the everything about the city. I can't.
Yeah, but you're not
We're
going
not in
anywhere
the
near
city.
the city.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know.
Hey, I was there for a lift. I ain't going back.
Come up here.
I mean, at the end of the
I've
day,
been up there. No.
I'm going to stay where I'm at in Ontario, and one day you will come to me. We travel 3,600 kilometers to come towards you. I'm not sure how far the drive is for you, but I think you can make it, and it would be worth it. I'm certain of it.
We'll see. That's all you get. We'll see.
He tells me the same thing all the time. I never get him out of there. It's not.
Yeah.
He's a homebody.
That's fair.
That's why they want me to go live, is because then he gets to go places without actually having to go places.
Ah, yes, I see. Ontario.
No, I want you to go
though, there's
live
not
to show us
very-
how much fun this place is.
Well, you can see that already on my Instagram.
Yeah,
Live as it's
We should have
happening.
pulled up a little video. I'm sorry we didn't.
That's all right. No worries.
Okay, so in all honesty, Marcel, from probably the time that I get there at camp till the time that I leave, I don't check my phone. I turn all my notifications off. I've told my kids I am not reachable. I am out. And I don't want to be bothered. So like the photos that were taken last year.
So rude. I think we should.
Zero. I took 0 photos last year. All the photos of me were taken by other people and Camp Canada media people, because you're having so much fun. You don't want to look at your phone. You're in the moment. So I'm sorry, but you're not going to be there unless you're there. You're going to have FOMO, and that's not my fault.
Tried to warn you. It's really fun though. It's really great.
Oh, I'm sure it
And,
is. I'm
you know,
sure.
everybody that says that they, you know, even argue with themselves about coming, they are really grateful that they did at the end of it, which is why it's so inspiring for me to keep going, because this is definitely a hard, not necessarily the easiest path to take, but it's definitely worthwhile for sure. Mhm.
Good.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like what Marcel was saying about Harvest Fest, except it's recreational. There are
Mhm.
medical people, like users like myself, that are there, campers
Mhm.
and whatever. But it's also kind of like a party as well, because there's bands. We've got, I know in Ontario, I'm doing a karaoke thing. We're
Can I
having a
vote?
purple party.
Can you put me down for no?
What's the question?
There's no service from Canada, Ontario, so you can't go live if you wanted to.
Sure you can.
And as I was
Sure you
saying,
can.
I'm doing
And
karaoke.
go get sign up with Elon and get a mobile, and then you can. You sure can.
I will actually have internet because I'm running karaoke, but like I just said, I'm running karaoke from 7 till like 9, and then we're doing the purple party. So
There's a lot of spots up here where you
Scam
can't
that
get
one good, didn't you?
on Wi-Fi, but Rogers does a hell of a job. So
Hmm.
you don't have Rogers in Alberta, do you?
I don't use Rogers now. I'm with Bell. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I
Rogers
feel
isn't
I
that
feel
great
about
here.
Bell like
Do you
you
have
feel
Rogers?
about Rogers, probably.
Fair. I've also just been with one carrier my whole life. I've had the same phone number my
Which
whole
has
life.
been
Just
Rogers
kinda
for me.
stick to what I got.
I've never been big on telephones. So when Rogers came along, well, actually, when it was Cantel, I had a brick.
I find that with iPhone and Samsung people, like you're either an iPhone or an Android.
Mm-hmm.
No, I like both. I miss my iPhone, but I prefer the Samsung because I have the the analog plugs and all that, right? So
It's not surprising because you are strange. I mean,
I'm like so deep in the cult. I got the computer, the phone, all the things, and it's nice because you can send pictures and stuff to like airdropping.
Who's
Best
strange,
ever.
Mary Jane? Who's strange?
3, 2, 1.
It's good.
That's
that cracks me up every time.
Every time. Every time.
That was sauerkraut.
That was Mary Jane's attempt at trying something new every day.
That didn't last long, did it?
No.
I want to say I did a lot, but the problem with that was I started it in January, and there's not a lot you can do outside in January. So I was watching a lot of new television shows that I had never seen and eating a lot of new foods, which was kind of counterproductive to my other New Year's resolution, which was to get fit because I was sitting and eating all the time. So now I just say yes to
Are
everything.
you
whenever
losing your sunshine girl body, Mary Jane? Being with
Are you kidding? I'm getting more of it. Look at this.
Hell yeah. She's getting training for the vibe.
Little sunshine girl.
Dude, I can do a headstand now for 3 minutes, over 3 minutes.
She did last time I was with her. She was doing headstands in the window of the convention center.
Speaking of
With
which,
permission from a security guy.
speaking of which, Grow Up is coming up, the 1st to the 3rd, which is also at the MTCC in Toronto. So Timmy and I have decided that we are bringing back Booth 0, and it's going back to its original first location of where we started. So
I
that's where
got
and you're going to Grow Up too.
I got permission from Randy to hotbox the parachute as many times, as many places as I want at Grow Up. So we will have the parachute there to hotbox if you miss it at Camp Canada.
Wait,
Outside, yeah.
inside?
Oh, outside, yeah. Yeah.
Have you seen the Metro Toronto Convention Center?
Yeah, I know. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
You know, and I'll tell you, you know, one of the things that's actually not cool, but just weird about that whole scenario down there during events, cannabis events, you're usually out front, and security will ask you to come closer to the street. But the reason they're doing that is not to keep you away from the door and the odor going in. It's so that people coming in and out of the fucking baseball game can go by you with their kids.
Oh yeah, the pedestrians on the sidewalk. Yeah,
There's
but,
usually a crowd of people going to and from the baseball game that kind of cut through this big cloud of smoke.
yeah,
downtown.
it's unfortunate because in order to get from the baseball game where the Sky Dome is down to where like the subway station, that's the main strip.
Well, there is the tunnel, the bridges. You can go that way behind, but most people
but
just
it's
take the
jammed
street.
with cars and I will say, Alexis, the Metro Toronto Convention Center is like a 3, maybe 5 minute walk from the base of the CN Tower and the Sky Dome, or sorry, the Rogers Center. And there's more than enough space right there by the Ripley's Aquarium to do the parachute. Like there's lots of room down there.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do.
That's awesome. I can't wait to see the photos and the videos because like CN Tower in the background.
Yeah. We haven't hotboxed the parachute in Toronto yet.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What is it? Just a parachute that you get a bunch of people under? Or
Yeah,
is
you
it-
know, like that
back in
parachute
school.
you play with in gym class when you were a kid. Did they have
Yeah,
them
yeah.
back then? Yeah. It's one of those, and we get under it and smoke weed.
That was harsh.
I think Al might have sewn the original
I think so.
parachute
Yeah.
in school.
Part of the OG parachuters. Yeah, it's like that bright rainbow one, and we've done parachute hot boxes all over the place. We went on tour and we hot boxed it, and all over the island in BC, Alberta. It's quite fun. It's our signature stunt.
I just hotbox my house. If you walk by my house, sometimes you'll see a stream of smoke coming out the window. It's not a fire.
Do you ever set off your smoke detectors in
All
your
the
house?
time. Yeah, all the time.
That's when you know you're having a good sesh. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a smoke detector in the guest room on the wall, more as a deterrent so that nobody smokes in there, because I don't want smoking in the bedrooms, right? I don't smoke in my bedroom. Please don't smoke in yours. But I do consume in the house when I have guests here. And sometimes they know, and sometimes they just walk out of the room and I'm sitting there smoking a joint. But it's my home. It's not a hotel. It's not a business. It's my home. So if you don't have a problem with cannabis, even if you're not a consumer, you're more than welcome. And if you have a problem with cannabis, well, I'm not interested. I'm not available that day.
Yeah, we don't smoke inside just because the kids are here, but we go outside. We got our methods. We have a cool little bubble that keeps us warm in the winter.
We had a room
Mhm.
where we consumed, and the kids were not allowed in there.
Yeah.
While we were consuming.
Mhm.
Now they're grown up, but now, it's just a matter of, hey, can you give us 10 minutes, please? Come back in 10 minutes. Right? And they know why. Some of the kids don't understand it. They're really young, but you don't make a big deal out of it. It's no different than somebody sitting down at a table at a family event and lighting up a cigarette. That's my feeling on it. Okay. No different. In fact, I'm more offended somebody lighting up a cigarette beside me than I am somebody, you know, I'd be more like, hey, can I try that? Not of a cigarette. Right? I haven't smoked in 20 some odd years. So
I don't care. You can smoke whatever you want beside me. As long as it's not Kush. If
Right.
it's Kush, I'll just get up and move. So.
And I have.
Yeah. I don't
Well,
want people smoking a cigarette next to me. No, thank you.
Alexis, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me.
I honestly wish that I could come out and enjoy your events. Maybe one day.
Actually, it sounds fun.
It is a lot of fun.
Even for some old cranky guy like me.
Especially for old cranky guys like you.
And we could broadcast live. I'll bring internet.
What was that?
I said we could broadcast live because I'll bring my own internet.
Well, we have a radio station for you to use, ready to rock.
I have my own.
Basically, it's doable if you ever want to.
Definitely doable.
20 years worth. When I started this, when Marcel started with me, we were just doing audio. This is, you know, we're not a video show. We're not a TV show. We're an internet radio station. And most of the conversation that we have, we do it in a way that somebody just listening to the audio, to the podcast, whatever you want to call it, Spreaker, gets the gist without the video. I mean, that's the format we started in, and that's the format that we'll keep going in. I'm sad that I can't do the station 24/7 anymore because I can't play mainstream radio. Right. So I make my own music and I play that instead.
Yep.
You know,
fair.
24/7.
I could, but I've only got 209 songs so far. That get boring pretty quick on a repeat.
Start asking for submissions if people have made them.
We're going to be starting that process, and I have a lot of indie artists that send music in that we can use as well. The problem with using indie artists is not everybody's cleared, and Facebook is a pickle when it comes to music.
But what about Suno? Because everything's got to be cleared.
I play mine live on Suno or on Facebook. I play music on Facebook all the time that I own the rights to.
Right. Because
so there's
you
no
created it.
Because I created it.
Yeah. That last
So
song
you
was
didn't have a problem with that?
No different than a band creating a song that they put out there.
Right. So does YouTube have a problem with that?
No. I've been flagged once for the show we did during the splashdown. Some of the audio bled through and YouTube caught it.
Yeah.
And blocked that little portion of it, but that's about it, right? I've not had any copyright issues with any of the songs that I've played on from Suno, or.
So then take
you
us
don't,
to
you don't get that luxury with an indie artist because sometimes those indie artists have representations, and those representations have agreements with Facebook for copyright and stuff like that. You know, it's a fickle.
But if you take submissions of Suno music from other
correct, yes,
developers or whatever you want to call yourselves, and then create a channel there, loop a 24-hour stream
already
of
on it.
songs.
Well, I think that Suno might have a problem with that because they have their own Suno radio area on the site. You know,
cool.
But there's nothing stopping me from saying, "Hey, I like this your song. Do you mind if I play it on my radio station?"
Right.
So, and I think there's some really, really good stuff out there. There really is. I mean, I'm a fan of the whole AI thing, which is just a natural progression of being sitting here on the internet for 40 years. I've been creating content since the early 90s.
40 years?
Well, it's 94 is when the switch went on.
fuck, yeah.
So how long has it been, Marcel?
No.
It has been
it
31
has-
years since then because I was born in 92.
Okay,
I'm
so
33.
31 years. But I've been doing graphic arts and photography, long time before that, because I had What's Up Toronto magazine with my sister. So, and you don't get the access to things that you used to now.
See, we were on the internet.
There's too many
in the 80s.
influencers.
Yeah, there's a lot of creators now.
Oh, they're not, it's not called influencers. They're called creators now.
Well, it depends
you
on
can-
what they're doing.
I think you could call them influencers if they influence people to do things or buy
I'm
things.
a journalist. I have been for 40 years. So
Mhm.
that's what I call myself. I'm a journalist. I used to write for a newspaper, a couple of newspapers, and then my stuff since then. So I don't write much anymore, but I have. But even journalism is not what it used to be, unfortunately.
Yeah, sad. I went to school for radio and television broadcasting. I thought I wanted to be a news anchor, but I don't like talking about boring news, so that didn't work out. But
I did commercial photography at Humber, right beside the radio broadcasting program. My friend here, Elzora, and I started, along with some other people, her husband and some other friends, started What's Up Toronto, started Lifestyle Radio way back when, because she took that course. I did, and we built everything. We built everything from scratch, So, been playing with. I mean, we're talking Shoutcast when the only thing you could use was Shoutcast and Winamp. The history of online radio is actually quite interesting. It was started initially by AOL wanting to go out there and enjoy free speech. So you can thank AOL for things like this, like you can thank Sony for tape decks. Shall we say goodnight? Thank you, AOL. Let's say goodnight again. Alexa, very, very much thanks for joining us. Very much.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Please come and visit again. Maybe in between the summer, like halfway between your events or something.
Yeah.
Let us
That
know.
sounds great.
Show some
A
videos.
little recap of the first half of the tour.
Since Mary
That'd be
Jane
awesome.
can't go live.
That's all right.
Won't.
Won't go. There's just not enough service to do it.
Sorry, boys.
Well,
wanna
our
see it, you
service is
gotta be
done.
there.
Thank you for watching the 420 Radio Show. We're here usually every Friday. And bye-bye.
Y'all
Marcel,
have
wave.
fun.
Damn it. Come on, Marcel, wave.
I'm waving, but I'm on there. I'm not on that page because I'm on her website. So
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day, and welcome to the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. I'm here with Mr. Happy.
I'm just mad at Tara because she didn't bring me cookies, so I'm ignoring her. Yeah. We'll work for cookies, Tara.
Shh, people don't know that she's our guest yet.
Oh, okay. Tara usually sends us cookies, but she came down and she didn't bring cookies, so I'm ignoring her.
But she did leave them at home.
That doesn't help me. It's all about me.
Well, I'll get her to send some and to my address.
Which is my address. Last time you sent cookies, I pretended I ate them all. Yeah, I said, boy, were they ever good, Steve.
Oh, what was that? Oh.
What?
Oh, Cindy just saying that she sent some for Christmas. Did I eat them all? Yeah, she did send some for Christmas.
I didn't get any.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you ate a whole bunch. Yeah,
No.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Next time, say Steve and John cookies.
So today we wanted to bring up some some things that we've had people say, the things that have lit up our heart, testimonials, just things that people have written for us that kind of light up the heart for what we do. So I figured the easiest way to do that was put them in one place so we could look at them and go through them with you. So here we go. Add them to the stage, boo-boo. So this is the testimonials and thank yous. And, one of the best things about what we do is the testimonials and the thank yous that we get. And this healing journey, John's one of the people I met through this healing journey, and he's one of the people I have a massive thank you to. And without him, none of these would be coming out because nobody would have known about any of this. But this is for our friend Krista. She's over on the island, and she wanted to give a huge shout out for the amazing mushroom plant medicine products. Also, her friend Cindy, who informed her of the products. They've made her life much better. Wow, I love the evening blend. I sleep so good after taking them. All my friends, please check out these products. You'll be impressed and amazed in how well they work and be a healthier you. So she posted up, some of the original 7 mushroom blend that we had and the original.
What's the one that was before that one?
That's the original 7.
No, keep going back. What's that?
What?
Right there.
Oh, that was the part where I read where it says just the best part of the day is.
I can't see that. I have lack of cookie poisoning.
And this was a lady that I met through Amy, actually. She was at our friend Amy's place, helping Amy out when she was going through a rough period. And we just got talking about concussions and head injury, which is, part of what I was working on myself. I'm multiple concussions and whatnot. So I was talking to her about head injury and whatnot. She wrote, you want to read that?
I can't see that.
Oh, Steve talked to me about my head injury.
Once again, cookies.
And the help that could come from mushroom therapy in a way that took away the fear I had. I started with the evening blend and quickly the results were evident. I am very grateful to Steve for sharing his story and his heartfelt advice because it made the difference for me in getting better. And she posted this after I'd made this. It was 5 years ago, John and I started the company, and it was showing that there's stuff on concussions that show psychedelics heal them. And there was one of the final versions of microdoses that we came up with, which was the main event, heavy with the.
I've had so many concussions. They used to send me the brain injury magazine. Yeah.
How come I never got it?
Well, I've had 2 fractured skulls, so yeah.
I replied to her. I said, I'm honored to have been able to help. Healing is possible. We all deserve miracles. And she said, no, thank you for sharing from your heart. That's why I made a new decision about microdoses, because your advice was from the heart, not because you were trying to sell anything at all. And then, other people chime in afterwards. And Alana Bongiovi, hi, Alana. She's been using a bunch of the products and she's referred them. She absolutely loves them. Greg Walter, while he was still alive, he was using the products as well. He's passed away now. We had him on for a podcast on the Mushy Moment one. And Mike Dubois, who obviously wanted to be able to share the whole post. Wendy, she actually still uses our products as well. She's a regular user. I can attest to how much your products have helped me. I'm completely weaned off of one of my antidepressants now. We'll be working to come off the other one as well. I would much rather take something natural than put chemicals in my body. Now, it's not that she's put in here the pharmaceutical industry is evil. Yes, there are drugs that people need. However, there are many that we don't. And some people are prescribed antidepressants and then never weaned off of them. And then when they find out that there are other options, sometimes they get a little angry at the industry. But they work for a lot of people. There's just also people they don't work for. And Andre Dussault, hey, don't stop. He also takes our product. This next one was from Jeff. Now, Jeff he sent me the message. He was getting ready to go. Oh, that was me. Sorry. He got a hold of me because he was having problems with shoulder and neck pain. And he's been taking Toradol for a long time. And he kind of looked up the side effects of Toradol over long term. And he was like, have you got anything you can use? So there's no communication after that because I actually phoned him and found out more about what was going on. And we got him set up on the Inflamaclear to bring the inflammation down and the pain cream to ease the pain. And, the next day he sends me, hey, I'm pain-free and haven't been this way for over 2 years. And, you have no idea how grateful I am now. And these are all the things I should be sharing more with you because I know they come in and then I don't share them.
I don't
they
care.
Sure light up.
I don't care about the people. I just care about the dog ones.
And the cookies.
Yeah.
Neil, my family loves this. I take other products of water, or I take other products of water. So, new mom reporting restorative properties. That was his daughter. She feels after pregnancy, she's asking for more. She was using the cream. Neil Brooking, it's a really good product with a wide range of applications. Yes, this was obviously on the skin cream one. Both of mine are empty skin cream and pain cream. We have both a skin and a cream. The skin cream is extra high in high content vitamin E oil and hyaluronic acid. It's a cannabis cream with a full extract cannabis and all the nice stuff for healing scars and making the skin soft. And the pain cream is to go deep and get rid of pain. And then this gentleman here, he texted, he was a happy customer. This guy here, he was 14 months off of booze and he'd been doing a 26 a day. And he stepped in on using some of our products and using CBD. And 14 months dry and his head was good. He was really quite happy. It said thank you, but then he had some personal information that I didn't want to have up. So I just clicked that one there. And then this one here, I'd done a post about the 7 mushroom blend. And these were the responses coming after it. Again, Neil, I've been using Super 7 Mushroom Plus for over 2 years. I experimented a bit to make sure no placebo effect. I'm amazed at the difference I feel taking it to when I don't. On purpose, I recently went a week without. Energy lacking, thought process slower, did not have the feeling of well-being I'm used to when using the blend. And I got a cold. I take other products from this company for gut health, and I was just informed after an internal inspection that my diverticulitis is getting better. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth and loves skin and scar ointment for her stretch marks. Just ordered more. Keep it up, guys, and thanks for the health. I needed the help. Tanya, I love this product. I've been using it for a few years since it first came out. 7 Blend is used for my morning shake. So healthy. Main event for anxiety. Girly, my dog, was given Mika drops and it helped her as well. This is Norma Jean. Amazing product. I've got several people using it and they can't believe how much it's helping with pain and inflammation. Jenny Sharp. The pain cream works so well on decreasing arthritic pain in my hands. Jennifer Morrison, any of the scar cream I won't. I will take whatever I can get though, and I have put the hot water bottle down for it. Now, with hers, she was sleeping with a hot water bottle. She'd actually melted the skin on her belly, like it had burned her pretty bad. And it's the cream just did massive amounts for fixing the scarring and whatnot. More from Neil. This is why I gladly endorse your products. Get that immune system in shape, folks. Eat the caps daily. Thanks for your products, Steve. My skin splits, your cream heals. I feel lackluster, etc. Your products give me healthful energy. Your attention to quality ingredients, gathering and dissemination of truth, and the fact that you speak of what you know becomes because you use the products, unlike most GPs. JG Walter, I like the C block. Dre DeBa, love what you're doing, has done lots to help me. Rusty McRae, I take these products and they are literally keeping me on this earth. I am so grateful. And now we get to Tara Gray. So very healthy and blends in well with the 7 mushroom blend and coffee in the morning. Best way to get grounded and bring healing energy to my body and brain each day. The healing is happening. The reduction of pain and increased energy I have now compared to this time last year is truly amazing. I am so grateful for the products and support I've been able to access through atease.com. Thank you. Blessed be. Then there's a quick one from Helen. I love this stuff and use it every day. It's good for the heart and is helping with my high blood pressure. Now, we're going to go here. Oops, go here. I'm going to remove that out. And now we're going to welcome in our guest to the stage, the person that did that beautiful post at the end, Tara Gray. Good day, Tara.
I'm not talking. You didn't bring cookies.
I apologize about the cookies, and I actually did have to label them once before when I sent them to you, so that you would and your lovely wife would get them. So
Well,
I will.
you sent some cookies, and I told Steve, I opened up Tara's package, and there was cookies. They were delicious, and I told him I ate them all, but I didn't even open the package. So, yeah.
Well, and because I make them special at healing and anti-inflammatory with the turmeric and ginger and pepper and everything. And because I've learned and grown so much in our healing conversations since Steve and I reconnected in 5 years ago, I guess. Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah. And my issues go way, way back. In addition to being diagnosed with fibro in 2006, and being given a shit ton of pharmaceuticals to deal with that. I was on gabapentin, valproic acid, and then amitriptyline to go to sleep at night. And the side effects were atrocious. And it compounds is I do have a lot of childhood trauma, and I was in a major car accident. So I do have a steel rod in my spine and spent many years in back braces and body.
Quiet. Someone's walking by.
I know, it was very distressing.
There was a mosquito.
So yes, I had a lot of stuff and was being treated with a lot of pharmaceuticals, and the side effects were really bad. I had small children. I was lethargic. I gained a ton of weight. I spent most of the time when the kids were at school or preschool resting at home and trying to get stuff done, and I wasn't able to work. I was trying to get on disability at the time, and that is not an easy process, and most people get turned down and have to fight a few times, and I just got tired of the fighting and wound up working part-time and struggling along. Anyway, fast forward to when we reconnected, because Steve and I have known each other since we were rock and roll hooligans back in the 80s. But anyways, I met Steve when he had started just getting the company going more so and helping people with cancer products and a lot of the other supplements. And that's where it kind of started, was with dealing with my pain, as what we thought was the pain and the inflammation. And I was doing mostly just gummies and the CBD oil, the tinctures that you had before, and a lot of those products. And then when you came out with the Inflammaclear and these supplementary products, I started on those. I didn't realize how long ago. It's been quite a while. It's been since 2021 is when we reconnected again, I think 2020, 2021. And I have taken a variety of products, and it's taken a long time to figure out what, because when you have compounded traumas and multiple things, it's layers upon layers of unraveling what is what and what's triggering what and getting to the root. So it's been a blessing to be able to consult with you about it over the years as well, and find the different things and try the different things. And because your products are still so affordable compared to what going to the health food store and trying to find the same combinations of things, and the way you guys have intentionally put them together is I have yet to find it. And I go all the time when I sometimes run out or postal strike or can't get some, I'll have to go and try and make it up, and it's never the same. I notice an immediate difference in, like one of those other testimonials was saying, my energy level, my ability to focus, and my overall state of just feeling okay in my body, which has been the big benefit of that. And so I do have a few staples that I have every day that I use all the time now, and one of them is most definitely the 7 mushroom blend. I love
day.
it.
I take it
It's really awesome, and it's part of the morning ritual, and that again is something else that's important that I learned too, because it's very high strung and could not ever meditate or slow down long enough to do that having an intentional cup of cacao in the morning and just grounding in for even 10 minutes is a really good way to start the day, along with the other supplements. So I do generally I go between the original and the scoops. I've had multiple brain injuries. I've never been diagnosed. I've been misdiagnosed with several things, and I did try ADHD meds and stuff, and none of those had any effect other than to make me more anxious. So I find that these help me calm and focus. And then when I hit my head again recently, you recommended the Clear Brain again, and that really made a difference with the brain fog and that came back with the concussion. And I wished I had known about the stuff 10 years ago when I started menopause, because it would have made a really, really big difference in my overall wellness and my brain fog and the things that came with that. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, and that basically comes because of the stuff that's going into the gut and the healing in the gut. The ingredients do those little processes and switches for what's going to happen within the body. And so you said you use the Scoobies and the original blend. Now the original blend is a 110 milligram, and the Scoobies is 250 milligram. What do you where do you make the difference between them for you? Because for everybody using this is really about finding the dosages that work for you. So you've used them for a while, you've played with them. What is it you came up with?
That was a big part of it, was learning to listen to my body a bit better rather than just taking things on autopilot. And I find that because the nature of my work and the nature of my trauma is very CPTSD and anxiety driven, that I wake up that way sometimes, even though I'm doing calming practices and I have nothing to fear. So I find when I know it's coming, when I start to feel it coming, I find the Scoobies help. They just seem to help keep my brain in a happy, looking at the light instead of the dark, if that makes sense.
Totally.
Because without it, I find I go down the rabbit hole too easily, and it's not a good thing.
No. And you'd be surprised how many people actually go down that rabbit hole. It's a lot more common than what you think.
It's a lot more common than most people think.
Yeah, exactly. And especially at 3 a.m. For some reason, 3 a.m. seems to be the magic number for me waking up. I take psilocybin, and 10 minutes later I'm back and I'm out. But
what I found super helpful lately, which is I'm just, again, so grateful for your progressive learning about these things and experimenting on yourself to see how they work, Steve.
Yeah.
Because the amanitas, because again, it's because I've had a lot of trauma. I've lived in survival mode and I've been through a lot. You wouldn't know it to look at me, but there's a lot there. And so when that cortisol's been running for 50 plus years, as you know, you guys both know, it doesn't shut off no matter how much I know, no matter how much I breathe, no matter how much I'm aware.
Yeah.
It's a subconscious body signal that still hasn't been stopped. So I know the somatic practices are helping, like the breathing and the grounding and the slowing the bus down when it's possible. But a lot of people can't do that. And I find the Amanita helps my body not, like, again, it's the same as the gabapentin used to do, but it's in natural form and it doesn't have the side effects. It doesn't make me feel shitty. It doesn't give me any fog. I actually just feel like I can breathe fully into my belly and into I can. That's the big thing. Normally my body is so tensed up that I can't even fully breathe, no matter how hard I try. And I've been in breathwork sessions and I've done sound healing and I've done ketamine therapy. And through all of that, I still couldn't really release enough to take a deep breath.
There's another exercise that helps. There's another exercise that helps.
It makes me emotional.
Sorry. There's another exercise that helps, and it's you move your eyes around like REM, and you think, you do the breathing, but you think of inanimate objects like a car, a bird, a bus, a mountain, and you get out of the loop by thinking of different objects, like
while your
grandfather
wrinkling
clock.
your eyes? Like when
No,
you
no,
wrinkle your
no,
eyes?
no. You do your eyes afterwards.
Oh,
but there's a spot behind your ear, and there's a pressure point that connects to the nerve there. And there's so many different things, but thinking of the inanimate objects works pretty good. It like you'll just start thinking of different objects just from the top of your head.
It's like keying into your senses too. Like, what can I see? What can I smell? What can I touch? Kind of just get you back into the moment. But yeah, sometimes when your body starts leaping, it's hard to stop. So
you know
it's like,
what? You know what is
so again, I
amazing?
find with the help of the mushroom medicine,
Yeah.
I'm able to have more calm and more daily, and the daily practices, like you say, John, those little other things. Also, you need to do the integration. It's not just the meds. That's the biggest thing I've learned too, is I spent a lot of time still running the same patterns and just taking the meds. So although I started taking some of these things 4 years ago, the real healing didn't kick in until 2023, 2024, when I took 3 months off work, focused on what I really needed to look at to reset and create some daily rituals and healing practices that would help in the long run. So since that time, the inflammation is gone. I've lost 20 pounds. I'm able to move, walk, hike, squat, balance. My balance is amazing now. I was having issues before, couldn't stand on one foot to put a sock on or dry your feet. And I can balance on both legs, because I would used to try that. That was always hard when my friends would try and take me to yoga. I couldn't do it. So I found overall my stability, my focus, my brain fog, and the static that was running in the background seemed to have really, really lessened, to the point that people do notice a difference in my energy.
Yeah. I learned how to do self-hit.
Again, there's still always more to work on, and things come up, and it's still like this, right?
Try this one tonight. And I learned how to self-hypnotize because my company I worked for paid for a hypnotist to come in and hypnotize us to quit smoking. And I kept the tape, and then I started learning how to self-hypnotize. Try relaxing your face. You would not believe how tight your face is until you actually relax it. And then you relax your tongue in your face, and then you start at your toes in your foot, and you start relaxing up your body, and then your hands and your arms, and you will not believe how tense you are until you think about relaxing your body, and especially the face. Like if you were to go right now and just relax your face, you won't believe that how tight it is. And that really helps too with going back to sleep. Just relaxing the face and the body, because it's so strong and tight. Try it tonight. You'll see how you'll wake up and then you'll think of what I just said, and then think about relaxing your face, and you go, holy crap. That's the first thing you're going to say is holy crap. Watch.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's
yeah.
You were also mentioning in some of the testimonials, you were talking about the creams too, because I'm amazed. And that's the other thing, Steve, was I no longer take any pharmaceuticals, and I've been able to let go of all of them and just be able to do the supplements. So the Inflammaclear, the Clear Brain, or maintenance with the other mushrooms. Like I was trying to say, when I feel extra stressed is when I do the scoobs. And I do notice, like we were asking, because you're supposed to, I don't have a specific protocol as to like 4 days on, 2 days off, anything like that. I go by how I feel.
I'm the same.
That's intuitive microdosing.
Yeah, that's how I do it. That's how I do it. Yeah, I don't stick to a schedule or anything. When I feel I need them, I take them.
Yeah.
And that's how I do it too.
Yeah,
and
that was a little more helpful.
the
And
scoobs
that,
are double.
teaching my body to relax.
Yeah, the scoobs are double the psilocybin as the regular blend. So that's probably helping reset your brain too from the loops.
Yeah. And for the pain too, I use your pain cream, your pain relief. And then because I've got scars and stuff from the surgeries and things, the Skin and Scar, which is really amazing, and I use on my face all the time because I had a little skin cancer popping back up again. I already had a chunk taken out of my face before, and so it's taken that away. And the pain relief again is the bomb. And interesting because I gave it to a friend of mine a while ago.
If you see anything coming up with that again, use some of the Phoenix Tears on it and then put the skin cream on it. Use Phoenix Tears first. The skin cream will take the Phoenix Tears in.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, because it does come back. It's in a spot where, again, your sunglasses reflect light down, so it comes back even though I use SPF all the time.
Yeah, we had a guy with skin cancer on his face, and he started putting the Phoenix Tears right on the sore, and then putting the cream over top, and it started to go away. Is it gone? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it's gone.
He's got it. Was on his nose.
And I had really crappy cuticles, dried up cuticles. They were all peeling and shredding, and my nails were yucky. I started using it on my nails. Now I got nice fingernails.
Well, I've had people that have told me it's got rid of their fungus on their nails.
It's
Like
magic.
toenails?
It's very good cream. And again, because you put the love and intention behind it, because I've tried lots of other ones as well. And everybody says, oh yeah, I've got a buddy that makes cream. It's fine. I don't need it. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I gave it to a buddy a while ago, and I was just visiting there on the weekend when I was down, and he's like, did you give me this? I'm like, yeah. He's like, this really works, you know? Yeah. Apparently he ripped his shoulder. He was this close to going to the hospital because he was in so much pain. He figured he must have done something. And he threw a bunch of that cream on and went to bed and woke up the next day and went, holy shit. Put a bunch more on, couldn't feel it, and then now he's like, I wonder what'll happen if I just use it before I go to get the pain. And he says it's really helping with his arthritis and stuff. So I'm like, yay, more, you gotta get it.
Yeah.
But it's so hard for people to believe and think that it's that easy that we can heal our bodies, but we can't. Right?
We've had people that we've given the product to, and they stick it in their drawer. And then 8 months later, they go, wow, maybe I should try that. And then we get the phone call, holy crap. It's like, oh, yeah. Okay, here we go.
You guys must find that quite a bit. Yeah.
Lots, way more than you think.
Yeah. We're getting up onto that time. I guess it's time for, is there any last things you want to say? Because we're already at that half hour point.
Wow.
Do you figure we can carry another half hour because we can throw the ads on and go?
No, it's okay. The only other thing would be to recommend, like when I have my concussion again, I did the Clear Brain. It's super, super helpful, and the Nerve Chill. And both of these have products in them that the naturopath has been recommending for me for menopause and postmenopause. So again, your products have multiple benefits that you haven't even explored yet, and I'm just super grateful that I've been able to access them.
Well, and thank you for coming on the show and sharing part of your story.
Yeah.
That's incredibly awesome.
Thank you.
So we'll be back in 2 weeks with the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast. Next Tuesday will be the Mushy Moment with myself and Cindy.
And I think in 2 weeks we're going to do smoothies and tea.
Okay.
Yeah, smoothies and tea. So don't miss that one because you're going to learn a lot.
Captain Smooth is going to smoothie.
Gut health. All about the gut. Yeah.
Tara, don't go away. We'll come back on after it all shuts down.
Okay.
Take it away.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I am your host, Casper Leach. And if you like this content, please hit the like and share button and let the whole world around you know how valuable this plant is. Today on the program, anytime you hear the word joint, make sure you hit your bongs, your pipes, your vaporizers. And today on the program, one of my joint hosts, Al Graham, is up in Canada. And we get another joint host on the broadcast, Al Byrne. And we are having a joint chat with our joint guest that I'll let Al Byrne introduce to you, because Al jointly worked together with this lady to let the whole world know jointly how important it is to enjoy a joint for your medical needs. Al Byrne?
That's me. Yes. I've just learned I've known this lady for about 10 years. I thought it was longer. But she is a doctor, a PhD, and we haven't got there yet in the first half of our interview, but we're going there next. So may I introduce Dr. Neek Pichot. Did I do better?
Better. Pichot.
Oh, good. Good. Hey, give me time. I'll get it. So before we go to Doctor, I want to reiterate to those that are just joining us that Neek is a former Marine, and our TV show network here is very fond of military people.
So
Casper is a ex-Army guy, and I'm an ex-Navy guy, and of course, The doctor was in the Navy, but we call them Marines. You know, they're part of the Navy. Anyway, all right. So listen, there's a couple of things you mentioned in the first half that I'd like you to concentrate on at least a little bit, please. One is, you said there are some bad effects to cannabis sometimes. Could you tell us what they may be?
That don't make no sense. I don't believe it. I don't believe
be
it. I
quiet.
don't believe it.
Casper, I know that it's something that advocates don't like to talk about, but there are a certain percentage of people that have intense paranoia, intense anxiety to what appears to be higher levels of THC, higher doses of THC. I am definitely one of them. So when I advocate for cannabis, I also try very hard to advocate for the safe use of cannabis. And although I'm not saying that don't use cannabis, I'm just saying use cannabis safely and effectively. And that's one of the ways that we can help end the stigma, because I'm also a psychiatric nurse. And I am seeing patients coming into the inpatient psych units, and they're in a psychosis, or they're very, very paranoid. And some of them are coming in because of what appears to be their use of cannabis in extremely high doses of THC content. So people that are vaping, like 95% THC continuously, you're flooding the endocannabinoid system. And this is where we're starting to see some of the troubling effects of cannabis used for purposes of strictly getting high to the point where they're obliterating themselves. And some of them
using those vape pens too are hard on your throat, and they're causing more lung problems too, from what I understand.
So they say. That's not where my research is, so I really can't speak to that. It would just be a personal opinion and not a medical opinion. Okay. What I do see and what I do know is when I do have these conversations with the patients, when they're able to talk to me, 99% of the patients I've spoken to are vaping 85 to 95% THC content, or they're doing Delta 8 in very high, the synthetic form. Some of them don't even know what they're using, where they've gotten it from, what the THC content is. And this is what I mean about the education to change the stigma. So
yeah, but excuse me, but what you're really talking about, I think, is the word dose. Aren't we just talking about dose here? I mean, you can use a high concentrate THC, but if you use it correctly, you'll be all right. I mean, one of the problems I have with ingesting cannabis, especially by inexperienced cannabis users, is they take a gummy or something and they wait 10 minutes, 20 minutes, nothing happens. Well, it's not gonna for at least a half an hour more. Then they take another one and nothing happens. And then they take a third one, and next hour they're in the ER going, you know. So I just want to tell the audience, I want you to say to the audience, agree with me. I want you to agree with me, okay? That there's nothing wrong with the cannabis used correctly. It's the way it is used, the misuse of the plant material that is causing the trouble. Is that right?
Absolutely, Al. And let me break that down a little bit more. So the way that I break it down so people can understand it more as medicine. If I was using Percocet for pain control and I was prescribed 5 milligrams every 6 hours of Percocet, but Al, you were prescribed 30 milligrams every 6 hours for pain control because you had a higher tolerance. But I ran out of my 5s, so I started taking your 30s. I could have different side effects of that 30 milligram Percocet than I'm going to have from that 5 milligram of Percocet, even though it's prescribed to me and even though it's medicine. So all I'm saying is that we're all different. We all have a different endocannabinoid system, and we all have to understand that cannabis can't always be used interchangeably for everybody, because everybody has a different tolerance level. Everybody has a different use. Everybody has a different medical need. So therefore, there's no wrong way or wrong dose if you understand what you're using it for. If you're taking a pharmaceutical and you say to the doctor, I don't like the way this makes me feel, there's a side effect that I'm having, the doctor's going to adjust that, or the doctor's going to put you on a different type of medicine in that same class. For instance, an antihypertensive. So for cannabis, that might not be the right strain for you. That might not be the right chemotype for you. We're transferring in the medical world into the chemotype versus the strain name. So the 3 different chemotypes are the different levels of CBD and THC. So I might need a CBD and THC equal part cannabis versus somebody might benefit from a higher THC and a low CBD versus somebody might be the opposite and need high CBD with a very low THC. And that's all I mean by dosing and THC content. I wouldn't go to a pharmacy, even take something off the shelf that was just, if everything was in a red box and I didn't know what I was picking, and just grab that box and bring it home and take it for a headache because I don't know what's in that box. So I think education is very important from not only the medical professionals that are out there, and I'm talking nurses, doctors, physicians assistants, nurse practitioners, chiropractors, not just the medical community, but patients need to advocate for themselves. And if they are choosing something that's not beneficial for them, then they need to have a conversation with somebody that has this education that can help navigate them to better choices that are going to be more beneficial to their needs.
So, in order to do this, you became a PhD.
Yes,
And
actually,
okay. And then you said, now I'm going to get these guys from the inside. So tell us that story.
So I was a nursing supervisor in a psychiatric hospital during COVID. And while I was there, I was also working on my doctorate because, as I said, in 2016, I went to California. In 2019, I came back to the East Coast, and I said, no one's going to take me seriously as a cannabis nurse with some of my mental health issues and wanting to stay as a nurse. So maybe if I get my doctorate, maybe then they'll start to take me seriously. So I went ahead to school. So while I was working on my doctorate, I had also established the Cannabis Nurse Navigator in 2016 as a student in the Entrepreneurs for All program. And with that, because when I was a patient, there was no nurses that could navigate me through this care. I had to do this all myself. So the Cannabis Nurse Navigator is what I wanted to do my dissertation on for nursing school. And my professor said that it would be too difficult and too big of a project to do. So while I was working during COVID, I was trying to figure out where cannabis might fit in. And I started seeing an uptick in cannabis use disorder to patients coming into the psychiatric hospital. And I would try to leave articles, even from the ANA, from the American Nurses Associations, for continuing education units for nurses so they could learn about cannabis, so they could learn about the endocannabinoid system. And the director and other staff members would take it off the desk and report me that I was trying to educate about cannabis. So
Well, you were.
Yeah.
I was. Absolutely.
Well, they got that part right.
But because I was the night supervisor, there were anonymous emails going to the director and HR saying, you might want to check on your night supervisor. She's a cannabis nurse. She might be coming to work stoned.
Oh. Jesus. Here we go. See,
I laughed.
all you pot smokers just want to, you say it's medicine, but you just want to get high. Yeah. Well, we're sorry. Go ahead.
Keep going.
So I continued to just push through that. And it was the same hospital that when I left for California, it was the last application that I tried that I popped positive for cannabis. And they submitted my medical card and my test results to HR because they thought I was going to get through. And the doctor said that there were no studies for breast cancer, so therefore they still couldn't hire me. Fast forward to 2019, I came back to the same hospital. I showed all the work and advocacy that I was doing and said, don't worry, I'll pass your urine test. I passed my urine test. And then I got hired. So they knew my background as well. So they knew that I wasn't stoned at work. With that being said, I started to see the stigma that was around mental health and cannabis. And I started to see these nurse practitioners and psychiatrists that were diagnosing patients with cannabis use disorder, yet they couldn't tell me anything about cannabinoid therapeutics or the endocannabinoid system. So I started to question how they felt that they had the right to put that diagnosis on a patient's chart that was coming into a psychiatric hospital that was going to stigmatize their care once they left, and that diagnosis was going to follow them.
No kidding.
Yeah, exactly. So they're uneducated, yet they're making that diagnosis.
Based on what we call or what we know as the QDIT-R. The QDIT-R is the Cannabis Use Diagnostic Inventory Tool Revised Edition, and it was actually created from the audit, which is the Alcohol Use Diagnosis Inventory Tool. Now, we all know that you can't compare alcohol use and cannabis use and put them in the same category because alcohol has no medicinal value, but we have proven that cannabis has medicinal value. Yeah. So I started to look at that. And I proceeded to engage with my instructors at Salve Regina University. And I changed my direction to looking at how we could change the diagnostic criteria or the tool for diagnosing cannabis use disorder. And that was approved for my dissertation for my doctoral program.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, really nice. So that was actually, where's the name for that? That was actually called the CARV assessment tool, which is the Cannabis Assessment Reliability Validity Evaluation. And what that did was I took questions from the DSM-5, which is the American Psychiatric Journal. It's like their Bible of psychiatric diagnosing. And I took the criteria for cannabis use disorder and I took the QDIT-R and I pulled together a plethora of questions, of interview questions, and put that together. And for my dissertation for school, I sent that out to providers. And by providers, I mean it was medical professionals who had the ability to diagnose. So they had to be psychiatrists, medical doctors, nurse practitioners, physician assistants. You had to have the criteria to be able to diagnose. And I had 16 respondents in a small pilot study that came back, answered the survey questions, and did feel that the questions that I built in this survey did prove that it was a valid assessment of cannabis use and medical cannabis use. So that was my dissertation for graduation. And while I was going through that, I started travel nursing because that psychiatric hospital would not let me do my study on cannabis use disorder. And all I wanted to do was go through the medical records of patients who were diagnosed. I didn't even want to have patient contact, and they wouldn't allow me. So I started travel nursing to get into other psychiatric hospitals so I could see if this was actually a greater problem than just my hospital. And I ended up at the Institute of Living in Hartford, Connecticut, in which when I interviewed, I told them, you please have to know that I'm a cannabis nurse. If you look up my information, you're going to find out that I'm a cannabis nurse. And their response to me was, Neek, it's okay. We have a doctor here that's studying cannabis. And I said, you do? So in my perception, I thought it was a young doctor that just got out of school. I got to my first day of orientation. I couldn't wait to get to lunch so I could call the IRB, which is an internal review board for the ethics of medical research, to make sure that you stay in compliance and you're not causing harm to patients. I just have to plug in my computer so it doesn't die. Sorry. And with that being said, I left a message for Dr. Godfrey Perlson, who I didn't look up and I didn't know who he was, and told him what my study was and that I needed clinical hours. And he got back to me right away, and he pulled me into his research center so that way I could gain clinical hours. And there is where I learned he had been studying cannabis since 2014. He's a Yale professor, and actually this month he was just recognized at Hartford Hospital as the top 100 neuroscientist in the world, and he's number 67 in the United States.
Wow,
His work
we should have him as a guest.
Absolutely. Absolutely. His work is on schizophrenia. And also, I was part of his studies on cannabis and driving. So I would, as a nurse in his research center, I actually dose participants using a volcano. And we do blood draws. And with the blood draws, then we do driving simulation. We do sway, and we do different testing so that way we can prove or disprove if cannabis and driving does show enough of an impairment. We also did a study with cannabis and memory, in which I place an IV and we do 4 to 5 blood draws. They come in for a placebo dose and they come in for a live dose. Then on both days, they go through an MRI while they're doing task in the MRI. They also do an EEG while they're doing task in the EEG. And at different increments throughout the day, I'm drawing blood so that we send blood to the lab to see where the cannabis, the THC levels are in the blood. And we're like really charting all of this. That study has now closed. We're waiting for the data on that study. And 2 weeks ago, we just started our new study on cannabis and aging because of all of the hype we're hearing about cannabis and the elderly and strokes and heart attacks. So we've actually had 2 age ranges for participants, and we're doing the same thing, but we've added a Fitbit so we can monitor heart rate. And we've also added an EKG when they go into the MRI, so we can also see what the heart is doing while they're under the influence, while they're going through these tasks.
Well, you'll have to come back and share your data with us when you get
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That's very
I
interesting.
was just going to say that we're running out of time.
I've got a quick question because I'm the Canadian on the panel here, and I understand that you have done some work here in Canada, and we've got about 2 or 3 minutes. Can you fill us in?
So yes, the cannabis use disorder study that I followed up with at Hartford Hospital with the guidance of Dr. Perlson. We are working with the University of Manitoba with Paul Kornman, who is going to be doing the stats and data for that. So that way we can check the validity and reliability of that study, and then in turn have a new solid instrument. So therefore providers can more accurately diagnose cannabis use disorder and or help patients navigate their way through the safe use of cannabis for their care.
Yeah. Good.
How do we get a hold of you if we want to? If you want to tell people, I'm Dr. Neek, and you want to get a hold of me, you do it this way.
My email is neek@drneekdnp.com. Also, you can go to the Institute of Living at Hartford Hospital and the Olin Neuropsychiatry Research Center website, and you'll find myself and Dr. Perlson, and you can see the studies that are ongoing right now on cannabis and soon to be starting psychedelics and hopefully BCP.
Wow.
Great interview. Great interview. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. We could
Thank
have you back a dozen times, I can tell.
Yeah, wow.
Thank you all for having me.
And Albert, let people know how to get a hold of your book real fast.
Yeah, get a hold of my book any place you want. Apple Books, Amazon Books, bookstores book. It's an ebook. It's a book. And if you're a healthcare professional, you should read this book.
And Al Graham, let people know what they can listen to and where they can find it.
You can find people advocating cannabis education at paceradio.net. We have cannabis as well as psychedelic programming that comes out 7 days a week.
And speaking of 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you can go to timeforhemp.news and find a radio player that you can hit the play button on, and you can listen to Time for Hemp broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Lots of great interviews, lots of great music about this wonderful plant. And we're also found on BitChute and Tumblr. We're also on iHeart and iTunes. Just anywhere sound is found, we're around making sound on the internet about this fantastic plant. And we ask that you share all the content that we put out and let everybody know around you how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp. Why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is the Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for July the 2nd here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. As you can see, Cindy has the day off today, but I have 6 stories for you. But first, I need you to like and share us because Facebook, they seem that they can't make up its mind if us sharing cannabis news that is on their platform and other forums is against their recommended standards. So by doing that, sharing us, that helps spread the news. And when you spread the news, you help share the knowledge. So as I said, today I have 6 stories. They come from 5 different countries. We'll be visiting places such as Brazil, Switzerland, Guam, the U.S. But first, we're going to get started in Saudi Arabia, because in Saudi Arabia, the headline there says from all Africa, it says Saudi Arabia executes 3 Somalia nationals convicted of hashish smuggling. Saudi Arabia has on Sunday executed 3 Somalia nationals convicted of smuggling hashish into the kingdom. The Interior Minister said, as the Gulf state continues to carry out capital punishment for drug-related offenses, despite mounting criticism from human rights groups. In a statement carried out by the official Saudi press agency, the ministry identified the 3 men as Ahmed Ibrahim, Ahmed Abdurrahman, and Mohammed Hassan. Now, the ministry has said the men were arrested after security authorities uncovered the smuggling operation and were referred to a contempt court, which convicted them and sentenced them to death. The verdicts were upheld by the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court before a royal order authorized the convictions, or the executions, I should say. Now, relatives of the prisoners told local media that some of the Saudi nationals had entered Saudi Arabia, or the Somalia nationals had entered Saudi Arabia through Yemen as migrants and were later deceived into transporting narcotics into the kingdom. The Interior Minister says that the Saudi officials would continue combating drug trafficking and smuggling, warning that anyone involved in such crimes would face the penalties prescribed under the law. The executions come as Saudi Arabia has sharply increased its use of capital punishment. Or according to rights group Amnesty International, the kingdom had carried out nearly 100 executions by June of this year, including 61 for drug-related offenses, 39 of which involved foreign nationals. Amnesty has repeatedly urged Saudi Arabia to halt executions for drug-related crimes, arguing that such offenses do not meet the threshold of the most serious crimes under international human rights law. The organization also said that as many as 39 Somalia nationals were executed for drug smuggling offenses during record execution levels in 2025. This was a story, part of a story that Cindy and I covered on Monday, and that was Saudi Arabia was listed as one of the countries where people can get the death penalty for cannabis-related items. And there's a perfect example. It just happened days ago, where they Saudi Arabia executed people for smuggling hashish. Now, Amnesty International, great, speaking up. I don't know what else can be done. Where can they go beyond other than just being vocal? Hopefully, there's some where the what's that royal court type thing. That's ridiculous. People being executed for cannabis. hashish. Why? People wonder why we need to keep protesting and marching. This is, yeah, I know. It's a legal story. It's time for me to move on to the next story of the day. And this one is coming to me from Marijuana Moment. And the headline on this one says that marijuana activists say they're being shut out of DEA's rescheduling hearing that features only legalization opponents. A coalition of cannabis legalization activists gathered outside the DEA headquarters on Monday ahead of the start of a hearing an agency judge is overseeing on the Trump administration's proposal to reschedule cannabis, criticizing the fact that no supporters of reform were invited to participate and that the proceedings are not being live streamed despite officials' vows of transparency. Among those who were excluded from the hearing are representatives from groups that have spent decades advancing sensible cannabis policy, former federal prisoners who lived through the worst excesses of prohibition, medical experts who dedicated their careers to understanding cannabis and how it can help people, and legal cannabis business owners whose futures will be shaped by whatever happens inside that hearing room. Kate, this is from Kate Murdy, Executive Director for Students for Sensible Drug Policy. They go on to say that many of them asked to participate in today's hearings, or this week's hearings. All of them were denied their expertise, their experiences, their voices, their lives, she says. None of that will be heard inside the DEA courtroom. Instead, we are forced to hold this press conference on the sidewalk because the people most affected by federal cannabis policy have been shut out of the conversation. And the DEA has handpicked only those who want more criminalization, who feel we aren't arresting enough people, and that prohibition has not gone far enough to participate in their kangaroo court. Agree 100%. 100%. DEA Administrator Terrence Cole invited only organizations and people who oppose cannabis reform to join the hearing as designated participants, telling supporters that they do not meet the definition of an interested person to participate because they are not adversely affected or aggrieved by any rule or proposed rule issuable. The agency itself is serving the role of proponent of the proposal to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 and said in a filing last week that its witness list for the hearing includes a doctor who will provide testimony about how medical cannabis provides medical benefit to paying patients. That's it. Some advocates are skeptical. Yeah, I don't blame them. However, the DEA will effectively defend the reform, given its long history of opposing cannabis to prohibition approaches to cannabis and other drugs. Yeah, against it for years. Look what happened under Biden. It was the DEA that has slowed things down there, and it's going to happen here under Trump as well. They said it's Robert Rush of the Rights and Reasons Project noted at Monday's press conference that a prior hearing on the cannabis rescheduling proposal was canceled during the Biden administration among litigation and accusations that DEA improperly concluded with opponents. We're standing outside, and it's only the DEA who are going to stand inside and claim that they're going to advocate for reform. We've witnessed what's going on for decades and decades with the DEA and how they've treated cannabis, but more importantly, how they've treated the people who use cannabis. And we're supposed to believe that the DEA will advocate and they will fight for adult use to move off of Schedule 1, and they're going to represent the people here? I just don't think it's a transparent process. I don't think it's legit, and I think people should really be outraged by the way this process has proceeded. Continues on. Wow, yeah, I completely agree with him. Now, Morgan Fox, political director for the for the National Organization for Reform of Marijuana Laws, NORML, noted on Monday's event that this group filed the first petition to reschedule cannabis more than 50 years ago. Since 1972, when NORML filed the first cannabis rescheduling petition, and over the course of multiple subsequent petitions and years of litigation, the DEA has made it clear that this is vehemently opposed to removing cannabis from Schedule 1 and will fight to keep it there. And this hearing is no different. The DEA is now eschewing any pretense of due process or respect for evidence by only selecting witnesses that share its bias, despite the clear scientific research in support of rescheduling and broadly accepted medical use. Completely agree with him too. Rescheduling opponents that are participating filed statements last week previewing the anti-cannabis arguments they intend to make during the proceedings. Now, these hearings is set to conclude no later than July 15th. Well, I don't know if I lived in the USA. I know I'd be getting hold of my rep and saying, what the hell is going on? This is no way transparent as people had requested it to be, as well as other claims to be made. It hasn't been transparent at all. And now they got all these anti-cannabis people going in and talking about not wanting to legalize cannabis. How are you supposed to get all the input when you only get one side of it? You don't. And it gives the impression that the fix is in. What else can you think? So don't be surprised if this doesn't go ahead, that it remains as a Schedule 1. I know I won't be. I'll be more surprised if it gets successful to Schedule 3, which isn't even good enough. Lays it all in the pharmaceutical end. So see what happens down the road. All right. From that story, we're going to move on to another story that got me upset a few weeks back. I couldn't believe that this was happening. And so here we go. This one is coming to me from Marijuana Moment as well. And the headline on it, it says, come on up. There we go. It says, Arizona bill to punish people over excessive marijuana odor or smoke dies at session adjourns. That's right. An Arizona bill that would have penalized people who create excessive amounts of cannabis smoke or odor has died. A relief to advocates who said the proposal amounted to overreach that would have undermined the legalization law voters enacted. Exactly. Legislation from Senator Mesnard did pass the Senate in March, as well as the House Judiciary Committee, but it stalled on the floor, despite being endorsed by the chamber's Republican and Democratic caucuses after there was an objection to it passing on the consent calendar. Lawmakers adjourned the legislative session on June the 13th before the proposal could be taken up on the regular calendar, officially killing it for the year. Yes. Throughout the measure's history, lawmakers heard testimony on both sides of the debate, with the proponents calling it a necessary update to state statute that will prevent unsolicited exposure to the smell of cannabis, and opponents such as Arizona Normal and the ACLU of Arizona arguing that the proposal unnecessarily undermines the will of voters who enacted legalization at the ballot. Mesnard, the bill's sponsor, responded to criticism of the proposal, including the possibility that the policy could be subject to litigation if it's ultimately enacted into law during a House committee hearing in March. He says, I don't think we should feel paralyzed as policymakers to advance the right policy that's protecting somebody's private property rights, he says. Someone can litigate anything we do down here, and it is often used as a way to try to paralyze us from decision making. I don't think it should be in this case. He also explained to a member of the House panel that the bill would not force local governments to adopt their own rules or take enforcement action. Now, some cities or towns may pursue something, some won't, he says. This is the backup if they don't have something, the senator mentions. It's obviously something that it's easier to pursue at the local level, and typically nuances are pursued at the local level, so it's not trying to interfere with what is the most common approach. Now, a separate companion resolution to put the issue before voters to decide on failed in the Senate, but Mesnard later made a successful motion to reconsider that defeat, though the measure was not brought up again, as it added broad criminalization provisions back into the cannabis use laws, back the state laws. But most of that punitive language was revised by the Senate Committee of the Whole. For example, it was changed to provide a clearer definition of excessive smoke and remove a reference to making the offense a crime. The bill was passed by the Senate, however, would have made it a public nuisance punishable up to 4 months in jail and a $750 fine to create excessive cannabis smoker order, or if the person's conduct is intentional or the person knowingly and substantially interferes with comfortable enjoyment of life or property. I know somebody who's complaining about their neighbor's cannabis smoke quite often, and they've been doing it for quite a while. Now, the latest revised definition of excessive cannabis smoke or odor described it as airborne emissions resulting from the burning, heating, or vaporizing of cannabis or cannabis products, according to a summary of the adopted amendment. Such emissions must also be detectable by a reasonable person of ordinary sensibilities on other private property and occur for more than 30 consecutive minutes on a single occasion or on 3 or 4 separate days within a 30-day period. You could say you're just having a session out on your back deck with some friends. It's going to last more than 30 minutes. Now, the bill and the resolution in their latest form specified that lawful possession or use of cannabis does not preclude a finding of nuance, except that a court may consider possession of a valid registry identification card as a mitigating factor. And they provide that a person is not liable for committing a private nuisance unless the person has received notice of the interference and fails to abide it within 5 days. Now, under the revised legislation, the affected party would first have to file a complaint with local officials before pursuing action with the state. but only if the municipality has already adopted an ordinance regulating excessive cannabis smoke. Now, a person would have been deemed in violation of the law if a local court issued a written order directing them to abate excessive cannabis smoke or order that constitutes a nuisance, and that person knowingly violates or refuses to comply with the order. Not only does that law sound like a real pain in the butt, excessive smoke, charging people with excessive smoke, exhaling too much smoke, cannabis smoke, is just a ridiculous law. And I'm glad to see that it has died for this session. But even the process to go through it all sounds complicated and confabuled, and I can see why somebody could get fed up with even trying to go through the process of getting a neighbor or whomever charged in situations like this. So, all right, I am halfway through my stories. Three are done. I still got to visit Guam, Brazil, and we're still going to go to Switzerland in our next 3 stories. So you'll have to get back in about 3 minutes. If you got 3 minutes, go do something, go ahead. But if not, stick around. Check out our sponsors, people who help us get our voices heard and get the information out there. And other than that, I will play that commercial set, and I will see you shortly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics to Cannabis Educational News. We've got through half the show. We've visited a few different countries, and I got 3 more countries to go. So let's get things started. You would think I would have got this ready during the break, but I was busy doing something else. Sorry about that, folks. All right. This story here is coming to us from the Cannabis Law Report, and the headline on it says Guam 7-year itch scratched. Finally issues a cultivation permit. Now, Guam cannabis regulators have approved the territory's first ever cannabis permit to operate 7 years after adult use cannabis was legalized on the island, according to the Pacific Daily News Report. 7 years it took them after they legalized it. Wow. Now, the Cannabis Control Board unanimously approved the operating permit for Guam's Real Deal LLC, which does business as Deep Green Guam, during its regular meeting on Wednesday. Now, the company holds a Type 4 cultivator license, allowing it to grow cannabis in an operation of up to 10,000 square feet. Compliance Inspector Miko Cepeda told the board that the company had received the required agency clearances and passed a walkthrough inspection of its facility. He says, "We received all the different agencies' clearances. We did a thorough walkthrough of Real Deal's establishment. We recommend approval." Now, Maria Lizama, vice chair of the Cannabis Control Board, said the approval marks the furthest any applicant has advanced in Guam's cannabis licensing process, and said the company had paved the way for future local cannabis industry establishments. Now, the Department of Revenue and Taxation said additional steps remain before the Guam's Real Deal can begin production or sales, but the approval makes the company the first cannabis business on the island to secure an operating permit after meeting all Guam's mandatory clearances and requirements. Now, Guam legalized adult use cannabis on April the 19th, 2019. That was a year like after Canada did it, and they've just got their first license for cultivation. Wow. But industry rules and regulations were not adopted until May of 2022. So there's 3 years there just to do that. Now, during Wednesday's meeting, regulators also discussed applications from 2 additional cultivars, though both were tabled. As of June 10th, according to the report, the board's application status list included 8 expired applications, 3 canceled applications, 7 renewed applications, and 1 and only 1 completed application. Wow, that is all those years, 7 years. And that's just to get the license for them to get growing. It's not even retail. Like, that's a whole different scenario. As we saw here in Canada, we ended up having to on the retail end, they came in at 2 different ways with the smokables before they brought up the edibles. So that took time. Now, Guam, who knows? Who knows when they'll finally get stuff to the stores, retail end, so people can have access to it. So, all right, from that, we're going to move on to our next story. This one is coming to me from Mugglehead Magazine, and the headline on there says, Brazilian researchers find sustainable ibogaine sources in undisclosed plants. Ibogaine is rapidly gaining attention for its potential to heal veterans and others with debilitating health conditions, but this growing interest makes sustainable production a significant concern. Suppliers now race to develop ethical sources as demand climbs. News of remarkable research on sustainable alternatives recently surfaced in a Manga Bay piece this week, citing a January article from the Brazilian publication Exame. Brazilian researcher Ricardo Marquardt is leading the work and guards its core secrets closely. He has identified 4 Amazonian plant species that produce ibogaine, a precursor. His company, Helea, promotes on its website for high purity, scalable conversions into ibogaine. Marquaz refuses to disclose the exact identities of these plants, even to his own family, to prevent a pharmaceutical rush that could repeat the over-harvesting problems seen in Africa. He describes them only as a common weeds that thrive in pastures. This secrecy forms the cornerstone of his strategy. A pharmaceuticals and natural products chemist from Acre, Marquaz spent years locating the plants, studying their ecology, and perfecting non-destructive harvesting methods that allow full regeneration. This differs from the root uprooting practices used on the slow-growing African ibogaine shrub. This development in South America aligns with growing policy support in the United States. In April, President Donald Trump signed an executive order accelerating research, reviews, and access pathways for psychedelics, including ibogaine, supported by priority mechanisms and funding to booster state initiative. Texas currently leads with major investments in veteran clinical trials. Clinics where ibogaine can be legally administered report rising guest numbers as well, especially among U.S. veterans seeking help for PTSD, traumatic brain injury, and addiction. Mexican centers note steady increases alongside programs in Canada, Costa Rica, Portugal, and Malta. And by keeping the species identity secret while advancing sustainable ibogaine supply, Marquaz's approach aims to offer a model that could help ibogaine therapy expand more reasonably. Well, if this fellow has a way of doing this for people to get access to a medication that basically has a limited supply of it in a way that people can get it, and it's still a natural way. He's got something there, and I would assume eventually the world will know. Otherwise, this guy's got whole priority over the whole thing, and that's not helping. That's not helping patients as quickly or as able as they could be able to do so. All right, from that, we're going to move on to my last story of the day, and this one will be coming to us from Switzerland. And the headline on the Business of Cannabis story says Switzerland launches 8th cannabis pilot, testing home delivery for the first time. Switzerland has granted approval for a new 5-year, 5,000 participant adult use cannabis pilot trial, marking the 8th since the groundbreaking project began in 2023. Announced on June the 16th by the Swiss Cannabis Research Association, CanLeg, will take place in the canton of St. Gallen and will be the first pilot to test the home delivery of cannabis products to consumers. It will also mark the second pilot project to be run by the organization, having launched the country's largest study so far, Cannabis Research Zurich, in 2024. CanLeg will be conducted by the KOF Swiss Economic Institute at ETH Zurich and the Department of Economics at the University of Zurich, and led by economist Dr. Andres Birol of the ETH Zurich KOF Swiss Economic Institute and professional Michael Merelchel of the University of Zurich's Department of Economics. Its core research aim will ask how the form of access to cannabis products impacts participants' consumption habits and will be constructed as a randomized controlled trial, as with around half of the current pilots. Now, the 5,000 participants now being recruited will be split across 3 groups. 2 will receive legal cannabis either through a pharmacy or home delivery, while a third control group will receive nothing. The study is divided into two parts. The first, lasting around 10 weeks, and examines participants' willingness to pay for different cannabis products and their perceptions of the quality of that. So there you go. Switzerland is doing some home delivery trials. I know I don't recall us having trials. We just made it decisions wherever. And some places do it and some places don't. I know around here where I am, I'm out in the country, there are some places that do delivery. And it's allows access. So, and I'm always for getting better access, especially for patients. There's no doubt about that. So, all right. Well, that's it for me for today. That's all the stories, all 6 of them. I hope you found it educational and informative. We traveled around several places throughout the show, like a global report. And as I said, I hope you found it educational and informative. Other than that, thanks go to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast, as well as Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Other than that, we'll see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Cindy will be back. And as I always say, and as our first story of the day was in Saudi Arabia, people being put to death for hash. Not right. So don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Music by air, yeah. Music by eye. on my sleeve. When we light, I swear, the whole crew leans. I'm a gorilla grower, baby. I'm a gorilla grower, baby. Roots run deep so naturally. I'm a gorilla grower, baby. Every time it blooms that way, my mind just hands it over. Hey. Got the lights up high, then dim by noon. Tents full of green and the funk so smooth. It call my name like a heavy tune, and I keep on zoning every afternoon. Oh, got that shine on the leaf, sticky sweet on my sleeve. When we light, I swear the whole crew leaves. I'm a gorilla grower, baby, gorilla. I'm a gorilla grower, baby. Roots running deep so naturally. I'm a gorilla grower, baby, gorilla. Every time it blooms that way, my mind just hands it over. Hey. Oh, when I smoke rise, I lose my cool. Go, color stop to bend. Break the sober rule. Gorilla. Gorilla, pass that roll to me. I'm a gorilla, go a baby, gorilla. I'm a gorilla, go a baby. Roots run deep so naturally. I'm a gorilla, go a baby, gorilla. Every time it blooms that way, my mind just hands it over.
Circle date on the calendar. April haze in the afternoon. Backpacks, rolling papers, markers, plans laid out in the group chat. Boom. Surrounding crowd on the front lawn. Posters inked on the kitchen floor. Legal doesn't mean it's over. Still some locked for what we're here for. April 420. We all rise from coast to coast, east to west, north to south. Let the whole world know. Hands up high, clouds roll low. From Canada to the USA. See the green hearts glow. April 420. Yeah, we all show where the love grows. Where the love grows. From the prairies out to the coast. Let the whole world know. Downtown Vancouver smell drifting over the bay. Niagara mist drifting over cardboard signs. Old heads, young parents. From Canada to the USA. Peterborough Park gets louder. Homemade signs busking on a case. Passing hats for the bill. Tan until the cops just roll their eyes. See the green hearts glow. April 420. We all rise from coast to coast, east to west, north to south. Let the whole world know. Hands up high, clouds roll low. From Canada to the USA. See the green hearts glow. April 420. Yeah, we all show where the love grows, where the love grows. Is it party? Is it protest? It's a little bit of both, I guess. Old laws, new dreams in the same fresh air. We cough, we joke, but we still care. April 420, we all rise. From coast to coast.
Tiny door in the garden, paint chip glowing red, little cap in my palm now. Trust me, something said. Chew the sun with my teeth. Sky drip down on my tongue. Grass grew out of my fingers. Time forgot to run. Spiders turning cartwheels. Clouds shaped like my name. Every breath a doorway with a blink of flame. Magic mushroom in my room. Walls breathe in and out in bloom. Floor melts down into the moon. I won't be back by morning. Soon, magic mushroom, slow this tune. Rain pours color in my spoon. If I get lost inside this noon, promise I'll return to you. Photos on the fridge left. Old ghost pulling up chairs. All my ex-loves in crayons waving from the stairs. I shake hands with my shadow. It's man, you're alright. We swap names in the kitchen. Pour galaxies on who drew the lines on my body? Who wrote the rules on my skin? Every pattern unravels, every question grins. I float above the ceiling, I talk it down from the ledge. We agree on a secret, planted deep in my head. Middle age, counting ceiling cracks. Coldplay, cooling on his lap. Clock says eat, but his body says pass. Fire in his gut, and the hours crawl past. We're talking loud alive for the ones who can't sleep, for the ones who can't swallow more pills this week. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories into tidal wave change. In a tidal wave change. He found a leap that let him rest a while. First full meal, first real sleep, small smile, pages filled with the words we never said. Now a magazine on the table is a voice in our head. We're talking loud alive for the ones who can't eat, for the ones riding shadows of a hospital seat. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories in a tidal wave change. In a tidal wave change. Who speaks for the hurt and the hollow? Who rise down the road we should follow? He just hits record and lets the truth speak plain about sleep, about food, about living past pain. We're talking loud alive where nobody's wanting, when the law draws a line between relief and sin. He's a pen, he's a voice, he's a late night flame, turning patience into people and a law into change. Oh, yeah, a law into change. Law and a chain. Tabs on the carpet, coffee ring on the page. Red pen, tiny arrows like a map out of this cage. Metronome on the counter, clicking faster than my heart. Finger burns, busted thumbnails, still I chase that perfect star. Every note I bend keeps slipping off the line. Got this riff in my head, but I can't get it to shine. I'm trying to write a face melting guitar, a low one strike, set the whole crowd in slow-mo. Next slide, have them screaming from the front row. Yeah, I wanna light it up, then let it try to write a face melting guitar solo, so hot it leaves a shadow on the wall. One run, one breath, one last blow. Yeah, I wanna light it up, then let it go. Loop that stubborn section, thumb sore, strings gone dull. Neighbors banging the ceiling, guess they feel it in their skull. Hear the chorus in my headphones, beats pushing me along. Every stumble, every fumble, still is dragging out a song. Every note I bend keeps slipping off the line, but that fire in my chest says keep twisting every climb. I'm trying to write a face melting guitar low, one strike, set the whole crowd in slow-mo. Next slide, have them screaming from the front row. Yeah, I want it up and let it go. I'm trying to write a face melting guitar solo, so hot it leaves a shadow on the wall. One breath, one last blow. Yeah, I wanna light it up, then let it go. Yeah, now the lineup feels like it's carved out of all my fears. And this calls cold food, late nights, all of that for 4 bars at bite. Now I'm playing that face melting guitar solo on strike, got the whole room in slow-mo. Next slide, hear them roaring from the front row. Yeah, I finally lit it up, then let it go. I'm riding this face melting guitar solo, so hot it leaves a shadow on the wall. One breath, one last blow. Yeah, I light it up, then let it go. Fields of green grow wild and free. Whispers of hope in every tree. Holding the fiber, strong and true. Impose the magic we never knew. Roots run deep where the sun will shine. Leaves so bold, breaking through the line. It's not just a plan, it's a beating heart, giving us strength to make a fresh start. Empire, let's rise and soar. A brighter future knocking at our door. Wrap the world in threads of gold. Here's the story waiting to be told. It fuels our fire, gives power, heal. Feel so alive, it's the real deal. Here comes the wind, it's blowing our way. Hemp in the air, it's a brand new day. Up we climb on this endless road. Hemp keeps weaving a world full of hope. Hemp pilots rise and soar, a brighter future knocking at our door. Wrap the world in threads of gold. Hemp's a story waiting to be told. Raise a cup, the karma cup. Whoa, yeah. Back in 2014, down a hidden Toronto lane, a dream was born in a house with no fame. 80 judges gathered, word spread through the air. 79 entries, cannabis everywhere. Sarah had a vision, fair and blind for all. No labels, no favor, let the finest stand tall. From growers and creators, from the legacy scene, the Karma Cup was born to crown cannabis green. Raise a cup to the Karma Cup, from the underground roots to the legal sun. Toronto nights and championship lights, a story still being sung from hidden rooms to festival grounds. Through every twist they've come, raise a cup to the Karma Cup. The journey's just begun. 2015 rolled around, bigger than before. Hundreds came together, knocking at the door. Vapor lounges buzzing, judges by the score. Canada had never seen a cannabis cup this large before. Then 16 and 17 opened up the gates. Public festivals arrive and attendance escalates. Music, art, education, vendors side by side. Cannabis culture in Toronto shining with pride. Raise a cup to the Karma Cup, from the underground roots to the legal sun. Toronto nights and championship lights, the story's still being sung. Oh, 2018 came blazing, 1 month before the law. The city felt electric, everybody stood in awe. Biggest festival
together, the movement growing strong, the legacy community. They belong. The legalization changed the game. In 2019, licensed producers entered a brand new scene. Old school growers mingle with the legal crowd. The cannabis community standing proud. Then the world stood still. 2020 came around, empty stages, quiet streets, silence all around, but karma found a way through the digital age. Virtual cups kept burning through the darkest days.
Wow, those were some smoking hot tunes. Thank you for tuning in to Made by Al, your AI-assisted cannabis music show here at 420pace.ca. Who's ready for some more smoking cannabis tunes?
At the Grindhouse Cafe door, coffee steam on the glass, donuts in a paper boat, sandwiches going fast, gray heads and folding chairs, young ones in the back. Everybody came to learn and nobody came to act. Sun on the window blinds, names on the coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth, then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday, 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Science on the silver sheet, old laws, old fear, old fights, patient voices, careful words, doctors, researchers explain without missing a beat. A cop came in for coffee just to listen at the door. He said, I didn't know this much. Then he asked for one more. Sun on the window blinds, names on a coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth, then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday, 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Oh yeah, not a rumor, not a joke, just the faces and the quotes. Pain turned plain, plain turned gray. Sunday after Sunday, they came in a way. Two shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. cannabis education. At the Grindhouse Cafe.
Passport stamp, green leaf planet, step off the bus, everybody laughing, market smells, sweet and earthy, old heads talking about the early morning magic. Welcome to the world of cannabis, slow down, bird up, can't rush this past that piece like we passed that split. In the world of cannabis, oh, welcome to the world of cannabis. Big deep breath, let go that stress. One love, one life, one lifted wish. In the world of cannabis, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, yada 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 yada. Tie-dye shirt. Grandma giggling, rolling stories more than rolling anything. Suit and tie, loose in collar. He said, I came for calm, left here taller. Welcome to the world of cannabis. Slow down, brother. Can't rush this past that piece like we passed that split. In the world of cannabis, oh, welcome to the world of cannabis. Big deep breath, let go that stress. One love, one life, one lifted wish. In the world of cannabis, from rooftop gardens to basement jams, we all different, still we hold hands. High or low, we share this air. Feel that care, feel that care.
Cannabis leaf on my lanyard, box of treating yourself by my feet. Fluorescent lights and patio sets, plastic palms, real green. Old man stops, says what you selling, I laugh. Just clearing my haze with treating yourself on the table, changing minds. Cannabis plants at the home and garden show. See pages in your hand, take it home. From roses to medicine, watch it grow. Yeah, we bring the truth where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Cannabis plants in the home and garden show. They say to taste a lab brochure, little links to bigger hope. Beside the grills and garden gnomes, we're talking tinctures, talking smoke. Kids walk by with cotton candy, moms slow down, dads leaning close. Is this legal? Is this helpful? Let me tell you what we know. Cannabis plants at the home and garden show. Tea bag into your hand, take it home. From roses to medicine, watch it grow. Yeah, we bring the truth where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Yeah. Cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Yeah, yeah.
Bright lights, TY mags on the table. Cannabis plants on display. They ask, can we touch it? Can we smell it? Someone chuckles, we tell them how it helps. We're not hiding in the corner, we're right here in the flow. Hand to hand, heart to heart. We're treating yourself magazine at the home and garden show.
Cannabis plants at the home and garden show. Tea by pages in your hand, take it home. From roses to medicine, watch it grow. Yeah. We bring the truth where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Yeah, cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Yeah, cannabis plants in the home and garden show. Yeah, yeah.
Now the bell a ring, I'm ready for school. Said there's nothing on the textbook, you think I'm a fool. Heard me a study, now the ganja me and you. Tell the principal and teacher, tell them are cool. 1 and 1 make 3, me not see the confusion. Life is a game, me does I take the long way. Wake up in the morning, yes me give Jah thanks and praise. Blaze it up again, no we celebrate, and it's my favorite. So me not hesitate, and it's my favorite. So me not hesitate. Cause it's cannabis Jah, you know it can't done. Cannabis Jah, tell them are fun. Cannabis Jah, you know it can't done. Cannabis Jah, 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 Jah. Cannabis Jah, you know it can't done. Cannabis Jah, tell them are fun. Cannabis Jah, you know it can't done. Cannabis Jah. So when the rain it a fall, make the ganja it grow. You're it in the sunlight, it up, make it glow. Take it from the Rasta man, tell them what we know. High grade, good vibes, that's the only way we roll. Push, sativa, indica, all of them. Greenhouse, hydro, me love all of them. Babylon, you think you're good at stop the man, them you could at try again. Me not hear me defend. Cannabis Jah, you know it can't done. Cannabis Jah, tell them are fun. Cannabis Jah, you know it can't done. Cannabis Jah, 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 Jah.
You wake up wired, worn and tired, scrolling through the same old feed. Quick fix, same script, nothing that you really need. Heard a friend say go inside, there's a system running quiet, balancing the highs and lows, always working, steady pilot. Cannabinoid, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoid, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. 3 letters here, 3 there, tiny keys to bigger doors. Little shifts in how I sleep, how I restore. Not a magic, just a language that my deeper self can read. Talking softly to the parts that decide what I really need. Cannabinoid, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoid, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. All these hidden circuits humming, from my thoughts down to my bones. Every rise and every falling, you're rewriting what I've known. Not about chasing a feeling, more about a deeper sign that my life can find its balance, one small message at a time. Yeah, cannabinoids, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoids, keep me level, find calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home.
Running that trim, slow hands, clean grind. Green on the table, scissors in time. One wrong move and it burns like sin. Keep your face back, let the fan spin. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Yeah, I learned that the hard way twice. Sticky little one and sharp little price. You blink too fast and you pay the slice. One hand clean, one hand still. Move like a ghost, got to keep that chill. If the room gets loud, don't rub, don't reach. Wash up first, then you breathe. Remember, don't
tonight. Keep it off, keep it off. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Yeah, got the gloves on, sleeves roll right. Sunset dust in the yellow light. I'm talking to you like a brother would. Salvia in the cut from the neighborhood. Trim pile tall and the jar smells sweet, but that little sting don't play so neat. One bad itch and you know the deal. Water on deck, let the skin heal. One hand clean, one hand still. Move like a ghost, got to keep that chill. If the room gets loud, don't rub, don't reach. Wash up first, then you breathe. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Don't touch your eyes. Don't touch your eyes. Yeah. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Keep that fire off your face tonight. Keep it off, keep it off. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Yeah. Yeah, I seen that red come quick. One straight touch and it hits like grit. So I pause, let the moment pass. Rinse it out, don't make it last. Hands low, mind clear, that's the code. Take it slow on the tender road. Don't touch your eyes, don't touch your eyes, yeah. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Keep that fire off your face tonight. Keep it off, keep it off. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Remember, don't touch your eyes. Yeah, don't touch your eyes. Wash up first, then you breathe. Doctor said, try this pill. Didn't ask how I really feel.
Sleeping days, shaking nights, lost my taste for real life.
Then a friend wrote truth in a paper. Little backyard, old turntable.
Coughed once, heart went calm for the first time. Pain felt small. This is my green light anthem. My lungs, my life, my choice. I chanted, plant in the ground, hands in the sky, healing in the smoke as the days go by. You can call it wrong, you can roll your eyes, but I know what saved me. I don't apologize.
Singing out loud for the ones like me.
Cannabis care, let the people be free. Grandma hiding drops in her tea. Says it helps to finally breathe. Vet down the street, can't sleep. No more ghosts in his dreams.
Still they slap cuffs on a kid for the same thing that helped me live.
How's that fair? How's that right? When the garden could change your life. This is our green light anthem. From the chemo wards to the campus, from the mothers who just want rest to the anxious hearts in their Sunday best. You can pass your laws, we will pass it around till the courthouse hears our sound. Singing out loud for the ones in need. Cannabis care, let the people be free. Oh, oh, yeah. Spark one up for the patients waiting. Years go by, still debating while the pills get pushed, prescriptions stack, but a simple seed gets pushed back. We're not criminals, we're just hurting, fighting for a kind of version of relief, of dignity. Let the plant grow, let us us breathe. This is the green light anthem. From the pain war to the anthems, planting the ground, hands in the sky, healing in the smoke as the days go by. You can call it wrong, we'll still stand tall till every last charge and the chains all fall. Singing out loud for the world to see. Cannabis legal, let the people be free. Let us be, let us be, let us be, let the people be free.
He walks on the counter like he owns my name. White paws, black coat, little suit, big flame. One green eye watching like he knows my flaws. He swats my hand away, then he curls in my lap. Yeah, he don't ask, he just takes the seat, tail in the air, and a stare so deep. I say, boy, behave. He says, make me man. My tuxedo cat got an attitude. My tuxedo cat, but I love that mood. He purrs, then he snaps, then he comes right back. Yeah, my tuxedo cat. Yeah, yeah, he's dressed like he bats at the blinds when the rain comes down, leaves wet prints all over town. He'll knock my keys just to hear them ring, then sleep on my chest like he's king of everything. Yeah, he don't beg, he just blinks once slow. If I move too fast, he won't let it go. I say, boy, behave. He says, make me man. My tuxedo cat got an attitude. My tuxedo cat, but I love that mood. He purrs, then he snaps, then he comes right back. Yeah, my tuxedo cat. Yeah, yeah, he's dressed like class. When the house gets cold, he lights my blade. Little soft foot thunder in a silk black blade. He ain't easy, no, but it stays on my side. Sharp little heart in a suit so wide. My tuxedo cat got an attitude. My tuxedo cat, but I love that mood. He purrs and he snaps, then he comes right back. Yeah, my tuxedo cat. Yeah, yeah, he's dressed like class. My tuxedo cat. Yeah, he's all I got. My tuxedo cat. And I love him a lot.
Wow, wasn't that a great show? Unfortunately, all great things come to an end. But we'll be back soon. Until then, remember to respect the plant.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.